divine authority of the Templar, you are hereby exiled to the forsaken shores of Requisite. You have transgressed against God and consorted with sin. Find your redemption, Exile, or die in the attempt. swore sinew and soul to serve God and the Order of the Templar. For years you built a life upon faith, only to smite it asunder with one sinful blow. And is that not the greatest folly of all? To lose faith when it's all you have left? You were once the chosen of God, a Templar. You are now the chosen of Requisite, an Exile.
Alright, here we go. I guess I should get rid of the starting soon thing, huh? Here we go. Hope everybody's doing alright today. Just wait another few minutes and then we'll have that. Hopefully that live stream will be up for Diablo. Oh.
Hi guys.
Hey buddy. Alright, let's see what's going on here. You don't even have like a... Oh, here we go. Nine minutes, 10 seconds. Yeah.
You and I, we're the only ones that made it to shore. Alive, anyway. Looks like you found something you can defend yourself with. Good. This place is crawling with criminals. There's smoke rising just east of here. Could be worth checking if there's...
Wow.
Even death gives no solace in this tortured land.
Glacial Hammer. Attack, melee, strike, cold. Hits enemies, converting some of your physical damage to cold damage. If an enemy is frozen and is on less than 1/3 life, they will shatter when hit by Glacial Hammer. Striking 3 times in a row, the third strike will freeze enemies more easily. Requires a mace, scepter, or staff. 100% of physical damage converted to cold damage. 25% chance to freeze enemies every third successive strike. Freezes enemies as though dealing 200% more damage. Plus 2 to melee strike range. 10% increased effect of cold ailments. 35% increased duration of cold ailments. Adds 2 to 3 cold damage against chilled enemies. Oh, and it goes from like 1 to 70. Okay, let's put it in there. And this skill is now equipped on your skill bar and can be used with right click. Cool. How much mana does it cost? 5 mana. I have 51 mana. Scroll of Wisdom. Identifies an item. Okay, now there was an option I remember. Microtransaction shop. Let's have a look. Let's see what we got. Crucible mystery box with no duplicate. Wow, that's no duplicate rewards? That's crazy. Receive a random prize with a Crucible theme. It'll appear inside your MTX stash waiting to be unwrapped. Mystery packs contain one random microtransaction that is guaranteed to cost at least as much as the pack. Huh. Specials! Alright, it's mostly... Stash tab, gem stash tab, flask. Upgrade an existing tab in your shared stash to a premium tab. Premium tabs have their name and color changed whenever you want. Currency, divination, premium quad, stash tab. Map stash tab, blight stash tab, fragment, essence. Metamorph, extra. Huh. Well, the option I'm looking for is, let's see, UI. Centered UI on widescreen displays. This option moves various user level. I can't do that in game, I guess. Wait, I thought I was. Oh, I could migrate if I wanted. Options. Can I change it now? Why can't I change it? Okay. Okay, the movement feels a lot better than it used to. A lot better. Right. Like everything kind of feels a lot better. Oh my god. Oh. I missed. Oh, you can hit multiple enemies with the same melee strike. Interesting. Orb of Augmentation. Augments a magic item with a new random modifier. That's cool. Oh, come here, you fucker. You need corpses, dude. Hey, they're not on your bar. Look, they're not on your bar.
But I'm supposed to have them.
Well, go to your skills, dude. Okay, give me a sec. Oh, no. Where's your raised skeleton? No, hit, click in the left joystick. Dude, go back. Go back. Back. There you go. Nope. Hit B. B. Now hit left joystick in. There. Well, race skeleton isn't even on your bar. Isn't even a. Let me see.
I'm supposed to have them.
How do you open the Book of the Dead? Yeah. Okay. But you need corpses to revive them.
So
Supports any skill that hits enemies or could otherwise apply elemental ailments.
I was in poison, but
Elemental ailments caused by supported skills spread to other enemies in a radius of 12. Supported skills have 20% chance of freeze, shock, and ignite. I mean, okay. Let's see what happens. So, is this a supported skill? God. Let's go down here and explore. Oh yeah, I like. It's like a mini AoE. Give me a sec. Take your cannon, Billy. Take your cannon. Okay, mates. Chill, bro. Chill. Calm down, bro.
I thought he's literally in where she is.
Oh, there's my experience bar. Anything to kill down here?
Don't you dare.
Phew. Excuse me.
Nobody else.
Oh.
My god has no need for my company just yet.
Second lowest level. No, up is the first one. Stop. Shooty.
You gained a skill point when you leveled up. Click here or press P to use your skill point. Oh boy. End of the nightmare. Select a glowing passive with left click to allocate a skill point. So I could go more magic-y, more strength. Maximum life, 20% increased mana regenerate. Increased damage, 14 to max mana. Strength. I do like that. Increased armor, increased maximum energy, shield regenerate, and to strength and intelligence. Minions.
Don't you dare!
Oops. Sure, let's start there. Ooh. I think he just got meaner. Come here. What the hell? Why is it disconnecting me from the chat? Get wrecked, bitch.
I am no beast of burden.
We have this campfire chat. Talk about the patch that just released this past week, which is patch 110. We've seen a ton of feedback.
Ooh, it started.
So we want to go through, a lot of the points of feedback that we've been hearing, and at the same time the patch itself. The biggest thing that to kind of like kick us off. Welcome to another Diablo 4 Campfire Chat. My name is Adam Fletcher. I am the Associate Director of Community here for Diablo. I'm joined here by Joe Shelley, Game Director of Diablo 4, and Mr. Joe Pipora, the Associate Game Director for Diablo 4. We have a lot to talk about today. Obviously, we have this Campfire Chat because we do want to talk about the patch that just released this past week, which is patch 110. We've seen a ton of feedback. We've heard a lot.
That's what you want to call it.
And so we do want to go through, a lot of the points of feedback that we've been hearing, and at the same time the patch itself. The biggest thing that to kind of like kick us off here, I think we want to obviously acknowledge everyone's feedback in regards to reducing player power. We know it is bad. We know it is not fun, and it's something that we ourselves know that it's not the greatest play experience for players out there.
So why the fuck did you do it? You know it's bad. Like, I'm glad at least that like Adam Fletcher is like addressing that right off the bat, but the question is, if you know it's bad, I'm sure they would have known it's bad beforehand. Why the fuck would you do it to begin with, right? And I think it's for various reasons. Not good reasons. It's kind of slimy shit, I would say. Underhanded crap, but let's see how they attempt to justify it if they do.
We do want to explain why we ended up doing within the actual patch. And then, of course, we also want to talk about like what we were trying to achieve specifically with this patch and with the changes that players ended up seeing. And then separately, we do want to also talk about how we don't plan on doing a patch like this ever again. We have most definitely heard the fefeedback from the players on that front, and we do want to talk a little bit about our philosophy, our own internal statements that we're setting for ourselves for future updates for the game itself. And then, of course, we do want to also talk about how we can talk better and communicate with the community better in regards to patches and updates coming to the game, and what we can do to improve on that. So I know that the first thing we do want to talk about, though, as I said, was talking about why we ended up doing this in this patch. And I do want to throw it over to Mr. Joe Pipor over here to talk a little bit.
Alan of Theopolis.
Sure. So I know that we've talked on stream before about our intentions for Diablo 4 being about choice, and part of that is ensuring that the various class options feel that they've got a place in
Fine work with Hillock.
and that kind of goes to some of the changes we made in 1.1. Now, Adam already called out that we've heard the feedback with regard to the patch, and we know that reducing player power is never a good experience in general. And I want to talk through like sort of some of the things that brought us to where we are today in terms of decisions we were making and why. So, a few of the really big changes that were made as part of 1.1. First, really, I guess, to cooldown reduction. We changed the amount of CDR that players can get as part of in the affix ranges and items that are rolling for them as they're going through the experience. CDR is one of the, if not the most powerful stat in many ways in Diablo 4. And the reason for it is obvious. When you're able to get CDR to a certain point and using certain class mechanisms, you're able to get effectively like instantaneous like active skills. So like, that can give you like unlimited resource, can give you unlimited movement speed, give you...
As lots of people have said, what's fun? Is getting to use your freaking skills more often. And not sitting there having to just auto waiting on your cooldowns. There's classes that are like the druid is heavily stuck with that, right? Because you're kind of forced in a lot of ways to go with lots of cooldowns on the druid because of the fact that their spirit is so bad. It feels so bad to, in a lot of cases, use their spirit. Because like you use an ability like once, twice, all your spirit's gone. Right? So like you kind of have like 10-second bursts on average. It feels bad. So yeah, people want to get those freaking cooldowns down as low as possible because using the skills that are cooldowns actually feels good. But that's too much apparently. Like, that's fun, man. Working towards getting enough CDR to be able to do that on any character is fun. And it doesn't necessarily need to be cooldown reduction, the stat itself. It could be through various other means, right? So, like, for me, I didn't need so much cooldown reduction, previously anyways, on my rogue, because I had the synergy bonus for Shadow Step and Subterfuge skills. And then I had the Shadow Step power itself that allowed me to gain 2 charges of Shadow Step, etc. And my Shadow Step was being used to, in a lot of ways, reduce the cooldowns of my Poison Trap and my Concealment. So I'm pretty sure that's been hit too, right? Because it's technically a CDR. That's technically cooldown reduction. So... because it's a 20% cooldown reduction every time I use Shadow Step on my next Subterfuge skill. So,
and it begins to dwarf the effectiveness of other options.
What other options are there for cooldown reduction? Right, there's cooldown reduction. That's basically it. There's just cooldown reduction. I'm gonna select my Roared here. I don't know which one to take. Performs a melee attack and causes lightning strike at a targeted location or nearby enemy, dealing damage in an area. Each target can only be hit once by this skill. Hitting an enemy grants an aura, giving you and your allies additional lightning damage for a duration. It requires a sword, axe, mace, scepter, staff, or unarmed. Base duration is 4 seconds, 29% less area damage. Lightning strikes one target, or grants 1 to 5 added lightning damage, or grants 10% chance of shock. Excuse me, frost projectile. The skill chains, bouncing forward to deal damage multiple times. Projectiles do not change direction when chaining. Chains 2 times. Yeah, it's a cone. Okay. Stronger pulses always critically strike. That could be interesting. Molten Strike. Molten Energies to attack with physical and fire damage. This attack causes balls of molten magma to launch forth from the enemies you hit, divided amongst all enemies hit by the strike. These will deal area attack damage to enemies where they land. 2 to 3 added fire damage. Fires 3 additional projectiles. 60% melee strike range. Projectiles deal 50% less damage with hits and ailments. I kind of like the idea of this one, Purifying Flame. Yeah, fuck it. We'll try this.
Founded by the Eternal. I've seen many an exile.
What do you got? Sell items. Driftwood scepter. Oh, it's got 3 sockets on it. Okay. Oh, but it's not doesn't have the connected like that. Right? Supports any skill that hits enemies or could otherwise apply elemental ailments. I'll just stick with this one then. What's it giving me? Scroll of Wisdom, scroll fragment. Oh, okay. Alright, there's no actual gold in this, I forgot. Let's put that in my shield. Cool, oh, that's middle mouse button? No. Let's put that in here. Alright. Or, we'll put that there. Remove that. Wait, what's that? Move only. Oh. Interesting.
This is neither the time nor the place.
You can start trying to take these things into account. Now, we know that blasting through content with those things is really fun. So it feels really, really painful to have to take some of those things away. And we certainly don't...
Bullshit. I don't believe what they're saying. Because if they understand what's fun for people, and that the main thing is for people to have fun with the game, then don't slow them down like that. Don't do that to them. Pretty simple, man. For some... I'm still waiting to hear why.
Don't relish the idea. That was the original thinking for these sorts of bits. One of the reasons why we think that these builds are very prevalent at the moment is based upon like the nature of some of the endgame content we have in Diablo 4.
No, it's prevalent because it's an ARPG. That's what people want to do. They want to blast through content. They don't want to trudge and slog through shit. So regardless what build people typically get, the thing that feels good is moving quickly, right? Mobility, killing enemies quickly, right? Through a combination of single and AoE skills and stuff like that. However it's performed, right? Like, that's what feels good. That's why Rogue, Rogue is their best designed class in the game, I would say. This is why, like, Necromancer doesn't even feel good, really, until you get some of the legendary aspects and stuff like that to support the class. Where your abilities hit hard enough when you're far enough away that it doesn't matter, like, your mobility doesn't matter as much because you're killing shit quickly. You're blasting through the enemies, and so it still feels like you're moving along quickly, right?
In particular, thinking about Nightmare Dungeons, especially. the reality is that Nightmare Dungeons are dramatically overtuned from where they actually need to be based upon the place they fill in the role they fill in the game itself. So tier 100 Nightmare Dungeons are excruciatingly difficult for most players to...
Yeah, okay, so... I'll be right back, I need a moment. That's my cat in the background, Halo. Being a pain in the butt. Okay, quick recap. Sorry about that, by the way. I had to go grab coffee. So they admit that it was a bad idea, that doing such things, what they did with patch 1.1.0a, is bad, right? It's bad for the game. 2 is that a lot of the content, i.e. the Nightmare Dungeons, which is like the main end game content, is overtuned. In terms of players. Even before the nerf, the higher tier, like 80s, etc., were overtuned, essentially. But instead of toning that back, they've now tuned down players. So how does that make sense, right? So they've admitted those 2 things so far. But now we're getting the buts, right? Remember, everything before a but matters not at all, right? So in terms of people's statements, what really matters is what comes after that. That's the proper reasoning, etc. Or not necessarily proper, but that's the reasoning.
Most classes be able to actually get through. And as a result, it begins to kind of winnow the opportunities and options that players have when they begin to engage with content at that tier. Such that you really do require, you need to lean on very, very specific builds, very specific setups, with access to things like near instantaneous cooldowns for some skills, in an effort to actually like make it through those spaces. And that was never...
That's not why people pick that, though. You can't, like, even now, people are still trying to get near infinite use of skills. That's what players are always going to vie for. Always, because it's fun to use your skills. And as you get higher level, getting to use your skills more and more and more is awesome. They gotta know that. I'm pretty sure they understand that.
For really the intent of that content. And we see that, right? Players are using Nightmare Dungeons as ways to kind of like level up their glyphs, ways for them to gain experience and loot.
To be fair, it's the only way to level up your glyphs. Okay? It's the only way to level up your glyphs. And I would say, from my experience, the only real meaningful way to get loot also. Like, you can get loot from the Hell Tides and stuff, but it's not as good because it's far more limited. You could do more Nightmare Dungeons. And you could do probably, like, say it takes you, like, I don't know, 10 minutes to clear a Nightmare Dungeon. Or, in a lot of cases, less. But let's say 10 minutes. That's 6 Nightmare Dungeons you could do in an hour. Compared to a Hell Tide, where you get... I mean, if you're going for the Nightmare Chest, now pre-patch 1.10a, you were looking at 175. On my Rogue, I could get 4 chests where there was only 2 before it reset. I could get all 4 in a regular 2-zone Hell Tide, or I could get on average 5 in when it was 3 zones. Because they're 175, so it's just due to travel time and problems with density and randomized drop rate essentially for cinders and stuff, having to wait on events and all that, so you're looking at 5 chests that'll drop like upwards of 4 legendaries typically, compared to Nightmare Dungeons where you were guaranteed a legendary at the end of every run. So that's 6 from that. But then there's also the potential for legendary drops in the Nightmare Dungeons themselves while you're running. There's all the yellows, of course, that you get for, making gold and potentially upgrading your gear, etc. So the value of a Nightmare Dungeon, I would say, is actually worth more in that hour's time than the Hell Tide in and of itself. Hell Tide is kind of like just a loot pinata system for a brief period of time.
as they're progressing up, but it's largely like a level up system you're progressing with once you get into world tiers 3 and 4. But they've taken on an outsized role as sort of this new end-game chase opportunity for players who are looking to really challenge themselves. And we love that we want that kind of content and we want that experience for those players. And we feel like we have done a reasonably good job of that with Uber Lilith in the game. But we don't feel that like tier 100 Nightmare Dungeons fulfill the same role at all. Just the nature of the content type doesn't actually work well as that kind of pushing opportunity. So one thing we actually plan on doing, and we'd hope to get out as part of this release, we're going to get out very, very soon, is we're making a reduction in the difficulty of some aspects of Nightmare Dungeons to kind of retune some things.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter, right? So, like, if Nightmare Dungeons and the like, even I would say to some degree Hell Tides and the like, now, it's all overtuned in a lot of ways compared to player power, compared to before, like, compared to pre-patch 1.10a. So now it's even more overtuned in Nightmare Dungeons. And in a lot of cases, like, you get to a point and you're just hard stuck. You can't move beyond it. So what, they're going to bring the difficulty of Nightmare Dungeons down overall, and it's going to be the same as it was before? Like, why didn't they just bring the night, instead of nerfing everybody, why not just bring the Nightmare Dungeon difficulty down a bit? So that people with these various builds could, right, buff up the builds and the items and everything that are not really being used because they suck compared to, and like players figure these things out very quickly. You know, you try a skill compared to another skill and you go, I like this skill more. And typically because it feels better, you clear better with it, etc. The legendary aspects feel better, all this shit. So, why not buff everything that's not as good to try and bring it up to be on par with the things that people are using, so that the fun level is still there. And then if you need to, tune back the Nightmare Dungeons a bit. If you're like, he's admitting again that, you know, apparently Nightmare Dungeons generally speaking are overtuned. So it doesn't make sense, because now what, they're gonna bring the Nightmare Dungeons down, and then it's gonna be the same as it was before, but with generally your lower numbers, and you're still gonna be slower. You're still gonna be slogging through shit slower. They brought XP down and all this stuff, right? Like,
and the goal here is to say that, you know, we think that that's, you know, roughly where you are with like a Nightmare Dungeon tier 70. That's kind of where we actually want the difficulty to be for a tier 100, as players
wow.
the experience. So there's still a thing to push for, but it's more reasonable. And as part of this exchange, we know that players really like kind of blasting and pushing hard for these sorts of new end-game content types. It can be more directly meant to address those sorts of players and give people more things to chase. That's part of the commitment to the live services, to make sure that we're always adding new things like this for players to go and try to kind of chase after, to kind of maximize and use their builds in fun and interesting ways. So that's another really big thing. Next, we made a number of changes to the to Sorceress skill, Sorceress builds in general. That sort of ended up having a net impact of like really reducing their effectiveness with some of their most powerful builds at the moment. And the goal at the time was to try to bring their builds back in line with one another, so that we could start trying to bring everything up at once, as opposed to having these things as they are. And this, you know, this actually leads to a really good conversation about the idea of balance in general. I said before that Diablo 4 is a game that is about choice, and that remains our goal. You know, that's our guiding light. We're trying to make decisions on balance and design in general. And sometimes we don't always get it quite right. You know, and I think that we see that with some builds that are just simply not performing to the level they need to be, because they just don't have.
Yeah, again, why? So if you know some shit's not performing as well as other things, why not bring it up? Bring it up to match that other one, instead of reducing everything that everybody already enjoys playing. It's just fucking stupid, man. Their thinking is literally ass backwards. And they're doing the runaround right now of, like, fucking trying to justify their bullshit. My fucking Twitch chat, for some reason, is just bugging out. hopefully there. Now it'll work. E. Make sure it's actually showing up in here. Okay. Whoa, Joe man. Hey. Testing, testing. Welcome to the stream, bud. Guy or gal, I don't know. Whoa, Joe man. I assume man because of the name. Don't hate me. Thanks for joining me. I know there's a lot of other people that you could be watching for this. I'm assuming you're here for the dev stream bullshit. But so far, I'll tell you, I'm not liking what they're saying. Because it sounds like a bunch of horse shit. Ass backwards horse shit.
Have the right interactions with the kind of content or skills that you actually really want to use to get through the game.
Yeah, I wonder why. Heard Shroud say he thought the D4 changes were an effort to avoid spiraling into terminal. That's not true. I don't think so at all, because that sounds like that's not even the justification they've given so far on this dev stream, right? They're saying that, oh, what people were playing, so like Necro builds, Bloodlance, and Bone Spear. And then, what, like, for the Sorcerer was generally speaking, primarily, like, the Frost builds around freezing and blasting people with, like, Frost Shards or whatever it was called, right? I'm not super familiar with their skills. Barbarians is Whirlwind or Hota, but Hota's kind of, like, compared to Whirlwind. Rogues is typically, like, Poison Traps and Twisting Blades, because Poison is just OP. And then, Druids is like, for instance, the Werewolf Tornado. I don't think I've forgotten any here. Like, those were the main high tier pushers of content, right? But why? You gotta ask why. Because they were the fastest. Because that's what people have fun with. Okay? The rest of it, but people looked at, generally speaking, what all the other abilities could do. People tested them. It's not like everybody right at day one was like, hey, everybody's playing these. No. People started playing the same things over and over again in terms of class choices and ability choices within those classes, because they figured out very quickly, because, hey, gamers, this is what's effective. This is what's fun. Because part of what's fun is the speed at which you push through the game. Right? To get to higher tier content and get better rewards and all that stuff. And the faster you can do that, the better. So the question is, why would you bring everything down to the level of these shitty builds that nobody enjoys playing? Not really. Because here's what happens. If somebody plays a shit build here, and they think it's fine because they haven't played anything else, then they play the same class with a better build, and then they go, holy shit, I wish I was doing this before. I wonder why that is, right? Because it's better. So why not elevate everything to the level of what's good, of what people are actually having fun doing, right? And just make things function better, so that they are more on par. I heard somebody say maybe the mistake was spoiling players with CDR chase should have kept every build slow. No! It's not spoiling. That is... Whoever said that is dumb. Honestly, that's dumb. Look at any ARPG. What happens? So you have the start, and you go, okay, I'm kind of slow, relatively speaking, obviously compared to higher level. But you start low in terms of ability usage, how often you can use them, how fast you can kill enemies. And then slowly over time, and there's variance in each class based on their abilities and what you're picking, etc. How good you are, because there is a skill level cap as well, that kind of like a skill curve. And then you just go up and up and up over time. Even if you're not like super good at the game necessarily, if you play for long enough and you get enough loot, and you kind of make some good choices, let's say, with your skills, or at least synergize things well. I think that would be the biggest thing, is regardless what skills you pick, for the most part, How well do things in your build, both through your itemization, your skill choices, and your Paragon board, specifically for Diablo 4, but generally speaking, like, whatever choices you have for your build, how well do those choices synergize together to make a whole? That will help you. The more synergized things are, the smoother play will feel, because it'll feel better to play it. But a big part of that is every single fucking ARPG. And not even just ARPGs, Jesus Christ, I remember back in the day playing Mass Effect, for instance. Right? Which is like a full-on like shooter RPG, or whatever the hell you would call it. Third-person shooter RPG, effectively. The sooner you could use your abilities, right? What's built into, what was it? It was Mass Effect 2 or Mass Effect 3, where the online multiplayer stuff was really good. I think it was number 3, had the bet. Yeah, I think it was number 3. In that game mode, where you're playing these custom characters, where you can actually like work on these specialized skill trees for classes, that's different from the main story with Shepard or whatever and his companions. You know, the thing that made your characters better, the number one thing, was always getting to use your abilities sooner. The sooner you could use your damn abilities, the higher the tier of like dungeon or content or whatever that you could push, right? Because you could kill more enemies, you could kill stronger enemies, etc. And then there was, of course, you know, the loot, like better weapons, upgrading your weapons and all that stuff. Still the same kind of concept. It doesn't matter if it's an ARPG, something like Mass Effect or whatever. It's in all video games that have to do with you customizing and upgrading a character. You always want to be using your abilities faster. You want to be doing more damage. You want to get kind of, to some degree, tankier or whatever, like have better survivability. Those are always things you want. Like, there's no such thing as this, like, spoiling people with the CDR chase, okay? CDR, cooldown reduction, is, like, the top stat in every freaking game. If you can get it, if it's a thing that exists. Like, here's the thing. If they never would have had CDR to begin with as a stat, then maybe, yeah, you could say, kind of who cares or whatever, right? Maybe they don't have cooldown reduction as a primary stat by itself that you can get on like helms and amulets and stuff, but instead something like the synergy power for rogues, where it's literally a synergy between two types of skills, right? Shadow Step and your subterfuge skills. If they would have only had stuff that synergizes in that fashion, the way that legendary aspect does for rogues, then maybe. But even then, that would be a top tier aspect. That, like, every freaking, and what does it do? It means you need to have Shadow Step, and it means that you need to use subterfuge skills. You are locked into Shadow Step and whatever combination of subterfuge skills if you use that. So even then, it's like you kind of run up against the same in terms of build variety, because it all revolves around using Shadow Step to reset the cooldowns of subterfuge skills. So it's still the same freaking thing, effectively. But you can also combine that with general cooldown reduction, which is fine. Like, again, like, cooldown reduction is not a bad thing. It's good. It's good for player retention, because it means the faster you get to use your abilities, the more fun you're having. It feels better overall, right? Hey, Scatler. How is it stupid? It's the same stat. Like, maybe the ranges are different or whatever, but they do the same thing. If it's in Scatler, if it's in PoE, and it does functionally the same freaking thing, reduces the cooldowns of your skills, then why wouldn't it be dumb in PoE too? Cooldown reduction is a general thing in these games for a reason. Like I was just saying, because it's fun to use your abilities more often. Always more fun. I've played PoE in the past. I played a couple leagues or whatever back in the day, but cooldown reduction in general in any game is good. especially if you can upgrade over time how often you get to like bring it down faster and faster, right? So that the time between skill uses is faster and faster. That's why I compared it a moment ago to, for even in Mass Effect, one of the best things in that game is getting to the point where you can use your skills on your bar like more often, because it means you get to kill stronger enemies, you get to wipe groups of enemies faster, right? You clear objectives faster, etc. I mean, sure, maybe. That's not really how it was, I think, when I was playing back in the day. Like, I've got it going again here, but I haven't played in years, right? So I can't speak to that now. I know that they had a crunch. Who was it? Asmongold was talking about in patch like 13 something, whatever, where they reduced a lot of stuff in terms of like power creep or whatever, right? But they had years to build up to that power creep, right? Like, and like you can say, okay, most are limited by cast/attack speed. However, that's in, let's say, mana usage or whatever, right? Like this combination of skills, but that's not really that much different from CDR. Realistically, the more cast/attack speed you have, the more often you can use your abilities. Either way, the point is, the more often you can use your abilities, the faster you can spam or whatever, the better it feels. Now, you can set what that cap is, but I don't think, like, what does everybody agree on, outside of the Diablo devs, about Diablo 4, that compared to other ARPGs, hell, even Diablo 2, Diablo 3 especially, it's way slower, it's more of a slog in general than other games. Yeah, well, I mean, it depends. Like, I don't know if cast and attack speed function, like, so they're two different stats, cast and attack speed. Is it similar to Diablo 2? Which I know Path of Exile kind of modeled itself after, where cast and attack speed are two different things. Because there's, like, melee attacks that use, like, I have, like, Glacial Hammer and Purifying Flame. Like, Purifying Flame is, like, purely a spell. It's got a cast time of 0.7 seconds, whereas Glacial Hammer has an attack time. So they're two different things. So unless cast time affects my attack time of Glacial Hammer, right? Now, in Diablo 4, one thing they did that I do actually generally like is they don't have attack time and cast time. They just have cast time, essentially. Your attack and cast time, they're interchangeable for Diablo 4, essentially. They're one and the same. So if you cast a spell as a sorcerer, it's the same thing. It's using the same framework as, I don't know, like a rogue doing twist, like puncture or something. Yes, because they're two different types of builds, right? A melee user or a weapon user, essentially, versus somebody that just casts spells. That's the difference, right? And that's why it makes sense to have two. Diablo 4 decided to take them both and put them into one, right? Which is fine. I have no problem with that. But regardless, like, one of the things that felt great on my rogue was when I got the Ashira's Dagger, Ashira's Kanjar, plus the Condemnation Dagger, and then I had the, the legendary aspect that makes your critical hits with core skills increase your attack speed as well. So Ashira's Kanjar increases your attack speed just from any attack up to a certain point, like by a certain percentage at so many stacks, essentially. And then the aspect that gives you, that when you critically hit with a core skill, also increases your attack speed. But that increases everything. Basically, it's just attack speed, right? In general, for spells or whatever. Spells, melee, whatever. How fast you lay down your poison traps, things like that, right? Like the activation of abilities in general. And with two daggers, you're even faster. Because it's two daggers, right? So the base attack speed is faster. And that when I had that combination of those three things, essentially 2 daggers, Shiro's Kanjar, the legendary aspect, man, it felt incredible playing my rogue. It was like I was at a whole new level of play now, because I was able. It felt amazing being able to do that. So CDR scales more niche stuff like cast on crit, which cast skills every 0.15 seconds. I mean, I'll have to. CDR scales cooldown reduction. So yeah, basically that sounds like a skill that effectively has an internal cooldown. Kind of like, like when you use a skill in World of Warcraft or most MMOs, and then like you get the general global cooldown of abilities outside of whatever cooldown the ability itself also has, which might be like a minute or 10 seconds or whatever. Yeah, exactly. So like and that's different. Like that's a different way to use cooldown reduction, but again, that's because skills generally function differently in Path of Exile in that regard than, like you said, apparently most skills, whether it's magical or like magic / melee, whatever the attack time versus cast time. Let's say that those two things, right? Whether a skill uses attack time or cast time. That's what you want to reduce those two things so you can, right, attack faster, cast faster. And then if you have abilities that like proc every so often, you want to be able to have that going more often. It's the same thing effectively though, is the interval between using things gets faster over time, right? That's what you want. Because it's more effective. You do more damage. You kill things faster. You move on to the next thing quicker. Whatever, right? To your next goal, etc. And there's nothing wrong with that. Diablo 2 has cooldowns on skills and stuff. Yes, exactly. You want stuff to feel good. That's the problem with Diablo 4 is, like, compared to the other classes, at least in my opinion, and this is generally an accepted view of Diablo 4, is that most classes in up till like level 40, 50, etc. feel like a slog. They don't really feel good compared to the rogue. The rogue feels great right out the door, and I said almost immediately, like even during like the beta and stuff, was like, because I think my first choice during the closed beta was rogue first, and then I like tried barbarian and sorcerer, and then during the open beta I tried necro and druid, and everything else felt insanely slow. Well, I mean, I guess, but what's even better is 100 damage per second. Right? Because if you're, but that, because that's going to ramp up over time, obviously. Otherwise, you feel like you haven't progressed, right? If it's the same damage, but you're doing that damage faster, like early on, that can be okay. But later on, when you've spent a lot of time building your character up, you want to be doing more damage. I guess it matters, is there content that's relevant to how strong your character can become and has become? If there isn't, then who cares? Really, it's whatever. You only need to hit a certain point, right? It just feels good to do things faster, to do more in less time, effectively. That's and that's not a game problem. That's not a mechanic problem. It's not a problem at all. That's just humans. We want to be more effective at generally speaking, at whatever we're doing, because it feels good. We feel good when we do things better, when we do things faster, more efficient. That's a human thing. And it's not even necessarily a like psychologically speaking, like you get, your brain doles out dopamine, right? That's why it feels good when you do things faster, right? More efficiently, etc. When you do things better. It's like you take somebody starting a brand new job. They start out knowing nothing about whatever the work is, and then slowly over time they get better and better, more competent, because that's another thing, is competency. In terms of games, it's like learning how builds function, learning how abilities work, how to synergize things, how stats work, etc. Because knowing those things and figuring that out over time, you then become more competent in playing the game, because your character is better built now compared to when you first started, both level wise, but also because your knowledge base is increased and your competency in being able to put things together is increased and put it to good use, let's say. That's why I don't believe this whole thing, oh, CDR chase or whatever, right? Like, I don't think, like, yeah, Diablo 4 is more like Diablo 2 than it is Path of Exile. So, they have CDR in all the Diablo games except maybe Diablo 1, right? And that's fine. That's fine. But whether you call it attack speed or cooldown reduction or whatever, it all equates to the same thing. Doing things faster, hitting harder. Because even if you're doing the same damage, say 10 damage per second, but if you're doing 10 damage every half a second, now you're doing 20 damage a second, you're doubling your damage. That's why attack speed in like Diablo 4 is really big, right? When I got that attack speed buff in Diablo 4, like I was talking about, I went from, generally speaking, 1.5 attacks per second to just over, I think it was 2 attacks per second. So I was like, you know, twice as fast effectively, right? Like, and that was the entire game up till that point. Once I got Ashira's Kanjar, before I could do that, that was a long time. I was probably like, I think in my early 70s or something like that. And the leveling is pretty slow in Diablo 4, so that was a lot of hours before I got to that point. Basically before it dropped, because I needed to be on World Tier 4, I think, to get the dagger, the Kanjar, Ashira's Kanjar. So, but once I got it, man, it felt so, like, Rogue already feels great. It felt amazing after that point. Everybody recognizes that it feels amazing to use that weapon if you're a melee rogue. So, basically everybody says, regardless of build, if it's a melee rogue build, use Ashira's Kanjar if you can get it.
You know, this is an example of, like, when we're thinking about our goals in terms of creating this balanced experience where there's lots of interesting choices for players to engage with. You know, we cannot make balanced decisions without kind of accounting for the way that players are going to feel about those things who are playing those classes. Like,
yeah, so what they're saying here is, okay, yeah, we've accounted for how players feel about things, think about things, etc. We're going to do it anyway, because we know this is going to be bad. There's going to be backlash, blah, 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 blah. We're going to do it anyways, because their motives, I think, for doing so are, like, if they don't add more power, generally speaking, to the Eternal Realm, which, by the way, they've effectively killed with that patch, with patch 1.10, and all the extra power from things like Malignant Hearts, whatever the freaking seasonal content is, they said they want people to feel even more powerful than they already do. But they seem to have reduced things in, now it's like you're kind of not quite on the same level as you were without the Malignant Hearts pre-patch 1.108. Right? With the Malignant Hearts, you're kind of there, but not quite, because all the core stats are down. So that season content doesn't go to. So yeah, I mean, if you play Path of Exile after a while, like, it's so in Diablo 4, the whatever legendaries and uniques they're releasing, those go to Eternal Realm. But who gives a shit about that? Nobody wants to play Eternal Realm anymore. Not really. Or those who want to play recognize very quickly that they're underpowered now. They are permanently underpowered until they revert these changes effectively. Because there's no way that they're not going to see something on YouTube or some other. People keep saying, I keep seeing these other people on YouTube and various other places, streamers, etc., saying, oh, the vast majority of people don't know or whatever, but I don't necessarily know if that's true. That the vast majority of people playing a game like Diablo 4, like, in my experience, I've played games like Diablo 3, other ARPGs, other games, generally speaking, with people. Some people who had no idea about video games to begin with, like maybe it's their first time. And if they enjoy the game, and they want to learn more about the game, a lot of times, especially if the resources are out there, they'll go and look for content online regarding how to play the game, how to get better at the game, generally speaking, like, or how to unlock secrets, all these different kinds of things. So they're engaging with third-party sources, generally online, to figure things out better, right? And so in that process, though, you're gonna run across, as you're searching for this information, whatever it might be, you're gonna run across a headline that says, oh, Diablo 4 freaking patch 1.1.0a destroys Eternal Realm, or this or that, right? Massive backlash for this patch and during the season and blah blah blah, right? Like, there's no way in hell that those things aren't going to be kind of like front page news. And here's the thing, you don't need to read the newspaper very often to, as a metaphor, to know what the news, generally speaking, is, or have an idea of it, that there's something going on, right? Yeah, so here's the interesting thing, right? This is, again, right from the get-go, I was like, after playing the betas and the server slam and stuff, they're talking about, like, casual this, casual that, blah, 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 blah. And to be fair, their marketing scheme for pulling new players in who may have never, ever played an ARPG before or something was incredibly effective. They did a great job in that. And I commend them for bringing all those new players into ARPGs. To Diablo specifically, obviously, right? However, the thing that they've said about this game is that it's super casual friendly. And I can tell you, as somebody who's gotten to level 100 on a rogue and whatnot, and played 400 plus fucking hours in Diablo 4, that game is not casual friendly. Okay? If they made it so that leveling was easier, if they made it so that there was more, like, better, I guess you could say, maybe tutorial stuff leading new players, generally speaking, through how to build characters within the framework of, like, here's, generally speaking, how people build these characters, but they kind of, like, let your hand go right in the beginning of the game. They don't handhold you that much in Diablo 4. And the difficulty spikes are quite... If you're just a casual person, one, you're not playing all the time like I was. I was playing minimum 6 hours a day or more, sometimes more, like upwards of 12 to 16 fucking hours a day. Then you're not retaining the information as well, right? Of how to play. You're kind of a noob every time you come back. Like, yeah, if you play an hour or two here or whatever, like, your average casual is probably playing like a couple hours, if that, per week. They're not really retaining the information as well, and they're not scaling in terms of the difficulty that they're encountering as they level up. Yeah, it might be 6 months down the road when they're finally level 60 or something like that, or 70, but they're gonna, because of the lack of playtime, they're not building kind of like the muscle reflex skill to contend with it, per se, and those difficulty spikes are greater, right? And then the content also. Helltides, the first time you encounter those on World Tier 3, as long as you're not over-leveled, obviously, that content is a nice change of pace, right? New players are turned away by the simple lack of here's the thing. One thing I would agree with a lot of people is new players who have no idea, they don't generally go and question certain things, right? Like, they're like, oh, there's the inventory. That's it. Do they necessarily know? Like, it's mostly people who understand that, for instance, lack of stash space because of past experience in other games. Like I remember Diablo 2, OG Diablo 2. I played that game when on release effectively, way back in like 2000 or whatever it was. Yes. But even if they're new to gaming, one, it depends on how often they play. It depends on what kinds of games they play. Because there's a lot of games you play, you don't worry about inventory. Because everything you have is on the screen, right? So, any experienced gamer expects search bar. Well, I mean, I don't necessarily... It depends on what the items are. If an item is easily recognizable, it depends on the size of your inventory, if you have one, etc. Then, yeah, people care about that. Because the more complicated, right? Here's the difference. How complicated is the game, generally speaking, to casuals? Like, as a baseline. The more complicated the game is, and you can start off real simple and ramp things up over time, but you need to teach people. You need to tell them how things function. Especially casuals, because they're not going to have the time to engage with the systems as much as somebody like myself, or I guess maybe yourself, Scatler, due to a lack of time, generally speaking. And it's the same thing in the real world, right? Outside of video games, with anything with humans. If you don't engage with something often enough, you either here's an example. When I was a kid, I'm from Canada, so I started learning French. I'm from the East. I'm originally from Nova Scotia. They start teaching you French there in like grade 3. Acadian French or whatever the hell it's called. And I learned French for like 2 or 3 years. And I was really good at it. I mean, kids, generally speaking, I think usually have an easier time learning new languages than a lot of adults, depending on the adult. Anyways, I wasn't a fluent speaker of French, but I was advanced compared to the majority of other students that were English first, right, for language. But then when I moved to Alberta, when I was like 11 or 12, grade 6, I didn't learn. I literally stopped learning French for like, was it like a year or something like that? And I forgot very quickly, because I wasn't using it all the time anymore. I very quickly forgot the vast majority of what I had learned over a couple-year period in school back east, back in Nova Scotia. That's how quickly people can forget things like that, and how things work, etc., how to do things. Because you have to consistently engage with it, or be utilizing certain your skill set, etc., to maintain it. Otherwise, first you get rusty, then you lose most of the ability to do it, right? I used to be able to understand French, even though I couldn't speak it fluently. I could understand French very well. I definitely can't do that anymore. Understand like a couple words here and there, and that's it, right? But you could say it's the same thing with video games. If the person playing the game doesn't play often enough, even if next time they get back, they're going to scratch their head and go, oh, wait, how does that system work again? How am I supposed to do this again? How's this build supposed to work together? And part of the problem is they're then sitting there trying to figure out each session how to play the game, instead of just playing the game. The quality of life stuff comes after. I would say that comes after a person learns the basics of how to play the game. And I would say for the majority of casuals in Diablo 4 right now is that most of them probably are still in that phase of learning how to freaking play the game to begin with. So they don't have time to worry necessarily about stash space and inventory space, etc., and search bars for things and all that. The thing I would ask is, does it even cross their freaking mind? I think they have more important things. That's like it's an important thing, but it's something that comes after the fact, right? After everything else.
The goal of, if our goal is to create an ultimately balanced experience, without regard for how much fun the player's having as part of the
Oh, that says it all right there. They're going to make a balanced experience, in their opinion. What's balanced, regardless of player fun, But what do we play video games for? To have fucking fun. Because in most instances, the real world is not fucking fun. The world is not nice. Right? Life is, generally speaking, for various reasons, like, a struggle. And so, like, I would say in a lot of cases, it's probably even more so for a lot of casuals because they spend more time than a gamer does engaging more with the real world or the struggles of the real world and life in general than somebody who spends 4 to 8 hours or more a day playing video games. Right? The vast majority of people you ask, why do they play video games? Why do they play Dungeons and Dragons, tabletop RPGs, these different things? Why? Because it's an escape from the real world. Because it's fun. Oh, man. And they're saying right here, we don't care about that. Right? They're balancing the fun out of the fucking game. Balancing the fun out of the game. There's a way to balance the game and keep it fun, but that's not what they're doing.
As part of that exchange, that's ultimately.
And they're treating it as if it's like a tit for tat. Like if something is, this is something that I've seen a lot of people. Now, maybe it's just a human thing when people are kind of led astray and they're misthinking things. Is that a lot of people for some reason think that in order to bring one person or one group or one thing up to be equal with something else, you have to, instead of raising the bar of the thing that's subpar, you just bring everybody down to meet the lowest expectation or the lowest standard, right? So in reality, the shittiness of being down here is not actually ever addressed. Because it's still shit. It's just now everybody is equally shit. Instead of uplifting people, you gotta bring everybody down. No. There was a meme I saw on Reddit yesterday where it's like, oh, like, this is what it starts out as, and it's like this. At the lowest end is like a kid. The middle is like a teenager, and then an adult. But they're all standing on boxes, and they're trying to look over a fence to view something. And the person at the high end, right, at the high end, has the easiest time of looking out over the fence. Then and then it said, okay, here's the real here's life, generally speaking, and then here's how Path of Exile balances things or whatever. And then it shows the tallest person not standing on a box, the middle person is standing on the same box they were before, and the shortest person, the kid, is now on a box high enough that lets them look over the fence as much as the adult and the person in the middle, and right, so they're kind of equalized. But how did they do that? They brought the lowest member up to equal everybody else. Not the other. Whereas Diablo 4, it's literally the exact opposite. They don't bring anybody up. Instead, they've dropped everybody. And then it's funny because the meme is now everybody's sitting on the ground. They're equal in the shit. They're equally in the shit now, but they're all sitting on the ground, staring at the fence. Not able to see whatever's over the fence that they actually want to engage with, right? Well, I would even say, like, is also bad at equalizing, but a lot better. Yeah, that's what I've heard, right? They're better at equalizing, but that's because they're actually considering, properly, from what I've heard, player fun. There's only so much you can, like, strip that away from people before they'll stop playing your fucking game. Because it's no longer fun. Because it's the power fantasy, right? Like, I've had people in the past get on my case about, what do you call it? Power gaming in, like, Dungeons and Dragons, like in tabletop RPGs. I always seek within the framework of whatever my character is that I'm playing. I don't care if it's primarily like a role play thing or whatever. I want to be the best at whatever character I'm playing that I can be. So, in a lot of tabletop RPGs, especially those that are very similar to Dungeons and Dragons or Dungeons and Dragons itself, there's a great opportunity there to make your characters extremely powerful. Build within the framework of the game. So I'm going to take that, and I can simultaneously... People have this thing where it's like, you can only be this or that, but that's people who can't, like, let's say necessarily be good, do role play, or be good at it, or whatever, because I'm not the best at that myself. But simultaneously have a character that's good at combat, that can be good at multiple things, like be a diverse character, person, whatever you want to call it. Those are typically people, I would say, who are kind of like rudimentary new players. Because they kind of have to be one thing after another before they can take all the pieces and put them together. To make a proper, well-rounded character. That takes time, that takes effectively training, that takes time played, etc. Right? To learn the systems and how things work together, and like how to role play and all that. And then eventually you have somebody after a while who, through perseverance of learning and practicing, now they're good, or at least adequate, to do combat. They can do utility, they can, you know, do roleplay, and like they can function within all the systems of the game because they've played long enough that they've become competent, essentially. Right? That meta shifts work. The main difference for PoE is there are so many builds and skills that meta shifts work. We've had caster leagues, bow leagues, etc. Yeah, it kind of like promotes different styles of play, right? When they have the different leagues and whatnot. Right now, in D&D, I've had people get on my case because I'm apparently a power gamer, but the thing is I've played enough over the years. I've been playing D&D off and on since, or tabletop RPGs, since I was like 13 or 14 years old. I'm 38 years old, or 39 maybe, I don't know, whatever. I'm getting close to 40 years old now, okay? I've had lots of practice. And so I've had, compared to other people I play with, I've had many years of practice and been able to retain those skills over time that kind of transfer between even different games. Whether it's Pathfinder or D&D or old school essentials or whatever, like they kind of all have general things in common. So it's easy to transfer from one to the other. Generally speaking, it's just the minutia of how rules function that's different. But once you learn that, like you're kind of like good to go. So a power gamer, realistically, in the sense of like D&D, is somebody who learns how to do everything effectively, and some things more than other, because we specialize as well as human beings. So my thing is I try to make the most effective like Gish characters. That's my style of play. I like Gish melee casters, right? Like paladins and spellblades and stuff like that, right? Blade dancers in D&D 5e, etc. I love those kinds of characters. Like the fantasy of being that kind of character that can just as well jump into combat, melee range and stuff like that, as like blast somebody with a fireball that's 100 feet away or whatever, right? So that's what I like. That's the thing I'm really good at, that I've played more than anything else, because I enjoy that the most. That's my fantasy, right? So, and if I can do that, great. And at least, like, even to some degree, the rogue in Diablo 4 is like a spellblade. Realistically, if you look at their abilities, they're like a spellblade. That's part of the reason I think why, but the way it's also been put together, it all synergizes so well together on the rogue compared to most other classes. They just, to me, it generally feels better. So it's like, why not bring everybody up to the level of the rogue? Generally speaking, like as a baseline for every class, bring them up, not to be the same functionally, but to have kind of a similar feel in terms of how good it feels to play the class. And not have to wait 20, 30, 40, 50, fucking 60 levels or whatever it is, and just to feel good to play the class. Part of the reason for that in Diablo 4 is rogues don't even need any legendary aspects to actually feel good. But the moment you get a single one, like Twisting Blades, the Twisting Blades Blade Dancers aspect, it feels 100 times better even, because of the way it just enhances everything.
that would be like a failure on our part to not kind of think about things. So we have plans that I know that we're going to talk about a little bit later to kind of address this more clearly. But understand that we've heard this, and we have plans in the very near future to address these sorts of things. Another bit that speaks to this is the plan, in terms of kind of content or skills that you actually really want to use to get through the game. This is an example of like when we're thinking about our goals in terms of creating this balanced experience where there's lots of interesting choices for players to engage with. We cannot make balanced decisions without kind of accounting for the way that players are going to feel about those things who are playing those classes. Like if our goal is to create an ultimately balanced experience, without regard for how much fun the players having as part of that exchange, that's ultimately that would be like a failure on our part.
Yeah, I just wanted to listen to that again, because what have they done? That's exact what he just said, that what would be a failure on their part is if they were just to try and make things supposedly balanced. Yeah, like, here's the... I don't think they actually are. It seems to me more like they're just trying to force longer play times. Like, they even said before the game launched, like during the betas and stuff, they were surprised at how fast players, experienced players, like, blasted through all the content. Yeah, if they ever add set items, I fucking hope not. I don't want to see set items in Diablo 4 because I don't think they've shown effectively they actually don't know how to balance the game. They have no fucking idea what they're doing. Because if they did, they never, at least in terms of player enjoyment, they never would have put patch 1.1.0a out as it is. Right? Like, this is what I would have done if I was them. Yes, damage was really freaking high for people. So, vulnerability especially, as a multiplier. Literally, all you would have had to do, really, to fix vulnerability damage is turn it into an additive stat, put it into the situational additive category of, like, damage when injured, damage against injured, blah, 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 blah. And just change it to damage against injured or extra vulnerable damage when you're injured or when they're injured, that kind of thing. Turn it into an additive stat, and then nobody would care about it so much, right? But right now, because it's because they're stupid enough to take this situational application of damage that's a multiplier, or they turned it into a multiplier, but it's a situational stat. You could say it to some degree, crit chance is kind of situational, but the difference is you kind of passively just do that. You build up your crit chance, and then you're kind of always just critting. Like, not always, but, like, you don't necessarily notice it as much as vulnerable. Because the difference is you have to actively apply vulnerability as a status to enemies first. Then you get the vulnerable damage. But the difference here also is because it's a multiplicative stat, if I'm not mistaken, the formula essentially goes like attack speed, or in terms of damage, it's like your base damage times your crit, or then you add like your skills multiplier. Because if you look at the if I look at Twisting Blades right now on my level 100 rogue, it's something like with 3 combo points it does like 15,000 something to 18,000 damage, right? But the multiplier in brackets next to it, that's the main thing to look at. And that's whatever that multiplier is. It's like your base damage. Say it's like my base damage effectively right now is like 10k. For my attack power, so it's like attack power times the multiplier of each individual skill. So like say Twisting Blades, say it's 120%. So 10,000 times 120%. Then it's times critical hit damage, because critical hit damage is a multiplier, and then that's all multiplied by vulnerability damage. So if you took that out, and now all damage multiplies against other types, like crit versus vulnerability, crit versus like core skills damage and stuff like that, right? Damage against, damage with, etc. But the difference is you have multiple things within the same category that aren't multiplicative. The overall category is multiplicative, but within the category, everything is additive. So if vulnerability was in there with like damage with core skills, etc., it would be lower numbers. And realistically, vulnerability should be, I think, because it's a situational type of damage that you have to apply as a status effectively on enemies, it should be in the same category as all the others, instead of up there with critical damage, etc., or multiplying against it. So that's a mistake on their part. It's not the mistake of the players to be using something that they put in the fucking game. They prioritize that by making it a multiplier. So of course people are going to go for the highest numbers. That's their fucking fault. And now they're saying, oh, which is it? Is it that people can go through the content faster, or that they can't? Right? Like, it's depends on your build. But they're saying, oh, like if we balance the game too much versus player fun, that generally speaking, and again, the question is, what makes these games fun? What makes games in general fun for people? I don't think they understand that question. It doesn't seem like it. Then yeah, it is a failure on their part. And they've already shown that they're a failure, because look at what they did with that fucking patch. If they would have just reduced damage a bit, fine, but kept defenses the way they were, there was no reason to reduce people's defenses. If you go back, I have a video from the other day where I tested the defense changes. And I used to be able to easily clear tier 60 nightmare dungeons. I mean easily on my rogue. It wasn't even a challenge. And now I can't even do like a T63. I get one shot by non-elites. Like the corpse bows and the fucking stupid poison bugs and shit that are the same as effectively as the ones from Diablo 2. The game literally feels like the original release of Diablo 3 way back in the day before Reaper of Souls, when they had the fucking real money auction house and all that shit. Which, guess what? That game felt like fucking garbage. Garbage. And now Diablo 4, to me, feels the same. It feels the fucking same. And it's like, people aren't going to be able to notice, typically, when they're first starting off, but when they're going to hit a plateau where they're going to be hard stuck now, because no matter how much you prioritize your defensive stats, everything about your defenses is reduced dramatically by like 40 to 60% or something like that, in every metric. And so, whereas enemies have actually had their defenses effectively increased. So instead, they also buff monsters but reduce players greatly. So it's fucked up, man.
To not kind of think about things. So we have plans that I know that we're going to talk about a little bit later to kind of address this more clearly. But understand that we've heard this, and we have plans in the very near future to address these sorts of things.
Here's the thing: is they didn't need to be addressing these things at all. They could have just left things as they were, and people would have been fine, right? But no, got to bring everybody down.
Another bit that speaks to this is the
and I don't give a fuck about their future plans. Like, they've effectively shown their hand here. They have effectively shown their hand in terms of their intentions and stuff like that. And generally speaking, it's what they care about, not what the players who are going to be playing the game and effectively spending money on the game, both from the initial purchase and potentially in the future for like seasonals and cosmetic crap and all that, right? Excuse me. They don't give a fuck what those people think. GGG's stubbornness. Who was it? It was Asmongold was talking about, I've never played it, but Lost Ark did something kind of similar, where the way Asmongold put it is, there's like the Triforce, where it's like 3 metrics, and it's like there's like shareholders, and then there's like player retention and based on like fun and enjoyment and stuff like that, gameplay, and then like a third aspect, and it's like they're removing 1/3 of the equation that makes up the whole, and they're making that as if it's the whole, right? Which means you get an imbalanced system of the way things are dealt with. Like, here's the funny thing, is these fuckers, this is another problem I have, is these people from Blizzard especially, in my opinion, and I've said this repeatedly, they have this habit, this mentality that's comes out in these live streams, etc., where they think they know best, as if somebody like myself, who's been playing video games since I was a little enough to hold a fucking controller in my hands, has no idea about how things should work. As if, because basically it's what myself and many other gamers, the people who purchase these products and care about games and stuff in general, it doesn't fucking matter to them because they think they know better. It's literally like the adult to the 3-year-old, right? Generally speaking, the 3-year-old doesn't know jack shit. So of course the adult's going to correct them, the adult's going to teach them, etc. But it comes to a point where that 3-year-old is now an adult. And effectively what Blizzard is the adult, the parent, who continues to treat their child, despite being an adult, as if they're a fucking 3-year-old still. My mom and stepdad, I remember one time, they tried this with me. I stayed with them for a very brief period of time when I was like transitioning between like places to live, and I was there for like 3 days, and then no, not having it, right? Because they were trying to like now control like what time I needed to be up and this and that and various things, and it's like, guys, I'm a fucking adult. I'll make these decisions for myself, thanks. But that's what Blizzard is like with this shit. It's ridiculous.
Change was made for vulnerable damage. Now, I think that there are a lot of we have plans in the very near future to address these sorts of things.
Plans.
Another bit that speaks to this is the change was made for vulnerable damage. Now, I think that there are a lot of players in the community who like kind of dove deep into a lot of our systems in Diablo 4 and kind of see that vulnerable damage is a really outsized role that it plays in terms of a lot of build making. You know, and to the point where it feels that, you'll get to certain parts of content and creatures sort of need to be vulnerable in order for you to feel that you need to that you can damage them. This is something that we're very aware of, and we made a reduction as part of the 1.1 build that reduced player damage in general.
Nobody cares that vulnerability damage got fucking reduced. What people care about is what I mentioned. The fact that vulnerable damage is a multiplicative stat for damage. Okay? It's a multiplicative stat, not an additive stat in terms of applying damage or getting damage output. So, the solution to fix vulnerable damage, because everybody's been saying as soon as they experience vulnerable damage right back in the beginning, and this was even happening during like basically their closed PTR shit, right? Like or whatever, their closed testing for the various systems that people weren't privy to, right? The NDA stuff. Was that fucking vulnerable and various other stats or whatever in the game were a fucking problem. That never got changed. They had like a year or more to fix those things, and they didn't. That's on them, man. Not on us. Okay, gamers have been telling them, hey, fucking fix this shit. Because it feels great to do these massive numbers, but because it feels mandatory to have vulnerability, that's what everybody's going to go for. Because makes logical sense to get, you want all the multiplicative categories. You want, like, for instance, if on any character, I don't care which character it is, in terms of weapons, in terms of applying damage, here's the stats you want, generally speaking. Main stat: critical hit chance, attack speed, critical hit damage, and fucking vulnerable damage. Right? Because Those things are all multipliers. It doesn't matter where they are on your gear per se, although it's more important on weapons. Like weapons, it's like main stat, you want that to be as high as possible. Critical hit damage, you can't get critical hit chance on weapons, which is kind of, to me, was bizarre. And attack speed and vulnerability, right, or whatever. Me, I prefer on weapons actually to go for because it's really hard to get. I don't know if most weapons you can even get attack speed on them, unless it's like through a special ability like Ashira's Kanjar, etc. So I go main stat, all stats, because that increases your main stat, critical hit damage and vulnerability damage. That's why crossbows are so good, because they were dumb enough to put a multiplicative stat like critical hit damage or vulnerable damage on a fucking weapon. That's like an inherent stat, so you can double dip in it by getting more vulnerable, or in the case of swords, more fucking critical hit damage, right? Because critical hit damage is inherent on swords, and then you can get a second roll for it as an affix. Like, maybe it wouldn't be as bad in terms of multipliers or whatever if you could not roll vulnerable damage a second time as an affix, as a secondary affix on a weapon, like a crossbow, or critical hit damage on swords, etc. But the same problem would still persist, is the fact that these things are all multipliers. And like, I have no problem with multipliers, but vulnerable damage in and of itself, because if fucking vulnerable damage is a multiplier is a problem, then critical hit damage in the same sense logically must also be a problem, right? Because it's also a multiplier. But generally speaking, you have to wait much longer to get critical hit damage, like, consistently than you do vulnerable damage. You can get literally right at the beginning of the game. Holy shit. Like, the fact that they tied it to, like, skills even, right? So, like, rogue, puncture. As soon as you have 3 skill ranks for puncture, you have vulnerable damage. All the time, up all the fucking time. Every couple seconds, you're doing vulnerable damage. So, and then when you crit, your vulnerable damage applies as a multiplier after the crits damage. So you get even bigger crits, right? That's part of the reason why rogues blow through shit. Compared to a lot of other classes, they get vulnerability later. Druid is a bit of a difference, but they're generally way slower in general in gameplay, so it's not as, this doesn't seem as necessarily a bad thing or whatever, because your first skill, what do people take, generally speaking, right? Even when you're a werewolf or a werebear or whatever, what is the basic skill everybody fucking picks? The one that gives them vulnerability, right? If anything, vulnerability, there should maybe, just like critical hit chance, not be a guaranteed method of applying vulnerability. That could be another thing too. Take it off of skills and the like, and maybe just make it increase the chance, similar to make it function. Because again, this is a problem I have Diablo 4. Something I noticed is there's no consistency in how systems work. What's also weird is that vulnerability is effectively a second version of critical hits. That's what it is. But it's way easier to apply than critical hits. So maybe just take vulnerability out altogether. Or make it sounds more like something that's a status effect. So maybe instead have it maybe apply status effects more. And maybe have those status effects specifically tied to different classes. So like, you know, burning, chilling, and all that. Whatever status effects that classes can apply. Have that, not increasing damage. What's up, buddy? High five. High five! Even though you're playing... Oh, no, you're not playing Diablo 4. So if it was tied more into not damage necessarily, but just applying status effects like chilling or something, right, to frozen, right? Like maybe you have to apply less chill to a target when they're vulnerable. Like instead of 5 applications to go from like 20% per hit that applies chill, maybe it's like half that, like 2.5, 2 or 3 or something, right? I think that would make more sense based on like what it sounds like or whatever, right? Like, and don't have vulnerability have anything to do whatsoever with applying damage outside of whatever the effect is you're applying, right? Like, if you make a target vulnerable, yes, they can get chilled. Yes, they can, and exclude certain things like bleeding, poisoning, etc. from there. And then, like, burning isn't too bad as a status effect because it doesn't really, like, the burning status effect generally doesn't do much damage. But what it leads to, is other things in your toolkit being applied more readily and easily, right? I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. I'm back. Where's my camera? There we go. Okay. I just went for a smoke and had to deal with my cat for a moment there. I found a video by whatchamacallit, Open World Games. I might watch it after this, where he's talking about problems with like the launch of the season and all this, right? And what's interesting is it's indicative of their priorities. Like, they should have been focusing on like ensuring that things run properly first and foremost, rather than cutting people down effectively, right? That's obviously not what they're doing. That is not what they're doing. I'm just gonna fix my chat boxes here. Come on, you piece of junk. There we go. Extend them. There we go. Okay. And it's interesting because they should have been focusing on like quality of life and all that shit first. You know, primarily the things that people give a shit about more than anything else, rather than these supposed balances, because I don't think this is balancing. They've imbalanced the game with their bullshit.
Well, because most players rely on many builds, I should say, rely on vulnerable damage to deal to kind of spike in lots of different kinds of content. This is something we also need to talk about. Vulnerable damage is far more potent right now than we actually want it to be in general across the game. I think I've talked about this before. And we need to make a...
What do you mean? Sorry, Scatler. What else is there to rely on? You mean player enjoyment, etc.? Oh, other than vulnerable. I mean, things that are effectively the same. Critical hit damage, attack speed, etc. Because they're all multipliers. Yeah. It's just that the best multiplier, I think, out of everything, is vulnerable damage. Because of the fact that in the equation it comes after everything else. I mean, to be fair, there's a lot of stats in the game. It's just that if you look at the list of all the stats and where they fall in terms of like the buckets, or I like to call them just categories, right? Stat categories. The vast majority of stats fall under additive for damage. So those are inherent, and all those ones that they have, like the situational garbage, like damage to close enemies, damage to distant enemies, you know, damage when enemies are injured, and blah, 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 blah. Nobody gives a shit about those. Basically, those are stats that are foisted upon people that they don't fucking want. They want the multiplicative stats. So they want, and especially since you have only 4 affixes on gear. Right? Well, I mean, even before they made this change with 1.10a, additive stats were always lower, but that's because they're additive. So the multiplier they give you, because they add up with each other within the same category, that whole number you get from the additive stats is a multiplier with everything else, but it also depends on where it falls in the equation, etc. And it's probably like all your base damage for any given skill, and then your additive stats, then crits, then vulnerable damage. Something like that. But the additive stats are garbage, right? I don't want critical hit damage when enemies are injured. I don't want critical hit damage when I hit somebody with an imbuement skill. I just want flat critical hit damage. Just like I want flat armor or flat damage reduction. Because those are better. And effectively, the defensive stats, right? The utility and defensive stats, they effectively work within the same framework, really, as the damage stats. You have a tier system, right? If you look at your armor stat in game, and then you look at your damage reduction stat, like just flat damage reduction, if you have it on even a single piece of gear, what it'll tell you is, when you look at damage reduction, that it calculates first your armor to damage reduction and resistances, and then anything else that adds to those stats, like flat damage reduction, or damage reduction when close enemies, when you're near close enemies, or whatever. Those come after. They're additive stats, in other words. But if you just have flat armor, that's effectively a multiplier. And resistances, I think partially, unfortunately, are an additive stat under armor, i.e. damage reduction. So those systems, they all, but even then, within each system, they don't kind of, like, additive stats compete with multipliers for the same slots in a lot. Yes. And people just want the multipliers, because regardless whether it's, like, utility stuff, or defensive stuff, or damage categories, it doesn't matter. People want what is most effective. Right? Again, if they would have started, and unfortunately, most of the affixes they have in the game are boring. They're boring as fuck. And they don't give you any extra value. Like, the situational stuff is annoying. If you look at, compared to PoE or Diablo 2, like, their affixes are fucking great, man. Like, yeah, there's a lot of statistics in there that are kind of especially, I'm much more familiar with Diablo 2, obviously, but it's they generally synergize well, especially a bit in, like, mid to late game for Diablo 2, right? Like, and they have more than 4 affixes plus a legendary or whatever, right? Like, the Spirit Sword and Shield has like 8 or something, right? So those are actually interesting. Hey, Hazel Emily. Thanks, Emily. Yeah, I took what you, at least in terms of the stream overlay, the big one, I altered that slightly for the, but I kept the TV boxes. That's what I call them, TV boxes. The same color and everything, so they're a bit different. Yeah, thank you very much, Hazel Emily. By the way, anybody watching, Hazel _ Emily there, she's the one who, she, I don't know. They are the one who designed my overlays and everything for me. Great work. Much appreciated. And there's my nephew Mason. Miss? Okay, there. Confirmed. Thanks, Scatler. Oh, and I wanted to, because this was, Hazel Emily incorporated this so well, I want to show this off. So just to give an example, where is it? So here, this, oops, barked that up a bit. This here. So this logo, the character, that is my own custom character I drew and designed myself. And Hazel Emily was able to take that character. Obviously, it's like a Saiyan from Dragon Ball, but it's my own custom character. The clothing design and everything. That I designed that, and she was able to take that and perfectly incorporate it as I wanted her, like in the shield and stuff with my name.
The Super Saiyan is Matsurugi.
Yeah, this one's not a Super Saiyan. In the future, I want to get like an animated version where my character kind of like goes from being like this, like a transition 3D thing or whatever, where he like jumps up in the sky or something and then like transforms into a Super Saiyan and then like slams into the ground and punches the ground and then and then the rest of the logo would come up around him, and then he'd be standing here afterwards, kind of like this, but as a Super Saiyan. I just didn't have the money for it right now, but that's what I got, and it's great. I love it.
Yeah, I like it too.
All right, we'll put this back up.
Actually, that is important.
And yeah, I don't mind that you're interrupting there. Hazel, Emily. Great to see you. Or hear from you.
A number of we need to kind of bring these things back in line. But this is a more complicated.
Oh, what did I call him? Malkoreth.
Hey, from D&D.
Yes, from D&D.
Your custom character that we're both playing as. Just mine.
Yeah, Malkoreth.
Mine is Masonic.
Yeah, I know what yours is based. Yeah, this character, because I chose the Templar, i.e. the Paladin starting class. And that's what my favorite character in all of D&D as like a Paladin is named, is Malkoreth. So there we go, yeah.
Complicated conversation than simply just saying we can take a bonus damage to vulnerable creatures number and reduce it by 40% in terms of the kind of the amount of damage you can get across different sources, and have that be the way that we solve this problem. Really, I think we all know.
Except it doesn't solve the problem, right? Because it's still a fucking multiplicative stat. It's basically like getting 2 crits stacked on top of each other. Like you can even so technically attack speed, critical hit chance, and main stat, like those are all multiplicative as well, but they function differently. Like attack speed functions differently from critical hits, because attack speed or cast speed, attack/cast speed in this game, it'll enable, the higher that number is, the more often you hit, right? And in Diablo 4, there's no mischance. It's all skill based. Like if you click on an enemy, you run up and hit. Like one thing I noticed immediately as soon as I started playing Path of Exile today is I ran up to an enemy to hit him, and I had a chance to miss. I was like, oh shit, I totally forgot about that, man. Just like in Diablo 2 and Diablo 2 Resurrected, there's a mischance inherent that you can overcome by increasing your chance to hit. So there's the rate at which you attack or cast abilities, and then there's your chance to hit, i.e. your accuracy with skills. But in Diablo 4, the accuracy factor only comes into play kind of in 2 ways. Is, does an enemy have a chance to like somehow mitigate or like disable your ability when you use it? So like suppressor, for instance. Are they immune to a status effect? Or are they resistant? Because if something becomes resistant enough to something you're doing, whether it's flat like damage or like a status effect, they will effectively not be hindered by it at all, which means it's not happening effectively, right? Which means you need to overcome that, or you need to not fight those monsters. So there's the rate at which you attack, and then there's your skill shots, right? Like if I use dash as a rogue and I fucking like I aim it and enemies are no longer standing there when I dash through, I do no damage. It's kind of like League of Legends in that sense, I guess, in that you basically have like your auto attacks and whatnot, things that are inherent, like 100% guaranteed hits, and then you have skill shots. That's Diablo 4. It's a little bit weird compared to other ARPGs, but it's okay, it's fine. Maybe the game wouldn't be damage and stuff wouldn't be as much of an issue in the game if you had an inherent mischance that you had to write an attack rating and stuff that you had to deal with. That's probably why they introduced that in Diablo 2. And I'm pretty sure even Diablo 1 had a mischance. Right? And that inherently comes from the fact that the Diablo franchise, ARPGs, were based on tabletop RPGs like Dungeons and Dragons. That was the like foundational thinking behind the video game, was taking tabletop RPGs and bringing it to life in video format, in gaming format, or whatever, the way they did with Diablo. Because even your movement, the way your movement works in Diablo 1 and Diablo 2 is the same effectively as if you were moving on the grid, like the 5-foot square grid of like Dungeons and Dragons. That's common, right? So now whether people like that or not, that's a whole other subject that I'm not going to get into. But and the reason why there's an inherent mischance is because in D&D and the like, because you're rolling dice, there's an inherent mischance. Because you're rolling the dice, it's up to chance. So there's a chance you're going to hit or miss or whatever. Some things are guaranteed, some things are not. Even in, like, later, you know, with saving throws and stuff like that, there's an inherent mischance in that because you're having to roll the freaking dice. They kind of took that out of Diablo 4. That's, if there was a mischance, if there was an attack rating in the game, like, there would be, I think the game would probably feel better overall. They wouldn't be worrying so much about how much damage people are doing because you would have that other extra hurdle to overcome with potentially missing.
So the ultimate problem with damage to vulnerable creatures, the fact is multiplicative stacking on top of the base vulnerable damage, which is already multiplicative on its own. Like this is the so that the soul creatures number reduced it by 40% in terms of the amount of damage you can get accrue across different sources.
Yeah, they actually reduced it more than 40%. Because they reduce vulnerability and critical hit damage, etc., stats like that in multiple ways. So if you take it as a whole, it's more like probably like 60% that vulnerability has been reduced.
And have that be the way that we solve this problem. Really, I think we all know that the ultimate problem with damage to vulnerable creatures, the fact is multiplicative stacking.
Yeah, like, oh, it just happened, dude, right? This is one thing that a lot of people have suspected, that one, they're going to like seemingly address things or whatever, right? They speak as if it wasn't their design, but it was. They're the ones who put it in the fucking game. They understood that it was a multiplicative stat because they made it a multiplicative stat. It could have been additive and nobody would care. So like nobody would care as much, right? It'd just be another additive stat that you could choose from. Right? But it's not. It's a multiplicative stat. So the real solution is to turn it into a fucking additive stat or get rid of it altogether as a damage stat and turn it into a utility / status effect. Right? Like, instead of multiplicative. That makes so much more sense for it. So the bad design, and they're just punishing players for utilizing the systems that they fucking put in the game to begin with. They're basic, and the other thing too is, like you said, like, oh, they speak like it wasn't their design. They're abdicating responsibility for what they've done, and then asking people, trying to get people to say, oh yeah, we understand or whatever, blah blah blah, it's okay. No, that's on fucking you, Blizzard. That's on you, dev team, for Diablo 4. Like, what the fuck?
On top of the base vulnerable damage, which is already multiplicative on its own. Like this is...
Yeah, so sorry, I guess I was wrong. It's not fucking double dipping crits. You're basically triple dipping. Right? That's what he's just saying there, because if you add crits into it, again, vulnerable is more like it's a more reliable critical hit chance, because you can just get it on skills and apply it, or like through the exploit glyph, etc., especially on the rogue. Yeah, who can expect that, right? Like, or how about this? Who can expect game players to min-max at all? Like, who? Oh, nobody's going to do that. You know, no, nobody's ever going to do that, right? Like, that's a... Oh my god, that's crazy to think that somebody's going to try and fucking do that. Jesus Christ. So dumb.
This is the reason why the stat plays such an outsized role in a lot of player builds. We're going to need to move that to an additive place.
Oh, there we go.
Do that.
Yeah. Okay, so they admit, yeah, it should have been an additive stat. They fucked up big time. But they knew this long before the game launched, and they didn't do it. So, like, it's like they're trying to, like, build, like, get brownie points for these points. When, no, sorry, you were aware of these problems long before the game launch, guys. Like,
without making a number of other adjustments to critical strike damage, the way that overpowered damage is both calculated and dealt to creatures, and the availability of these things across various builds.
okay, here's my question. Why? So if vulnerable damage is the problem, ultimately, and, like, if overpower is similar, because, like, if you have a druid, that's part of the reason why late game druids are so good. And when you get the appropriate gear, like, in terms of uniques, because without them, you're kind of fucking shit as a druid. Your character's effectively garbage if you don't have those uniques. It's so fucking dumb. At least compared to a lot of other classes. Then, one, if you're going to make vulnerable damage an additive stat, are you going to make overpower damage an additive stat? Are you going to make critical hit damage an additive stat? Because they are all inherently the same fucking thing, utilized in 3 different ways, essentially. Because you get critical hit chance differently than you get vulnerable damage, and you get overpower damage differently than the other two. Right? Like, inherently, they all have a chance, a base chance, but then they all have different base damage, and then, but they're all effectively the same thing. They're overpower and vulnerable are basically critical hits. That's all. And what players, of course, are going to do, because they're all multiplicative, is try and figure out the best way to get all 3. And those classes that can get all 3, like fucking druids, overpower, vulnerable, and critical hits, are crazy strong, right? Also, why do I have to play a shit druid to farm my uniques? Why can't I farm them on other classes? So, number 1 is, why do you even need uniques to do these things in a lot of cases? It feels bad to play the druid. Like, I was going to play a druid. I was so excited when I found out that the druid was going to be in this game. And then I played it during the betas. And I was like, holy fuck, man. Like, I don't think I was streaming that at the time. But basically, I got so pissed off because everything I tried, because, you know, the level cap was 25. Everything I tried with the druid just felt like garbage. And the only build that I could find that, to me personally, felt good was literally all cooldowns, and Storm Strike. That was it. And I called it my off-brand Barbarian build, effectively. Because that's what it seemed like, right? Like, I was just Storm Striking all the time, and then using cooldowns when they were up. So I was like a burst barb. I wasn't playing a druid, right? And that felt okay. And then I found out that, oh, this is going to get better later because you're going to have, like, uniques and stuff. And I was like, what the fuck, dude? Why do I need to play till 50 plus effectively, right? Get on World Tier 3 or higher to even attempt to start getting these uniques. And leveling feels so bad on them compared to like every other class. That's fucked, man. That shouldn't. So there's many problems with this game, right? And they were aware of these things long before the game released.
You know, there's lots of builds that rely on vulnerable, and they're balanced around the idea that the...
No. It's not that there's lots of builds that rely on vulnerable. It's that any build that doesn't use vulnerable is fucking trash. Just like a druid is trash without their uniques. Same fucking shit, different pile.
Damage is also multiplicative, so a number of their balance and tuning changes will need to be made in order to be able to bring vulnerable back in line with some of the other options we have out there.
Here's the problem, though. Again, so they've dropped everybody's power, like main stat power, by 50% in terms of effectiveness. So if you have 100, if you had 100 dexterity on your weapon, there was whatever it's like, it's 100% effective pre-patch 1.10a. Now it's 50% as effective for the same amount. So it's more effectively like it's 50 dexterity or strength or whatever instead of 100. Why did they need to do that? Right? Main stat could have been left alone. it's a multiplicative stat, but they could have left that alone. They could have left crits alone. Or, hell, keep the main stat and multiplier, keep attack speed and critical hit chance. Those are all technically forms of multipliers, but they're 3 different kinds of multipliers. Whereas critical hit damage is effectively the same as main stat. Vulnerable and overpower are the same as crit, i.e. they're effectively the same as your main stat, right? So why not make critical hit damage, overpower, and vulnerable all additive stats right from the get-go, and leave main stat, and leave critical hit chance, and leave fucking CDR and all these other things alone. They didn't need, there was zero need whatsoever to go and fuck with these things. It seems to me more like a combination, something like 2 things. One is a fucking hardcore knee-jerk reaction to people being able to clear the game working within the framework of the systems that they implemented idiotically, because they clearly don't know what the fuck they're doing in a lot of respects, in terms of like the way stats work, damage multipliers, and all this stuff, right? They clearly don't understand how those things function together. And then the other thing is they're effectively punishing people for that by reducing every form of power they have. Every aspect of your character is now nerfed into the fucking ground, right? You're down in the dirt with everything else. Everything's in the dirt. And you know, those builds that they're talking about that weren't on par because they didn't use vulnerable or whatever the fuck, right? The trash builds that nobody wants to play after they've attempted it and they figure out that it feels bad, there's no synergy, like its damage is garbage or whatever. They're 6 feet under the ground now, whereas everything's just in the dirt. Those builds that are garbage are now 6 feet under. Nobody's going to touch them still. They haven't done anything to make them more viable to play, right? Again, it's illogical what they're talking about and how they're implementing these things, right? Trying to bring balance, right, to the game. And then the other is, I think their motivation is to like ultimately try and force people into seasons, because they've effectively killed Eternal Realms, because they're trying to force people in. For some reason, people have this weird idea that, and it's kind of right, but it's kind of wrong at the same time, that if they force people into seasonal play, that they're going to be more likely to get the Battle Pass. But those people you're trying to draw into the seasons, okay, most of them are casual players who don't have time for limited span seasons. Like, I wonder what the number is for people who have completed the campaign. Just a week or two ago, it was like 70% or more of the player base, which is those are like the casuals, have not even completed the campaign as of like a week or two ago. 70+% of people playing the game because they don't have the fucking time. So, and those people are the ones primarily complaining about they're new, they might be new to the idea of seasons, or for whatever reason, or they don't like the idea of seasons because they don't have time to put into it, to engage with that content or whatever. So they just want to keep the same character and keep playing it. Well, now they're trying to artificially force people into seasons because that power, they think it's all about the power with the casual players. It kind of is, but it isn't at the same time. What they're looking for, casual players, is a chance to progress over time within the limited framework of time that they have due to life or whatever. Maybe it's not just life in general, like work and family and stuff, but maybe it's health reasons. Maybe they can only sit up for 2 hours a day on the couch to fucking play a video game because they have crazy bad arthritis or some shit. They'd love to play more, but they can't. Right? For whatever reason, they can't play for long. So, let's see. Did I get a... No. Oh? Oh, that's that. And then... So those casual people, they don't want to go to seasons to begin with. I mean, look at the controversy. You want to tell me that casual players don't know fuck all about what's going on with this game? Bullshit. All the people complaining about seasons, all the questions being asked about seasons, like 99% of them were from new casual players that they drew in as part of the marketing for this game. Those people are perfectly aware of what's going on, and they don't like it. They don't want to play seasons. They don't want to start over again. They haven't even been able to beat the fucking base game to get into the fucking World Tier 3 even. Jesus Christ. And now they're being told if they even want to engage with the season, with the seasonal content, i.e. in this case, for now and onwards into the foreseeable future, they have to beat the campaign first. And, like, that's a slog in and of itself. The campaign, I think, is fine. Like, I like the campaign. But the fact that, and then the renown system, they're like, I have to do that again, man? Like, that's a system that forces you to go out of your way from the content you want to play, from the gameplay you want, to engage, to get the renown shit. And they make it mandatory by including power there, right? Skill points, paragon points, obols, and fucking potion capacity. Potion charges, right? So I'm surprised they didn't add fucking evade charges in there or some shit, man. Like, so the other thing is they assume, one, that people going into season are going to be more likely to buy shit from the store, that they're going to pay for the battle pass and whatnot. I don't necessarily think that's true, because first of all, people are unwilling to spend money on things like that. Like, say you buy the base game, so you don't have access to, like, the accelerated and premium battle pass because you bought the base game and not deluxe or ultimate editions. Well, if they don't have time to beat even the base game, essentially, what makes you think that, given the fact that it takes time to unlock the battle pass, right, to go through all that and shit, and they're thinking, people are thinking in a lot of regards of, like, well, like, is it a cost-effective thing for me to do to purchase this skin or whatever that gives me no effectiveness in terms of gameplay? Am I going to do this? No. Most people aren't going to do that. Most people aren't. Why? Because they don't have the baseline is they don't have the fucking time. And most people see things like that as a time sink, so they have to consider that along with everything else, right? So if they're having issues with time sinks to begin with in the game, what makes them think that forcing them into seasons is going to make them more likely to do anything with the seasons? Most people would just be like, dude, I don't have fucking time, and not engage with it. And people, in a lot of cases, are smart enough to, maybe I should say not smart enough, wise enough to understand that if they spend money on it, then they're going to want to play more because they want to engage with the things that they've spent their money on. Right? It's like a what's the phrase? People are afraid to lose out, right? Seasons are limited. They have 3 months to complete the season pass, which is 70 hours or something, or 40 hours. That's as long as the campaign by itself. Yeah, FOMO, there we go. Fear of missing out or losing out, right? FOMO, whatever. And people understand this mechanic, generally speaking. And most people that and to be fair, I have engaged probably more than most average people with other people. I used to work in the hotel industry. I have literally met thousands and thousands of people through my work from all over the world. And regardless where you go, when people have to consider time outside of work and the like, they are more considerate usually with their investment in things after the fact. Why? Because it's a cost-benefit analysis that people just do. Do I have the time to do this? Yes or no? If they do, if they think it as valuable enough that they're going to invest time into it outside of what all their other responsibilities and stuff in life, they'll do it. And at first they might not do it. Or they will engage with the thing without really taking the time to think about it. And then if they don't get to spend, right, because of the fear of missing out, they'll miss out, and then they'll be like, wow, I didn't have time to do that, man. So in the future, when it comes up, they're not going to want to engage with it because they're going to be like, I don't have time for this. And I think most of the casuals in Diablo 4 are probably like that. That's why they're complaining about it. That's why they're complaining about the time investment of the game. I haven't even beat the campaign, and you want me to start over again? You want me to buy a battle pass that I don't have time to engage with? No. That's a big fucking problem. And they just ignore that, right? They think that forcing people into it is going to psychologically suddenly switch people over. No. Most people are just going to be like, I don't want to do it. And stop playing the game. Or continue on with the drudgery of Eternal Realm, which is effectively more or less dead, right? So, I'll be right back. I'm going to grab some more coffee. And I mean, if anybody has any good arguments against what I'm saying or a different perspective, I'd like to hear it. But this is what it seems like to me. I don't like this idea of people. I've seen a lot of people recently going, oh, the majority of people are unaware, or basically people are too dumb, too blind in many respects to understand or care about what's going on. But in reality, I think the less time, right, the less time that you have to deal with something, to engage with something, when you do engage with it, you care more. Even more than when you have lots of free time. And the reason for it is because you have such a limited time to engage with it to begin with. So more value, it's like equal value. Like, here's my time compared to a casual player's. But the value is the same, if not greater, for somebody who has even less time, especially if they actually enjoy the thing, whatever it is. Right? You value it more because of the limited time frame. That's why they say, like, happiness is fleeting, but enjoy it while it lasts. Because the value of happiness, of happy moments, is greatly appreciated by humans to begin with on a fundamental level. But it's fleeting. It's not always there. And ultimately, we don't learn as much from happy things, from good things, good times, or whatever, as we do from hard things. Right? Negative things are really what the brain takes in and learns from. And then tries to formulate strategies of how to avoid or mitigate or get rid of those negative attributes in our lives. All right, I'm back. Get this stream started again.
So, this is how we're kind of thinking about these things moving forward. We want to
Yeah, and their thinking's wrong.
Trying to be a little more inclusive of all of these decisions when we begin considering which of these balance adjustments we want to make, rather than being in this iterative place where we're making small adjustments to a number of different things along the way with an end goal.
I think, first and foremost, with the nerfs, if they would have been less, just less, right? Like, first of all, the things that they did buff primarily, like the damage types, the additive damage types, nobody gives a flying fuck about those because they're additive and they're situational garbage. Like, I don't use bows. It's because they have their inherent stat is extra damage to distant enemies. But even when you're playing like a ranged road, right? Most of your combat is still in close range because enemies swarm to you. They don't stay at range. Most of them don't. So your damage is hurt by using that item. Just like if you're a difference may sometimes is when you're like a caster or something, but even then, like all the defensive capabilities, for instance, of the sorcerer, what does it involve? Primarily, when enemies get close to you, how often do you use those? All the fucking time. That's why they're mandatory on the sorcerer, because you're forced to use them all the time because you get swarmed by monsters. So to deal with them, you use your defensive cooldowns for things that are immediately around you. You don't get to stay at range. So a lot of the range, damage, stats, and whatnot, or capabilities are useless. Because you start from a close range first, essentially. Or you're forced into close range almost immediately by enemies in the game. And then you have to contend with that. And then in general, their situational stuff is just boring and disinteresting and fucking garbage. So,
goal in mind of where we actually eventually want to be, we want to be trying to consider what the experience is going to be like from moment to moment. You know,
except it doesn't seem like they've considered moment to moment experience, because if they did, they wouldn't have implemented that patch at all. If they had an understanding of what people actually enjoy, they wouldn't have implemented that patch. Or, sorry, it would have been a different patch. Right? Like, here's the thing. I would have been okay if they would have taken vulnerable damage and critical hit damage and reduced that, but left main stat alone. And if they wouldn't have touched the fucking garbage additive stats, because, again, nobody fucking cares about them, and they're pretty much useless. They're just hindrances. If I had an optimized crossbow, because my crossbow currently on my character is it's got like inherent vulnerable damage, second an affix of vulnerable damage, main stat, all stat, and then like damage to close enemies, something like that. I would prefer if it had critical hit damage instead of like close enemies or whatever. That would be an optimal weapon, because it's a multiplier for one, because it's critical hit damage, and it's not situational. It's not outside of me having to get a critical hit, but critical hits, the more often you hit, it come more often, etc., right? I don't care about damage to close enemies. If I could, I'd get rid of it. It'd be gone off the weapon. Or I want a weapon that doesn't have it to begin with. Right? Because it's not a good stat. That's the thing, is the vast majority of their stats are bad. It's not like a few of them. Oh, the vast majority of them are bad.
Rather from update to update and release to release to get things in a better spot. So while we do believe that you know, having our season roll gives us the opportunity to kind of reset our meta and change a lot of things, that obviously has an impact.
The problem here is that all they're thinking about, it seems like what he's saying here, is the seasons. But that's not all the game has. There's the eternal softcore and hardcore realms, right? And a lot of people, especially the casuals, that's where they're at. And that's like down the shitter right now. right? Their experience is just fucking tanked because of this. Man, like, don't balance around seasons, guys. Balance the seasons around the Eternal Realm. Do the opposite.
On Eternal players, the way that they kind of perceive the characters they're still playing in that space. And it can be disruptive for players who found a particular playstyle that they're really excited about.
Can be. My fucking level 100 rogue right now is completely bricked. Completely. I didn't get a free respec for anything. And it's a pain in the ass to like refund your Paragon points and all that shit to begin with, and it's extraordinarily costly. Last time it cost me like somewhere around like 7 million, not 8 million or something like that, to respec my entire Paragon board when I hit 100. And then because it's based simultaneously, not just off of how many times you've moved points or not, but also your character level, which is fucking stupid. And then, same thing with the skill points, right? Which is fucking dumb. So, overall, it probably cost me like 10, 11 million to completely respec my character when I hit 100. And so now they expect me to go with their fucking bullshit changes and farm up like more than that now to respec fully. It's probably going to cost me like 10 million for the Paragon alone. And maybe 4 or 5 million for my skill points, right? Because as far as I could see, for instance, siphoning strikes on Rogue isn't really worth it anymore. I would rather put those points elsewhere because it just doesn't give me enough. It was like my only source of non-potion healing that I have.
So so I know that Joe, you're going to talk about some of these things in a minute. So this is an awkward handoff, but I just want to make it right. It's a very awkward handoff. I'm sorry. But I want people to understand that we do hear the things that they're saying. We do plan on making changes.
Yeah, they hear what people are saying, but they're not doing things for the benefit of the player base. They're doing, again, it's this mentality of, too bad, so sad. We're doing things the way we want to do things, the way we envision things or whatever. We don't care about what you say. It's this like false persona of caring, but it's not really there at all.
In the near future, and just kind of thinking philosophically about how we want to address these things moving forward. And with that, I guess Joe, would you like to share about your thinking?
Yeah. So, I think it's a great point, a great lead in here. We want, as Adam mentioned, we want to talk about. We kind of talked a little bit about how we got here. We want to talk about what we're going to do about that. I mean, I think one of the really good points you made is like, vulnerable is, for example, vulnerable is like a must-take stat, right? And it would be better if it wasn't a must-take stat.
Well, then you should have designed it right for... How could you not foresee... Like, how could they not foresee that it would be such an inherently good stat that people are going to want to use? Unless they're so blinded by their own bullshit or whatever that they can't understand that. And, like, this isn't me ragging on necessarily, like, the people who are working on, like, the coding and stuff. Because those people, ultimately, they're the drones, essentially. They do what they're told, right? So people are telling them, design it this way, and then they attempt to implement it, right? Like the engineers, etc. The people who implement things are not the people guiding the system. It's not their philosophy or their way of thinking that goes into it. And I would question whether they're actually listened to if they say, hey, like I could just imagine that like at some meeting where they have like QAers and like engineers, the actual designers and stuff, going, hey, this is what you want to do, but did you maybe ever think that this is what's going to happen? Like that it's going to have a severely negative reaction when you fuck with these things or when you implement things in a certain way. Like, there's no way that they don't have research on years and years of study of systems in ARPGs and games in general. That would be one of the baseline things you would do, right? Is like look into such things to understand And it's like they just ignored that. And we're, the players, are the ones who suffer because of their idiocy.
But more of a build option.
The game will be better when that's the case.
Oh, I hate that, right? Oh, the game will be better when that's the case. The game will be... Will it really? Will it really? I don't know if it would, because part of human experience is that when you have negative experiences, you don't want to engage with the things that cause negative experiences. For me, what happened is, if anybody watches like my live stream or whatever, my video where I went over the patch notes, at first I was like, this seems essentially like it would be good for like the long term. But then the next day I played the game and I tried the higher level content after the changes and was like, this is dog shit. This is not what I thought it was going to be. And I was short-sighted in my thinking the previous day when I was looking at the patch notes. And then immediately when I was experiencing what the gameplay was actually like, it literally brought me back, almost like a PTSD moment, to fucking 2011 or 2012, whenever it was that Diablo 3 originally released. And it feels the fucking same. It feels the same as that, and that was garbage. All that's left is for the game director to insult David Brevik. Is that one of the original, like, the creators of, like, Diablo? Let me see. David Brevik. American video game designer. Who served as the co-founder and president of Blizzard. He is best known for the officially acclaimed Diablo franchise. Currently, he serves as game designer and co-founder of his independent studio, Greybeard Games. I think I heard recently, isn't he, like, making some kind of new Diablo-ish game? Google J. Wilson David Brevik. J. Wilson. J. Wilson apologizes to David Brevik. Or Facebook comment. Update. Da, da, da. When was this? This was back in 2012. Yeah. When former Diablo developer and ex-Blizzard North guru David Brevik made some critical remarks about Diablo 3, members of the current team responded on Facebook quite passionately. Criticism of something you've worked hard on is a bitter, jagged pill. I've responded out of turn myself. Da, 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 da. What was their response? Let me see. Series creator and Blizzard North co-founder David Brevik recently spoke with Inc. Gamers and had a rather candid exchange about Diablo 3 and his opinions on the game, which he had no hand in making. Here are a few of the highlights. Inc. Gamers. You are very well known in the world of ARPGs, and I'm going to ask you. Diablo 3 is probably the most anticipated PC title in 10 years. What's your opinion on the final product? David Brevik. Honestly, I think they did a lot of the things the best they could. It was a very different game than I would have created. The team and personalities, the people, the talent, and all the design philosophies of the people that worked on it in Irvine, we called them Blizzard South. Those people have their own style, and they have their own way that they like to design. It was very, very different from the Blizzard North. Yeah, because basically Blizzard North was, you know, like Diablo-ish games, and then Blizzard South was like World of Warcraft, right? And you saw that in Diablo 3. That's very much what it looked like, and in a lot of ways felt like was games like World of Warcraft, essentially, and not Diablo. So I think that when Blizzard South took over the development of Diablo 3, it was inevitable that they were going to create an experience that was in the Diablo theme, but concentrated more towards the things that they like to experience, including more story and things like that. So here's the problem with that, is when they're not this is a thing, again, that Blizzard especially is really bad for, is not taking into account really, or putting to the wayside, instead of having first and foremost what the players want to experience, say from a Diablo game, how that feels, what the themes are like, etc. They're putting their own what they think they want more. And that's kind of a problem. You need to at least come to a middle ground between the two, and they didn't even do that at all with Diablo 3. including more story and things like that. Like, more story is fine, but it's the way things... When Blizzard North shut down, they lost a ton of experience with why the action RPG works and what about it works. That's really difficult to recover from. They didn't have the experience of people that knew it well. This is why you do things with random levels, for example, and so when you lose that experience, you're going to create a very different experience in the end that we would have created. Inc. Gamers. As you created Diablo, how do you feel about it? Do you feel a little let down that the legacy has kind of been mashed up? David Brevik. I have very mixed emotions about it. Laughs. On one hand, I am sad that people haven't enjoyed Diablo because it's a love, a passion, and it's obvious people still have a giant love and passion for Diablo. And they are speaking out about it because they have such love for it. That makes me feel great. I am sad because people are outraged and, you know, some of the decisions they have made are not the decisions I would make, and there have been changes in philosophy, and that hasn't gone over very well. I think in that way, I am a little sad. I am also a little happy, which I hate to say. It shows that the people that were involved in Diablo really did matter. And so I'm happy that it has come to light that how talented that group was and how unique and special that group was. I am hoping that, as this happens very often in the industry, you see it with Call of Duty and things like that. When the people leave, the game changes, and it shows how critical people are in this industry. And then the real controversy broke out, however, when a Facebook exchange. Suddenly I feel like I was just thrown under the bus by Chris Haga. Technical artists, Chris Haga, Jill Harrington, producers, Steve Parker. They didn't choose what I would have, so it sucks. Sucks to hear. Don't worry about it, Haga. You made the fastest selling PC game of all time. He made Hellgate London. Does anyone have his email? As someone whose passion sometimes overrides all logic, I like to give him feedback about how this interview makes me feel about myself. Yeah, this is the thing these people, though, primarily, it seems, think. They're always thinking first and foremost about themselves. It's very selfish behavior in general, right? And not what other people want. And it's like, sorry, you're developing a video game that's meant for like mass audiences or whatever. First and foremost, what you should be considering is what's good for them, what they want. And when they say they don't like something, especially when there's a large agreement of by people from all sorts of demographics, but who enjoy the genre, say, of ARPGs, and kind of know what the fuck they're talking about, because they've experienced it, they know what they like, they know what they dislike about systems, etc. Maybe you should design your game around what they want, because you'll have more people enjoying it, and therefore playing it for longer, investing more in it. But these people, they only care about themselves first and foremost. It's the same thing that these people on the dev stream right now are like.
But if along
what
the
they
way,
think, what they feel first and foremost.
The game is less fun.
The game is less fun.
We're not fulfilling our obligation to players, right?
Definitely not.
So I want to talk about our mission statement for the live game, and I think we have yeah, perfect. So there are four parts to this. We're going to start with the first part.
So I'm gonna hit on this first point. A wide variety of viable builds to discover, put together, and optimize across all 5 classes. The thing is even so, if you kept reading Jay Wilson, D3 game director, said fuck that loser. Yeah, I mean I kind of remember that whole controversy going down back in the day, right? And I'm not surprised. Again, like, these people are a bunch of emotional fucking retards, essentially. Right? Because they have no control over themselves. They're just knee-jerk reacting, just like right now the devs for Diablo 4 with their nerfs knee-jerk reacted because their initial response was, oh my god, I can't believe, but supposedly shockingly in a good way, how fast and how well people are able to perform within the framework of the game through pushing content. And they said before launch they didn't think that people would hit Nightmare Dungeon 100 in the time they did. They didn't think that they would be able to kill, like, one person at 25 be able to take out a Shava on hardcore, things like that. Kill Uber Lilith as fast as they did. Like, what was it, within the first 2 weeks or something like that, there was multiple kills of Uber Lilith by a select few people. They never thought that that would happen. And it's like, what do you mean? How could that not happen? Why would you think that that wouldn't happen? When the people doing that are freaking, experienced. They have no strong vision. They can do. Well, I think it's that their vision isn't in sync with the player base. It's their vision alone, and not the vision of like a combined vision of the developers with the player base, right? It's not both. I gotta adjust myself a bit here. Story of Path of Exile. What do you mean? Like, can you elaborate on that a bit there, Scatler? They have no strong vision they can design around, and then you said story of PoE. Like, are you talking about where they didn't, or they have collaborated? Because that's the thing, is it's a collaborative thing, right? This is what I learned from playing Dungeons and Dragons and the like tabletop RPGs. Is when I first started playing, I was under the perception that, or the impression that it was like kind of like players versus the DM, the Dungeon Master, and vice versa. And in reality, that's not the best kind of game to play. You can play the game that way, and there's still people who do that. But ultimately, those games fail in the long run. Why? Because it's not collaborative between the players and the person that's like the arbiter of the rules. But when it's a collaborative experience where people are meeting halfway and working together, both at, because the Dungeon Master is a lot of times not seen as a player themselves. They are a player also. But if the goal is for everybody to have fun and have a middle ground of fun for both sides, then they become the same side. Then it's fun. It's way more fun. And you have people that stick around for years playing in the same games. So GTG for until like 2021 made really fun leagues and balanced mostly around what players want. And now they're, what, I guess, kind of gone the opposite way, I guess, is what you're saying? That's what I'm assuming, right? Now, I do want to clarify and say one thing. Then the lead dev got him a nostalgia boner for D2 and went the opposite way. Okay. Yeah. I mean, that happens. Hopefully they'll be wise enough to course correct, right? Especially with their new game coming out, etc. Eventually. Path of Exile 2. What was I going to say? Jesus, I just lost my... What was I going to say? Holy shit. Wow, it just totally... I did not get enough sleep last night. I was like, by the time I went to sleep, it was like 3, 4 a.m. And then I woke up literally every fucking hour on the hour till like 11 o'clock this morning. 10:30, 11, so my brain is kind of... So forgive me if my thoughts and opinion... The way I'm putting things together out there is kind of like helter-skelter or whatever. So, what I wanted to say about this first point, a wide variety of viable builds to discover, put together, and optimize across all 5 classes. You're never, ever going to have every build be on par with each other. Ever. You can't do it. And the more you try and make, the more diverse things become. The more segregated the optimal thing is. Right? In other words, it becomes the most viable thing. Because, people, especially people who don't have time to invest to truly learn the systems and all this, right? To the extent that somebody like myself, maybe, or I guess yourself, Scatler, who's experienced with PoE, would know them. They're just going to go online and look for a build guide. So ultimately, the things they're going to do, yes, they're going to do what's fun for them. But at the same time, the thing that's fun is usually the most optimal thing, because it's the easiest route for them to playing the game and enjoying it. Pretty fucking simple. So, they can make a billion fucking choices available for players, and they're going to take the top 10 builds, or whatever, choices that are available, because they're the most optimal out of all the choices, and everything else is going to be left to the wayside. Right? That's just how it's going to be. That's how it always is. That's just human nature. And it's like a form of like efficiency and whatnot, and there's nothing wrong with that. Oh shit. Is that a bit? They added Ruthless, which they insisted would be a pet project and not take away resources. It's a game mode where items barely drop and everything's nerfed. Turns out it took a lot more dev time than they said. They also made the most important race Ruthless only, and the winner got VIP tickets to Exile Con. It took the guy 1.5 months to win. Okay. Interesting. You know, another thing regarding this point here they have here is it's hilarious because what do they keep saying? Oh, play the game you want to play, essentially. We designed the game so that you could freely play the game how you want to play. Well, it's quite clear how players want to play, and they've been actively working against that. Because it's not how the developers want players to play the game. So in reality, it's actually the opposite. Right? Again, from the point of view of selfishly what the developers or the leads want, and not what the player base wants.
We want the live game to always have a wide variety of viable builds to discover, to put together, to acquire the items for.
But then, and they've been doing this from day one, from launch, right? The moment, and even back during the betas, after they saw how people were playing during the betas, what they then did is they took what people were enjoying, what they were having fun playing, even within the variability of classes or whatever, the options that people were choosing, and they nerfed them. They nerfed Whirlwind, they nerfed Hoda, they nerfed all these things about the Barbarian, with effectively no upgrades in other ways. That's part of the problem, is they keep nerfing shit, but they don't give any good alternatives. Okay? And then people just keep playing the same fucking thing. People are still playing Twisting Blade, Poison, and Trap, Shadow Step Rose over the ranged builds with bullshit because it's better. Right? PoE has always been about abusing stuff the devs miss for 3 months at a time. Yeah, and it's like, okay, from what I've heard, it's like, when that happens, the devs, after the fact, like, take those systems and stuff, and then, like, kind of, like, work it in, right? So here's a good example of, like, exploitive things in Diablo 2 that, with Diablo 2 Resurrected, because part of their philosophy was maintaining not just the themes and stuff like that, in verisimilitude of Diablo 2, but also certain other things. So there was bugs that got exploited by people in the game that never got patched out of the original game. So there was one, I think, that had to do with attack speed or something, but it essentially became a primary way of people, whether it's a bug or exploit, that people literally built around it in the game as they played. When they were aware of it, if they were aware of it, they built their characters to utilize it as much as possible. And it became a core element of the game. So when they made Diablo 2 Resurrected, they ensured that they fucking kept that element because it was so widely used that it essentially became a core mechanic. And they just left it in, and now it's just associated with that's how the game is, right? Like, that's the way the game works. It's no longer a bug. It is a feature of the game. And yeah, it's kind of a mandatory thing, but they're like, hey, the players want it. They like it. If we took it away, how bad would people feel, etc.? They would probably be pissed that it's no longer in the game. We're not so certain things like that amplify player experience in the good side, right? In the positive side, they're like, we're going to keep those. Anything that takes away from player experience, we will deal with that. We will patch that out or whatever. We'll fix that. GGG doesn't really patch bugs mid-league unless it's extremely OP or literally breakdown. Yeah, right? Like, and that's understandable because it's like, we'll deal with it after, when we're going back to Eternal, when we're going back to the normal realms or whatever, right? The normal servers. Because the vanilla game ultimately is really, like, what the base game is more important overall for the longevity of a game. Right? Because seasons come and go, but the main game stays. It's always there. And that's the mistake that Diablo 4 has made. Right? That the devs have made for that. Is they're prioritizing the seasons more than anything else over the base game. But if you have a bad base game and you put that down even lower, you make that more negative, well, then no matter what, your seasons are just fundamentally going to be worse, right? That's bugs that have a positive outcome. When's the last time you played PoE? I gotta load it up right now, but it was a couple of years ago. Last time I played it, so it's probably 3 years or more. I don't know exactly, man. I don't typically keep track of such things.
And to optimize across all 5 of our classes. Second point. Every season should introduce new items and powers that keep the game fresh and increase build variety.
Okay, now the second point. This is also interesting because it's counter to what they're actually doing. Because what they've introduced into the game, so far as I've seen, has done nothing but amplify the usage. Right, the Malignant Hearts has done nothing but amplify the usage of the builds that people were already playing to them. Though they have a few different varieties of things that could be used with different builds, but guess what? Primarily, people are picking the things for the builds that are already good. They're still better than everything else, despite the nerfs. And so people are still like Bone Spear Necro or whatever, right? Like people are still primarily playing Bone Spear Necro because it's still better than all the other Necro specs. Twisting Blade, a Poison Imbue, Poison Trap, Twisting Blades rogue is still the best rogue in the game. So the one that gives you, there's the legendary aspect that gives you the chance for puncture, or a guaranteed poison imbuement on your fucking puncture every 3rd hit. Right? It's poison imbuement. It's not whatever your imbuement is. It's just poison imbuement. And then there's the heart, the Malignant Heart, that gives you, however it works, the chance or whatever to apply all 3 imbuements at once. Because there's nobody running around without imbuements, regardless. Right? It's just that it's shadow and poison that everybody uses, and primarily it's poison because poison is more effective for everything. Single and AoE. Its damage is more consistent than, say, shadow damage, which detonates AoE. It's basically useless against bosses because it'll like go off after every 6 seconds, I think it is. If you can't kill the target, it'll just auto detonate or whatever after 6 seconds. And I don't think there's a way to make it damage over time similar to poison. If there was, then they'd be probably on equal terms. And they added another tree where you can pick which mechanics you want to run and invest in. Is that kind of like which league, what seasonal theme or whatever you want to invest in for Path of Exile? That's what I'm assuming you're talking about. That's like a secondary tree or whatever. Which I think I've heard Asmongold and other people. Yeah, well that's cool. That's very fucking cool. And that's great. Because then even out of season, you could do that. You could play the game how you want, right? What's available is there, and sometimes it's pared down, sometimes it's lessened or whatever, but the functionality is still there in a more balanced way for the base game, and then you get to choose the systems that you want to engage with and that you enjoy playing, and leave everything else to the wayside, because why force people to do that? But that's the difference with them and Blizzard fundamentally, is Blizzard forces people to play the game how they want them to play the game. It's not play how you want and we're going to put systems in the game for you to enjoy and pick and choose from. No, it's right, like the impression people had before was kind of like, oh, we get to choose between Hell Ties, Tree of Whispers, World Bosses, Nightmare Dungeons, etc. But no, ultimately it comes down to just Nightmare Dungeons. Do Nightmare Dungeons if you really want to progress in the game. And even that's been severely hampered and impacted because of the nerfs. Because you can't push as far enough. You can't get better rewards. Every tier of Nightmare Dungeon you progress through, you have a higher chance because you get more loot, you get more experience, you get to level up your glyphs faster, etc. To, 1, clear higher level content. 2, clear content, generally speaking, faster when you leave the Nightmare Dungeon, say to go to Hell Tides or whatever. And also, you get more items. Right? You get more loot.
Moving on to the third point. The live game should also have continually evolving
boy. Yeah, I'll let him finish saying it.
content. And that content needs to have high monster density for powerful builds to mow down. And it needs to have activities that challenge your build.
Okay. Oh, make the game more fun for players. Really? That's your philosophy? Is it really? Because that's not what's happened at all. At all. It's the complete fucking opposite. And that's because their base philosophy of looking at the game, of development and all that, is from the wrong side of things. Okay? Continually evolving endgame content with high monster density. Really? High monster density? There's so many dry spouts and dungeons and everything else. When I'm doing Helltides, the amount of times I'm like, holy fuck, like, I'm trying to get to the mystery chest, because it's the best chests in the game, right? For Helltides. And there's so many dry spouts where there's no monsters. I'm just running for like a minute straight and not fighting anything. Right? That's why people primarily just run to events, because it's kind of like, one, events happen more often in Helltides, it seems, and you get more monster density in the in the events. And so you get more Helltide cinders, the currency to open the chest quicker. Right? But they've gone and slowed that down. If they were wanting to make the game more fun for players, they would have reduced the cost of the fucking Helltide chests so that people could get more loot, which would pump them up in terms of stats faster, right? They would exponentially grow their characters faster to get to the more challenging content. They could keep the more challenging content in the Nightmare Dungeons and like Uber Lilith and shit, but that's ultimately what a lot of people want to do, to feel challenged. They don't want to go do Helltides and feel extremely challenged. Okay? But even then, the way they've made people feel challenged in the Helltides is to reduce the amount of cinders you get and to increase the cost it takes to get the loot to begin with that you fucking want. That's retarded. That's stupid. It's ass backwards, man. They've not done that. They've done the complete freaking opposite. And they've made the game overall less fun for players.
And
despite people still playing.
Talking about how while Nightmare Dungeons I'll get to the fourth point in a second. While Nightmare Dungeons are technically challenging your build, they're challenging your build in some ways that are not very fun, right?
Yep.
Like being CC'd all the time.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, they never addressed that at all. Right? Whatever. So, one of the things I experienced on the second Nightmare Dungeon I attempted the other day on my 100 Rogue, they apparently addressed the effects of when creatures have cold enchantment, of them hitting you once, and however they're getting the cold enchantment, the ability to chill and freeze you with one hit. Well, guess what? I came across a guy who had cold enchantment and the wind wall, both of which obviously apply chill and freezing, or whatever, frozen. And guess what? I was still getting CC'd in one hit. That never changed, so I don't know what the fuck they're talking about there. And on top of that, because of the massive reduction in survivability by reducing defenses across the board, I'm now, my 100 Rogue feels completely useless because I get one shot by enemies. By non-elites. Getting fucking one shot by non-elites. I can't engage anymore with packs of enemies, which is what's fun to do. Engage with lots of enemies at once and destroy them, right? I'm not able to do that at all with that character. At all. Because I get hit too hard. Because of the nerfs to defenses. And I don't do enough damage to justify that defensive nerf. If they would have left damage alone, maybe, kept it the same, I could dive in and within a second or two kill a bunch of enemies still. But no, my damage is reduced by half or more overall. So it takes 2 or 3 times more time to kill things of all sorts, right? Of all tiers of enemy strengths or whatever, right? Of enemy types. That means that the enemies, and they buffed enemies. They've effectively increased the damage, and they increased the health of enemies and all this stuff, right? They didn't reduce any of the enemy damage and stuff to be in line, or any enemy capabilities to be in line with player reduction. If they would have done that, maybe it would have been fine. because it would kind of feel similar, just a bit, just slower, right? And things in ARPGs especially are supposed to speed up. They're supposed to increase in speed as you get higher and higher level, get better loot, higher skill, like more skills and buffs and stuff like that, right? Through using the systems. That's been taken away.
Going through 20 tiers of Nightmare Dungeons where every monster can one-shot you, and then if you get clipped by one bit of chill, you're permanently snared, right? Or not completely frozen. Like these are not things that the Nightmare Dungeons system is doing particularly well right now in terms of making challenging content.
Right. That's literally what it's doing. And here's the thing, at least pre-patch 1.10a, I was able to survive having that happen. Now I can't withstand any form of CC. Now I can't take pretty much any damage, right? Because I get one shot by regular mobs. Right? And then with the aura defense buffs that enemies have, so in the last dungeon I did, the last pack I dealt with, and here's another thing, is it doesn't feel good when I go and spend resources to craft a sigil for a nightmare dungeon that I kind of want to play, at the very least, like, oh, it's kind of like the best choice out of my options available or whatever, for my character, my build, etc. And I go in there, and then not only is the CC problem still prevalent, not only is the ground effects problem, where you can't fucking tell what's going on, still prevalent, not only on top of that, I can't engage with packs of enemies anymore. It's more like I'm like level fucking 1 again, where I have to fight like only 2 or 3 guys, but you can't, because the primary thing is dealing with larger packs of enemies, especially in there's more enemies that are stronger in higher tier nightmare dungeons. Like pretty simple logic there, right? But then they also have these enemies who increase the defensive capabilities of all other enemies around them through the aura defensive buff system that you only get when you go onto world tier 3 and 4. And when you have 2 of them, they overlap effectively. So it takes twice as long to kill. It's like there's the normal time to kill a pack without the aura buff defense, or a defensive buff, from not kind of like champions or whatever the fuck they are, I guess. Like, and then, so that's like, it's already like typically, generally speaking, twice as hard to kill an elite pack as it is to kill a pack of non-elites. And then on top of that, you add this aura defense buff. That makes everything at least twice as, I don't know what the exact number is for how much the defenses are increased for enemies, but at least twice as long to kill them, generally speaking, because of the defensive buff. And then when you have 2 of them, like what happened to me, that's twice as long yet again, because now you have to kill another guy. You're not focusing on the enemies that are actually going to kill you. You're trying to get rid of these defensive buff guys, because if you're just sitting there trying to kill everything else without taking care of them first, you're going to fucking die anyways, because they're so tanky that you can't kill them. And they'll kill you before you kill them. And then anything touches you even, because now you have also the affixes of the dungeon, you have the affixes of the elites that are involved, and in this case it was actually 2 elites that did different things. They're applying their buffs to, their everything around them, plus the defense. Like, it's just untouchable, basically. Unplayable garbage. That shouldn't be happening.
Right. Yeah. So, I think that's why it's so important, your call out that we plan to introduce additional content that fulfills that part of the mission statement to challenge your builds. If we can go back to the screen, I got kind of sidetracked, but I think it was really important. Yeah. And of course, ultimately what we're trying to do is make the game more fun for players, right? Players are at the heart of everything that we're doing. And if the game is not more fun for players, and we're not making the game, if players can't believe that as the game evolves, it will get more fun, then we're not accomplishing our goals either, right? And so the other point I want to go to here is a change that, Adam was talking about. How do we make sure that the next time we do a patch, we don't have, we this doesn't happen, right? And so I want to talk about we call it a key process improvement. That's like a weird jargon term. A change that we're making.
Here's what you do, number one. And they could do this immediately. Roll back that patch. Undo everything they fucking did, except for things that are supposed to be positive, right? Like the CC stuff. At the very least, roll back the defensive stuff. The defensive nerfs, etc. You know, sorcerers right now, they went from being legitimately the worst class in the game, specifically because they rely so heavily on intelligence and resistances compared to every other class, and resistances scale off of intelligence, to some degree necro too, but necros at least they can have health, fortify, and barriers far easier than, right? I don't think you can even get fortify on a sorcerer, right? There's nothing to give them fortify, just like there's nothing to give rogues fortify. They didn't add anything like that in to balance out defensive nerfs to other classes, like rogues. Because they don't have, like, barbarians can get barriers and fortify. Druids get barriers and fortify. And necros can get barriers and fortify as well. But rogues, they can only get barriers. But if you get barrier affixes and stuff, or aspects, you're severely limiting yourself in terms of, like, what you need to output damage in an appropriate manner. And same thing with sorcerers. Sorcerers, one of the problems with them right now is they're so heavily dependent just to survive on defensive cooldowns that they don't have the leeway, whether it's through Paragon or skill tree or itemization, to do enough damage, generally speaking, to clear content at a agreeable pace, let's say. So they're and defensively they have to take all these defensive cooldowns, so because they're basically the thing that they should be better at than everybody else, which is elemental defenses, effectively doesn't exist in the game, or it's so broken that it doesn't work. So because they can't stack it, nobody, or you could, but it's going to be I would recommend going and checking out Ginger Gaming Mentor's game, or not game, sorry. He has a video about resistances specifically. And he shows on screen in game what it looks like when you take resistances and increase them through the effects of gems and items. And it literally does fucking nothing. Like, you get to like 20-ish%, and like a 60% increase gives you like a percent or less in those elemental resistances. Like, what? That makes zero logical or mathematical sense, right? But that's how it functions, because the equations for it are broken. They don't work right. So, I'll be right back. All right, I'm back once again. Okay.
That will help us avoid this situation. So I think we have a slide for this.
So here's the thing. Again, you can't tell me that they don't have data about what players enjoy, what they don't enjoy, reactions people are going to have. Who was the guy? I don't remember his name. I was watching him yesterday. I'll check my history real quick here. He puts forward a very good video. So, about what he thinks is going on with Diablo 4, what the plan for this actually was. Where the fuck is it? This guy, Rurikon. Psychology and Business 101. So, Blizzard employs psychologists and behavior scientists. Of course, most businesses do. Why? Because they want to understand how people behave in terms of trying to sell them products, right? Any business of any snuff, let's say, or whatever, of any validity will employ this. And there's nothing wrong with that. What is wrong with it is when they use them to, and they employ shady bullshit, right? Because what happens is it's this really weird thing that I've noticed. People try to say, oh, it's like your average individual that's more likely to indulge in temporary satisfaction or immediate satisfaction with things, generally speaking. But I would say these companies like Blizzard and many others, especially in the gaming industry, are actually like that very much more. Because if they understood or they employed instead strategies to retain players properly by actually allowing players to play the game how they want, play the game and have fun doing so, then how the players want, they would actually retain player bases more. They would make more money in the long term. People would be more willing to support them through like the battle pass and all that shit than they are currently or they ever have been, right? But it's because they're employing strategies for short-term gain and not thinking long-term. And they're expecting people to be dumb enough or not wise enough to see this for what it is, right? And then when they don't get the
Don't kill him.
when people react in the way that they have to the patch 1.1, for instance, or 1.10a, then they have this knee-jerk reaction kind of like, what's wrong with you guys? Like, can't you have some sympathy for us? We made a mistake. Like, no, you're doing this on purpose to begin with because there's a strategy. And then a large portion of the player, this again I've touched on, I don't agree with. A large portion of the player base has no idea this is even happening. I don't think that's true. Not with how widespread information is easily obtained nowadays through social media, the internet, etc. in general. And also, this one's really important. This is they're in the negotiation phase right now in this live stream at the point where I'm at, where they're saying, hey, we did this because we thought this would be good for the game. We realize that it's not now. Please forgive us. Keep playing the game or come back or whatever. And we'll make things better. But in reality, what they're doing is they took the standards, they dropped them into the dirt, right? People's experience with the game. And now they're going to raise it up a little bit at a time till it's at the point where they want it to be, because they're trying to get people to buy more. And they're in the short term, they're like, oh, this is maybe going to hurt us, but hopefully in the long run, it's not going to hurt us as much, or we'll get more out of it long term. But as this guy Rurkan says in this video, in reality, they're actually shooting themselves in the foot here, because people recognize this. Even if they don't inherently understand what's going on, what they're doing, they understand at least that it's hurting things, generally speaking. It's giving us severely... the negative outcome, I think, is far more than they expected. And two, the another thing that's part of the negotiation tactics here is that in this whole scheme is that this live stream, they're trying to make it seem like it was an emergency live stream. It's not. They had this pre-planned, man. And Blizzard, they don't fucking, in a lot of cases, they don't, like, they plan things out months and months ahead of time, right? They don't, this is not an immediate, like, oh my god, knee-jerk reaction to how people are responding to the patch. No. I think the patch, in some ways, was a knee-jerk reaction to how people were actually experiencing and going through the game. And as part of that, they're trying to take advantage of it through using these shady tactics to negotiate people to the point where they want them to be so that they'll spend more money on the fucking game that they've already paid 70 plus, or in my case, it's like $130, $140 because I bought the Ultimate Edition in Canadian dollars. So it's way more than like $100 or whatever it is American. And then the other thing is how Rurken in this video describes how this negotiation tactic works, okay? Fundamentally. So it's like you have two guys. The first guy's the seller, the second guy's the buyer. Yo, what's up, Shadowwalker? Over on YouTube. And the way he puts it is, okay, the seller says, hey, this item I think is worth $1,200. Right? But then the buyer says, well, I think it's worth only $400. That's what I'm offering. And then they haggle the price to $600 in the end. And the guy who's buying thinks that he got one up. Essentially, he came out on top of the guy who was trying to sell him something that was apparently worth $1,200. But in reality, the person trying to sell the product that got haggled down to $600, in reality knew that it's only worth $600. That's all he needed from it. He knew that on average he's not going to get more than $600 for it. So that's his actual price. So he's the seller is the one who's actually come out on top here because he got exactly what he wanted. He just started from, he set the expectation really high and then brought it down to where, but it's a false expectation. It's not a real expectation on his part because he knows what it's actually worth. Because he's the one who put in the time and effort to, whether it's like gathering or creating whatever this product is. He knows what the inherent value of it actually is worth. And he uses this tactic to, and the person who's the buyer walks away thinking they came out on top when in reality they didn't. They still got screwed, essentially. Right? And that's what Blizzard is doing right now. And yeah, I would advise for people to actually go after this. Go check this video out. You'll see exactly, how do you spell his name? Cons Business 101. Right, go check this video out later. It's only like, it's like a 20-minute video, but it's very good. Puts this into perspective greatly, as to what's going on in this video, or in the live stream.
When we make, and this goes again, this is right along what you were saying here. When we make changes to increase build diversity, our goal, going back to the mission statement, is we want to have a wide variety of viable builds, right? So when we make changes that have the ultimate aim of increasing build diversity, we need to pair those changes with compelling alternatives. And
see, here's the interesting thing is, it's like, this is what they've been saying the whole time, is apparently they're trying to give compelling alternatives. I mean, even pre-patch 1.10a. But that's not what's happened. They didn't give any good alternatives. All builds in the game have been brought down, including the ones that were already bad. They never got raised up. And everything's been made worse because of it. So this is horseshit, man. And they're trying to say, oh, this is what we're going to do in the future? I have no faith in that. I don't think they know how to design the game in such a fashion that to enable that at all.
And that means that there are some builds that'll be overpowered, and we can't nerf those overpowered builds without providing compelling alternatives for players.
Yeah, except that's what they've done, and that's what they've continued to do right from day one, essentially. Right, since the betas, since the closed and open beta and Server Slam, that's exactly what they've continued to do, over and over and over again.
to pursue.
That's right. That it means that things like when we identify.
And now suddenly they understand this? Give me a break.
Like meta builds or stats that are like really, really powerful within preseason or within a season. That until we have created those other options and redesigned things around the nature of these and made sure that we've lifted up other options and brought everything in line, we're not going to move on those changes. There's going to be always situations where there are extraordinary outliers, that we're going to want. They're usually relying on like actual bugs that we need to address. But
yeah, like to me, I agree with this sentiment here that, if something's a bug or whatever, it's unintended. Okay, fix that. I've always said that. That's fine. But that's not what they did with the last patch at all. That's not what they did at all. Whatsoever.
when it comes to like trying to bring things back in line with one another, we want to be able to make sure that we're doing those, when we make those decisions, we have a bevy of other options and alternatives available for players to engage with at the same time. So if players see it as taking like a toy away, that we're giving lots of other toys or lifting up other toys, to make them more viable as part of the exchange.
Yeah, and that those toys are equally exciting.
Yes.
So let's go to the second point of this here. When we make changes like this, it's important for us to make them at predictable times, and Adam's going to talk a little bit more about our communication strategy here in a bit. The start of a season.
Yeah, see, like, it's not just how they communicate things here, but also the fact that they didn't, like, in the case of, so they also need to offer alternatives or some tidbit of things for people in Eternal Realm or whatever, right? Like, or for characters moving from a season to an Eternal Realm. So, like, they're giving the scroll of, like, respecking, essentially, right? Two characters as part of the season journey. So that when they go to Eternal, if they're still playing, they're going to be able to respect. But they didn't do anything like that for the beginning of the season for patch 1.10a. They didn't communicate what kind that people are going to need to completely rebuild their characters, which costs millions and millions of gold, right? And part of the problem there is you're forced now to go into lower tier content where you grind that gold and those resources out slower. And in the case of a lot of people, it's the actual items they're using, right? The gear they're equipping is now, in a lot of ways, garbage. So their whole character, their whole build is completely fucking bricked. And now they have to go and redesign their whole character. That, like me, I spent 400 and some or more hours playing that fucking rogue. And it's bricked. I don't want to spend the time to go. I shouldn't have to do that. Okay? They should be giving at least bare minimum enough gold to respec everything. Or just give me that fucking scroll to reset my skill points for free, right? Every time if they do anything like that, that's what should be happening. It shouldn't just be at the end of a season or whatever. Because that's horseshit, because what if I don't want to play a season? What if I don't want to play seasonal? Because I don't like the mechanics or whatever, right?
Season is an especially good time for meta changes to happen because there's a big refresh, everyone is rolling new characters, and there's new seasonal content. Right? And changes like that will also appear in Eternal at the same time. And the third point here, as Joe alluded to, there are certain situations. We saw a case where we had a skill that could do 10 to the 37 damage.
Yeah, those ones
like
were
that
crazy.
where the damage is literally breaking the game or crashing the servers. We'll still react to those situations, but that doesn't change the first point here in terms of allowing those to be overpowered.
Hey, by the way, Shadow Walker, I hope you're doing okay today, buddy. I hope your stream's functioning better.
And I think, one of the things that's important for to recognize and state is that ultimately ARPGs, or some people call them hack and slash games, are about power fantasy, right? And they're about us inviting players to break the game to some extent, not to crash. There are lots of ways to interpret the word break, but and find fun toys that we've made, do crazy things with them, and we need to make sure that we aren't trying to punish players for doing that. Like, because ultimately that's the playground we built. That's like we built a game that's like, go find crazy stuff, and we need to make sure that when players take that invitation, that we're not punishing them.
That's right.
Yeah, and I know when we were talking about at least the Nightmare Dungeon stuff beforehand, and we can go into it in a little bit more detail once we get to the stuff that might be coming down the pipe here. The one thing I think that I wanted to like really highlight on was, obviously we did this patch and we made these changes and we brought character power down, like player power down, essentially.
Yeah, the misnomer here is they didn't just bring player power down, they literally bricked people's characters. So that they're unplayable for the state of the game as it is. That's bullshit, man.
That in itself was also supposed to be paired with these Nightmare Dungeon changes that where Joe was actually talking about earlier. And it's something that we've learned throughout this process is, as you guys were talking about, that we have ultimate visions for something that is further down the line, and doing that all together at once during those moments, as opposed to doing them over time and whatnot, just leads to a better experience overall for players. And that's something that we most definitely will be doing as we build out future updates and patches and so forth. Of course, a key component to this is how we communicate to players, and there is been a lot of feedback in regards to like, hey, it would have been great if we knew some of these changes were coming down the pipe, and it's a hefty amount of patch notes. We could have digested this like over a few days beforehand or a week beforehand. So one thing we do want to commit to right now is that we do plan on going forward always providing patch notes and communicating these patch notes through streams like this, through campfire chats or developer update live streams beforehand, well beforehand, like at least a week before the actual update hits, in no matter state, because I know sometimes we're still like trying to like maybe potentially squeeze in a few different things into patch notes and stuff like that up until like the last second, just on the nature of production of how we are.
Hi, Macy.
But I will say we do plan on sharing those no matter what to the community going forward, from here on out through a stream or written through blog or something like that beforehand, before players can actually get into game and actually.
How about this? Just make a PTR. I know some people are like, oh, but PTRs, what it does for some people is, or for who plays them, it's like they become familiarized with the systems of like a season or whatever the changes are going to be before they happen, and so then it kind of ruins the game for them because they've already experienced it. Well, here's the thing, is unfortunately PTRs, I think, in a lot of cases, especially like public test realm stuff, is mandatory nowadays because of bullshit like what's happened here. If they had a PTR, I mean, Jesus, what they had, like a month and a half? More, like a month and 3 weeks before this Season 1 launched? If they would have put a PTR together where they, as part of the PTR, they were updating the game to the extent that it's been updated now, when that whole thing was done, people would have been like, dude, like, no. And then they would have been able to maybe more appropriately respond. They wouldn't be having to do this supposed apology stream or whatever, right? Like, that wouldn't have happened. And then they'd have maybe a more reasonable set of patch notes of changes and updates and all that.
Try it out on their end, so at least we can hear feedback and you guys can actually digest the information beforehand. In fact, we do actually have, of course, future updates here that we do want to talk about here really quickly. But one thing that we will commit to right now is that next Friday.
Here's the sales pitch. Here's the sales pitch, guys. This is what we're committing to. This is the haggling, right? And now they're coming. Now they're supposedly bringing the price down in the hopes of getting you to buy their bullshit, basically.
Friday, So exactly 1 week from now, we'll be back on a live stream because we will start with that that live stream where we will be talking about our next patch that will be coming to Diablo 4. We'll talk a little bit about some of the details here, but we'll go into more detail next Friday specifically. But we will be back on here to kind of go through the whole entire patch notes with everyone.
Over there, into there.
You didn't get this one?
Beforehand, so everyone has a better expectation of what they're going to be seeing in the actual update, and they can talk to us through chat, through devs, through social media, through Reddit, through our forums, etc. beforehand, before the actual patch hits. So we will get times and remind everyone, of course, throughout the week that we will have another campfire chat to talk about patch 111, since we just shipped 111, but we do want to talk a little bit about patch 111 today, just because there are some items that we are aware of that we know will be of interest to players, specifically when it comes to things that they've been asking for, and at least it gives you guys a little bit of an early preview of some stuff that's coming down the road. I think one big thing that everyone has been kind of talking about as of late from this current patch is like some of the sorcerer and barbarian items and stuff like that, and how we've obviously tuned a lot of classes down, and there's questions of like, hey,
Yeah, they didn't tune a lot of classes. They tuned everything about classes down, defensively and offensively. But again, they're deflecting here. They're not actually addressing the fact that they bricked so many people's characters. There's no redressing of like enabling those characters to respec right now or anything like that. Because they don't care about the Eternal Realm, okay? That's not the main focus for these guys. It's the seasons, because that's where they think the money's at. And then they're not actually addressing what the actual backlash is about, right? They're really not here. It's like a thin veneer of addressing it, basically.
is there any changes in the future for those two?
Yeah, we're taking a long look at a lot of the sorceress and barbarian aspects that aren't being utilized very well right now, and trying to lift a lot of those back up. So there's going to be.
I wonder how many aspects, class skills, etc. of the sorcerer and barbarian are now going to be brought down to quote-unquote raise up these unused aspects. Because that's their strategy for balancing, right?
A wide range of legendary power and unique item improvements for these two classes in particular. We're taking a look at a lot of things, but we're really honing in specifically on sorceress first, and then also getting a lot of barbarian updates in there at the same time. And this is for.
How about you fix resistances? Fix that. How about you actually prioritize the things that players have complained about, that players have given feedback on, and actually care about?
1.1.1.
Correct.
So the very next patch and cycle.
Yeah, and we expect that patch. Obviously, if we're having a live stream now, next Friday, we expect that patch here in the next couple weeks or so. Mm-hmm. So at least you guys can get an early preview on it.
Yeah, and on that Friday, we'll be talking a lot about the specifics of all of those changes and kind of hearing what the community says.
Yep.
It feels like.
And in fact the Nightmare Dungeon items that we were just talking about just now, that's actually we're planning on actually rolling that out in a hotfix specifically, and that is something that we actually plan on rolling out later today. So we'll have more information on the Nightmare Dungeon changes that will be that we talked about earlier, that will be coming out later today via hotfix. Another big thing that we've talked about in patch notes, because we've toned it down, and now we're kind of and we had mentioned that to players that we did plan on bringing it back up. It is monster density in Nightmare Dungeon.
What the fuck is bringing up monster density going to do at this point? You know what it's going to do? Make the game... So the game, especially in my experience, like, Nightmare Dungeon tier 60 plus that I could easily do before patch 1.08. It's already unplayable for me because I can't push into those anymore, and now they're talking about increasing the density as well when survivability is already such an issue. Are you like, really? Like, yeah, monster density is good, but not if a single non-elite monster can just one-shot you in T60 plus. Right? Like, it's basically effectively the same. Again, this brings me back to Diablo 3 when it first launched, when people got onto Nightmare difficulty for the first time, and those stupid fucking poison bugs that shot them out of their asses at you were like one-shotting you from from their poison bug spray shit, right? Like, that literally happened to me the other day in my video when I was testing Nightmare Dungeons. First dungeon I went into, getting one shot by those pieces of shit. And they weren't even elites. So it's like going back to fucking Diablo 3, man. Garbage.
Dungeons and Helltide, so I know that you guys had some plans.
So basically what they're saying is I might encounter larger groups of those same monsters that are already one-shotting my fully built 100 rogue. So now I'm gonna so I don't even know what the actual Nightmare tier that is apparently suitable for my level 100 rogue is at this point. If I can't even do 60s, I'm assuming 50 something maybe, which is actually, I think, like, I have a thing here that talks about like the monster levels in comparison to your levels. So I'm level 100, so minimum. So what, am I supposed to fight monsters that are the same level as me now? Right? So like what, T46, maybe T49, maybe 55, 56? Like, this is content that pre-patch 1.0a was trivial to me. I didn't have to think. I didn't have to, like, I was barely playing the game. Mostly, because a lot of my time was actually spent with other people. I was bringing myself down, let's say, so to speak, in terms of the content I was doing to play with them, because they couldn't really do higher level content compared to me solo. When I did it was like a T63 or something like that, my first time solo, it was easy. So easy. And now I can't do that at all. Right? So what, I'm supposed to be doing content in here that was trivial to me before? How, if my gear stats don't change that much, even at level 100, when I have all my Paragon points and all this shit, am I supposed to ever get up to T100? Why would I ever want to grind? What, am I going to have to grind another 300 fucking hours to get appropriate gear? Because trying to get proper stats is just really fucking hard in this game? That's ridiculous.
And so forth related to that.
Yeah, so, I mean, going back to the mission statement I mentioned earlier, a key part of the live game is having high-density areas for players to mow down, right?
Key part of ARPGs, right?
Of which Diablo 4 is one.
That's true.
Pardon my grammar.
Is it?
And so we're going to be increasing the density in Nightmare Dungeons substantially. And we're going to be increasing the density in Helltide as well. Now, with the Nightmare Dungeon changes across the board for Nightmare Dungeons, all Nightmare Dungeons will get more dense. The Helltide...
So what's interesting here is, because previously they had mentioned about bringing the difficulty of Nightmare Dungeons down. Here's the thing, I don't think they never needed to do that before. They just needed to increase density. Right? Like, they just needed to increase... All they needed to do previously was increase density, but now, because of this borked patch that they introduced, now they absolutely have to reduce the difficulty. Which means the game is actually going to be less enjoyable. Because it's going to be... They're probably going to over-tune it in terms of tuning it down, and then it'll be far too easy. right? Or it'll feel the same as before. So it's like, really, what the fuck has changed here? Nothing. They should have just left it as it was.
Change. There are certain areas of Helltide that are extremely dense, right? Like the tar pits, for example, is very dense. Areas like that probably won't get more dense. And part of what we've been doing here at the same time in terms of these density changes is making sure that we're making...
Yeah, it doesn't matter if it's like, you know, three non-elites that kill me within 2 seconds of engaging with them as melee or whatever, compared to if it's larger groups of enemies. It's still the same freaking thing. So
performance improvements, like looking at player skills that are taking a lot of time on the servers, getting those into better performance so players have better frame rates and stuff. And
oh yeah, that's another big thing, right? They said that this patch was going to address the fucking memory leak issue, and there was nothing in the patch about it. And I'll tell you, when I logged in after the patch, there was zero increase in stability for me in the game. It was still just as fucking like the memory leak was still in effect. It was still hurting my gameplay and everything. So, what the fuck, right?
And fewer stalls and all these kinds of things that make the game more fun to play. And this also helps us increase the number of, like, more monsters, more players, more stuff going on. And we know that the density in Nightmare Dungeons in particular needs to go up. And so we've been working on that to make sure that we can accomplish that. So density in Helltide will go up.
Yeah, again, I don't give a shit about density. Because as it stands right now, the way things are, it's, if I'm getting one shot easily, then, by even small packs of enemies, then, why would I want, from a difficulty standpoint, more enemies?
Not uniformly. Density in Nightmare Dungeons will go up uniformly, and these will be substantial increases.
Which I know players have been talking about constantly.
Yeah.
Wanting additional density on this.
Rightly so.
Yeah, literally since before
a big topic
open
right
beta.
now is inventory concerns. We've heard from players. I know we've talked about gems and so forth actually becoming materials in Season 2, which to help out with some inventory concerns specifically. I know you guys have information, at least in regards to stash, and what might be coming in 1.1.1.
Yes. So certainly the gem change is still coming in Season 2, like you said, but we need more stash help now, right? And so in 1.1.1, we're going to be adding an additional stash tab for players.
Oh my god, boys, they've done it. So they can include an additional stash tab. Only apparently is one so far. But they can't deal with the fucking gem issue, right? Like, why can't they make a tab that is specific to gems and like a couple, as many as you want for like consumables and stuff like that, and again, as many as you want for fucking, like, Jesus Christ, I was looking at Path of Exile and like how many stash tabs I already have right off the bat. 6 stash tabs, and they're like twice the size or more of the size of the stash tabs in freaking Diablo. That's freaking wild, man. And that's an older game, right?
So they can store more aspects, more malignant hearts.
Yeah.
That's this PoE also has 4. Like, but you can easily get, I don't need to rely on the devs. And different item sizes, so a bit different. Yeah, but they also have different stash tabs. Like, I was just looking earlier at the stash tabs and stuff in general in the MTX or whatever, right? Like the store, the microtransaction store. And like the fact that it's a free game first and foremost means I'm okay with paying a little bit of extra money to get those extra stash tabs if I feel the need for them. And like I know in previous seasons or whatever, when I had played, I felt the need for that, and I bought 2 extra stash tabs. But like, let's have a look here, right? Like, hey, look at that. Look at the size of that. And I have, so that's 4 minimum. Oh, and if I want to add a new tab, like, yeah, it costs, how much is that going to cost me, right? Like, one, it's kind of not up to the devs if I want that or not. It's up to me if I want to go spend the money on it. And I'm okay with that because it's a free-to-play game. Diablo 4, on the other hand, is bullshit because, like, how could they not? Really, they can't foresee with the fact that they're intending on having seasons and all this shit, that when characters are done a season, all those items are going to be transferred. Like, my stash is already, even after cleaning it, burgeoning with shit from the Eternal Realm, from all my characters in there. And that's just from 2 characters primarily, my Necro and my Rogue. And now, what, I'm going to fill up my stash? That was after only a month and a half, and having cleaned up my stash twice now. And now, through 3 months of seasons, right? Even if you're being more considerate of your stash space, as I have been compared to a lot of other people, then after 3 months, right? Like, all those items are going to transfer. Where are they going to go? Especially since the mail bullshit with legendaries only is good for 10 items, like different things like that. What are you supposed to do then? Right? Especially if you want to keep playing that character on like Eternal or something, where you can keep using those freaking items, right? 10 points is $1. So in here, one stash tab is $4. That's not too bad. Or that's a gem stash tab, sorry. Where's the regular stash?
Okay, we're getting to know. Here's the ultimate.
Every 3 weeks? Yeah. Premium, currency, stash tab, divination.
Blood mist does like no damage. Blood mist is for just to be able to get.
Oh, here we go. Extra stash tab is 30. I mean, at that point, you might as well just get a premium stash tab, right? Costs $1 extra, $3 or $4. Like, you're probably better to just get a premium stash tab. And all they're doing is implementing 1 extra stash tab in 1.1.1? 111 or whatever? 1 extra stash tab? Dude, there are people who filled their stashes completely in like a week of preseason. And now they have even more. That's with the base game items. Now they have even more items. The new uniques, the new freaking gems, i.e. the legendary gems from D3, the hearts, right? Like the Malignant Hearts. I've seen people's inventories and stuff already. It's like, oh yeah, they have who was it? Was it Shadow Walker? I don't remember. Anyways, you know, like an entire row of the gems, regular gems, most of which are useless. And then, because so many of them are like resistance gems, essentially. And then, the Malignant Hearts, right? Like an entire row of Malignant fucking Hearts. Like, 1 extra stash tab isn't going to help with that. Yeah, dude, like, yeah, imagine how frustrating it is for new players who don't know what to keep, want to keep all aspects. That's another thing, is the aspects, right? Like, so you have all this shit that just piles up because you don't know exactly what's good, what's bad, or what not to keep, what to keep, etc. And hell, what about the people who are just collectors, right? They just want one of everything. That's impossible.
This has been like an ongoing conversation every week inside the dev team of like, do we feel that we're ready to do this yet? Do we feel that we're ready to do this yet? Like the density conversation.
I'll tell you this, if they're ready to implement 1 stash tab, there's 0 fucking reason why they can't implement more. Okay? Just let people buy as many stash tabs as they want.
Yeah, tab conversation. You know, the engineering team's been working really, really hard to like make these adjustments possible for us. Like, there's And there's more that we're doing. This is now a never-ending conversation of like what else can we do and what else can we be doing to try to improve the experience. But like we've definitely heard these two concerns, and we're just really happy to be able to bring them in as early as 1.1.1.
Yeah. Oh, and I should mention that along with the stash tab, we're making a small change to elixir stack size. We're going to bring that up to 99. So that'll.
Why not make it so that aspects can stack? And then you click on it and it goes, which version of the aspect do you want? How about fucking sigils? Why can't sigils stack? Right? Sigils of the same dungeon. At the very least. And then you get like a little drop down, a little menu on the side or something, right? That says, hey, which version of the sigil do you want? Or whatever. Yeah, there you go. Like, it's not fucking rocket science, guys.
Awesome. Obviously, like with new starts to seasons.
Yeah, exactly. Like, this is what I was saying about when they were talking about like moving the gems into your materials tab for your stats and materials in Diablo 4. Well, they should do the same thing with Nightmare Dungeon sigils. Every consumable and every fucking you should have the option of either having it in your inventory or in like the material. So the sigils, aspects, gems, malignant hearts when they're in effect, any other seasonal bullshit that's in effect, right? Like, these extra things shouldn't take away from, like, when I go out adventuring in Diablo 4 and I'm fucking picking up a bunch of gems because I'm aware of the fact that they're eventually going to be including extra gems, like upgradable gems. So I've been stacking them, right? Stashing them. They only stack up to 50 for one. I didn't hear them say that they're going to increase the fucking stack rates of gems. Like, shit, if they were just as like 999 or now 9,999 of any type of gem, right? Like, it wouldn't be as bad because it'd take up like fucking like 10 slots in your stash max and free up a shitload of space. But I didn't hear them talk about that. Maybe they're going to mention it in a sec here, but like, why not that too? Why can they? Why can't? So they even said there's zero reason in the materials tab, for instance, why the limitation was at like 999. Now it's 9,900 or 99,999 or some shit, right? Basically, it's unlimited. So yeah, I think it's 99,000. Anyways, they said there's no real reason why there's a limitation or whatever, right? Like, you effectively have as many as you want now. Why not do the same thing with gems? Why not do the same thing with sigils, aspects? All consumables, effectively, right? Aspects are a consumable. Elixirs are consumables. Gems are consumables. Sigils are fucking consumables, etc. But the better thing would be if all of those things go into the materials tab and you just have a drop-down menu, just like with your freaking plants or crafting mats or whatever, that says, oh, Nightmare Dungeon sigils. Click. Which dungeon name? Click that. You get another drop-down menu that has the different versions, right? And then do the same thing for aspects, do the same thing for gems, etc.
And if we do have these types of changes that occur within the patch that may change, whether it's the meta or the balance of specific things, there's been questions related to respecs and how that has been pretty expensive on people's, like, their own personal economies with gold and so forth. I know we have respec changes that are also coming with the game itself. You guys probably know more specifics on the numbers.
Yeah, I mean, this really goes back. Joe was talking about our commitment to choice earlier, and it also, but I think it also.
Only if that choice aligns with what they want. That's it, right? It's their way of the highway, effectively.
Also goes back to, when we say in the mission statement, we want to have a wide variety of viable builds. Great, but if you can't switch between those builds, then it still feels punishing, right? So we're going to bring respec costs down quite by about 40%, quite a bit.
Cool. Yeah, so it should help out with people that want to switch over to a different build and so forth, or they do have to adjust over to another build. They get the option of it.
I don't know, man. That still does, especially given the situation my 100 rogue is in right now. If I want to respec him right now, like the first time to fully respec him after fucking around, getting to 100 and everything, and testing things and getting to a point where I wanted essentially, but then having to figuring out how to in the end once I hit 100, how to optimize my skill tree to the way I wanted it and my Paragon board. There's whatever the cost was up front to get to that point to begin with moving things around pre-100. And then it cost me, on top of all that, an additional, like, around 10 million. Because I think it was like 3.6 million to respec my skill tree. And then it was like 7 or 8, 9 million, something like that. Somewhere between 7 and 9 million to respec. So, like, let's say it's 9 million. Let's say it was 10 million right now, and maybe 4 or 5 million, because I don't know what the increase would be if I was to respec my skill tree right now. That's what, say 5, that's 15 million roughly. If they bring that down by 40%, that's still like 7.5 million that I'm forced, if I want to play that 100 guy still, that's bricked at this point, to go and respec. That's just his skill points and his Paragon points. What are they going to do regarding my gear? That doesn't really work anymore. Because there's a bunch of, now I have to like go re-roll items, I have to find whole new items, I have to find new aspects, so there's time investment as well. There's nothing to deal with that. Sorry guys, you're fucked. Just make a whole new character, right?
Actually being able to do so, or have an easier option of being able to do so.
And that'll be in 111.
And that'll be in 111 as well. So,
oh, this is interesting. Let's see this. This is DM Diablo 4, right? Darth microtransactions. Apparently he almost uninstalled the game.
Well, I'm trying to do something too, man.
Where's the sound, bro?
Yeah.
Where's the freaking sound? Where's the fucking sound, man? Why is there no sound, dude? Oh, is it up here? Oh, it's muted for some reason. What the fuck?
I remember visiting.
I got a lot of genres of music. I do synthwave, blues. Okay, I'm fine. How's that rush feel? I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it. I wasn't paying attention for half a second. So if we didn't have that
yeah, that's another thing, right? It's even more punishing now, way more punishing now than it used to be. Even, especially in fucking hardcore. How do they ever expect a hardcore character to actually properly push for higher tier, like Nightmare Dungeons and stuff, harder content, when literally you don't pay attention for a split second and you're fucking dead? That's what happened to me, and I was paying attention. His first character on hardcore was for the season was a Necro, a level 32 Necro, and he was kind of doing a thing like this. It was like a 4-minute video, and because he wasn't paying attention for a few seconds, he got nuked and lost that hardcore character.
Shield passive on, we'd be dead right now. Got a little nippy going through the past there, didn't it, here? I got a lot of genres of music. I do synthwave, blues.
Yep.
And then I know, lastly, like one big thing is, you know, as players kind of progress through the game and the leveling curve kind of goes through, especially like post like 70 or so, we've been looking.
Yeah, which by the way is even worse now. Why? Because you can't play. It's not worth it to. What is it? You don't get as much experience now for fighting higher level monsters. Before it was 3 levels ahead of you and you got the 25% experience bonus. Now you have to fight 10% or monsters 10 levels or higher than you, which is more dangerous, especially on hardcore, just to get 15% experience bonus. And that 25%, that's on top of if you're in a party, which I think you get 5% for it. If you have an elixir, 5%. right? So now the most you get is like 25% if you have both those, and it's a monster 10 levels ahead of you. And you need at least one more person in the party or that's nearby to get that, like in an event or something during a Helltide or some shit. On top of that, you need to, you know, the fact that you have to fight higher level monsters now. There's no, like... So the difficulty curve is that much higher on top of them nerfing all your defensive and offensive stats, right? So it's unreasonable is what it is. It's completely unreasonable that they did that, and now they're going to talk about trying to improve experience gain and shit. Like,
looking at you know, the player journey and how they've been getting up to 100. I know there's some changes that you guys are looking at in terms of like experience and so forth in that end.
Yeah, I mean, the short version is we want to make leveling from 50 to 100 faster by adjusting.
then why did you cut the amount of experience you get for fighting shit down across the board at all levels?
XP. I don't know if you have.
Yeah, I realized when I was talking earlier about the changes we made. Obviously, we also made the change to XP gain when fighting creatures above your level, and I failed to mention this discussing it.
Yeah.
So the original intent for that was we found players basically sitting at like fighting creatures like 3 levels above them and never felt like they were really challenging themselves beyond that. We wanted to stretch that out a bit further, but that went from, you know, a 25% bonus to a 15% bonus, and we knew that density changes were coming online, so we thought about this a little bit, but. You know, I read a lot of feedback, like afterwards in particular, that just made it sound like people thought that we were just trying to make the game take longer, which wasn't actually.
That's exactly what they did. I don't care if they say, bullshit, oh, that's not what we were intending. That's what's happened, okay? Regardless what their I'm not going to, right now, try and speculate on their motivations or whatever, right? But that's literally what happened. Okay, they slowed down people's capabilities by nerfing their damage, by having to make them be more careful, so they're going to do lower level content for longer, which gives less experience, and they get less experience even if they do fight higher level monsters. So all of that combined nerfs your progression in terms of the speed of how quickly you go through the game, to the point where and people already felt, and rightly so, that the slog to 100 was exactly that, a fucking slog. And they're not just talking about 50 to 100, they're talking about the entire leveling experience of the game. Rogue, it's not as bad, or wasn't, because their mobility and stuff allows them to like move from pack to pack to pack really quick. Everything else, though, especially fucking Druid in the early game, was just like so destructively slow for an ARPG that it literally, the game felt like a chore to go through. It's why, part of the reason why I freaking deleted my Druid, because from what experienced people who played Druid all the way up to 100, etc., were saying, the average was that like between 60, 70, 80 is like the average level, really, for Druids to come online. In other words, you don't get to really have fun playing the game with a Druid until endgame. And it should be fun to play the game the entire time. That's why Rogue is my favorite, or was, because it was fun to play that character the whole time I was playing. Not only at small snippets or select portions of the game. And then they took that mentality of like how it feels effectively to be a Druid pre-patch 1.10a and applied that to everybody. So I imagine Druids probably even actually feel worse in leveling.
But realize that the 25% to 15% change did constitute a nerf. As a result of that, it's the thing that we're thinking about as well.
We are not trying to slow down the game.
No, and
bullshit.
To that point, like we have a vision for how long we want the game to take for players. We realize that it's taking a little bit longer than that. Than what our vision was originally for a lot of folks that are leveling up, particularly when they get to certain parts of the game, like when they're World Tiers 3 and 4.
Yeah.
So we are looking to like really to readjust the XP rates for those areas. Because we aren't looking to like have you hit this absolute brick wall when you hit like level 70 or something, right? Like there's no.
How about the brick wall that my Rogue is now smushed into because of their fucking changes? It's not. He's already 100, so he can't go up higher in terms of level. He can't get more Paragon points or anything like that. He's just fucking done. Like because of that, I don't want to take that character Like, say I was just going to play Eternal and say fuck it to the seasons. I don't want to play because I would have to work so fucking hard at this point just to redo my character, retool my character to be even remotely playable, and even then it feels even worse because I have to do lower level content than my character should be capable of doing.
Not like these moments where you're going to feel like you just can't, or 75. Like, we don't want you to have this feeling that you just can't make meaningful progress, that we're just artificially getting back. It's never been the.
But that's what's happened.
Right, just
that's exactly what's happened.
It wasn't the players weren't earning XP at the rate that we had originally expected. Is what it really came down to. So these are like, we are making changes in this regard to kind of bring this down a bit. Yeah.
And I mean, you've seen certainly we did things
we've seen
like,
those changes.
Increase the XP bonus for Nightmare Dungeons.
Yeah, but so this is what was it? Similar, what they're talking about right now, similarly to when they buffed barbarians for their damage reduction, right? They gave them the inherent 10% damage reduction, but this whole mentality of right, how they balance is they bring something down to meet something that's already down there, right? So they gave a 10% flat damage reduction bonus to barbarians, inherent. However, they didn't leave the skills that gave barbarians additive damage reduction through like passives and skill use and stuff like that. They brought those numbers down. So effectively what happened is the 10% inherent damage reduction is meaningless because it's the same as if they never had it to begin with. Because those passives and skills that gave it beforehand are now nerfed. That's what they did, literally. I think it was in like the first, it was before launch, I think. It was after the beta and stuff. So when people were looking at it, they're like, okay, so thanks for the flat damage reduction, but why did you take this other thing away from me? We wanted that in this to make sense. And so they've literally just done the same thing with basically you're effectively at the same point you were before they made changes. And it's the same thing with the experience here.
A while back, quite substantially.
Yep, and Whisper Completion, Helltide chests. Yep.
Now, notwithstanding that, there are changes to XP related to addressing, the power leveling case, because we don't have like group up, have fun with your friends, like power leveling each other. The only case that we think is not very fun is the case where one person is standing at the entrance.
Okay, so now I've talked about this before as well. I think that a worse way to play the game, for various reasons, that has not as much to do with experience gain in terms of how fast your character levels up. When you're power leveling somebody, like my mentality now, like say if I was going to play Diablo 4 again, and I was a level 100 rogue or whatever, like got to a certain point, where I'm actually able to help people from now on. What I would do, due to my own experience, which is I've helped people power level, and one, it like there's a trade-off here, right? I kind of reduce my own progress to help bring somebody up to an extent. Like I don't reduce it so much. I stay at a certain point, really, kind of like right, more like a neutral point for myself, so I don't lose anything except a little bit of time because I'm helping somebody else level up, which is fine. Or my friend or whatever, somebody I'm playing with, that's cool. The issue for me, what I've seen, is then because of the power leveling, and this isn't something that's inherent to, say, Diablo, it's just in general, is then they're maybe not as capable of playing the character because they've not spent the time actually playing the character, right? Like getting to learn how things synergize together or whatever, right? And then they could have trouble with that afterwards. That's the only concern I have regarding it. So my mentality in the future, and I would say this regarding any game, but specifically here Diablo 4, is I would be more than willing to help people get to World Tier 3, and then I would say, okay, cool, now you have to play your character. Because I think level 50 is early enough still where they're not going to run into that wall of what the fuck do I do with my character? Right? How do I function here? They're not going to run into that as much at 50 as they will at maybe like 60, 70 or whatever, especially on World Tier 4, generally speaking, right? So they're going to be more competent themselves because now they're going to have the time to kind of go through, and then once they maybe get close to World Tier 4, then I would help them get onto World Tier 4, like do the capstone dungeon with them or something like that, right? And then be again, okay, now you're going to have to learn the new difficulty curve, etc. Go play the game, and then come back after a bit and we can play together so that we can both now continue to progress, right? That's my main concern with power leveling. However, generally speaking, just getting somebody up is not like power leveling somebody. Power leveling is fine for the most part. The people who benefit the most from power leveling, however, are people who know how to play the game, who understand the mechanics and systems and everything. But when you take somebody who doesn't fully understand things, how classes work, how Paragon works, how itemization and stuff like that works, whatever, like say more casual people or whatever, those are the people who are actually hurt by power level because they need that curve of experience in an ARPG, in any given ARPG, I would say. Their curve for learning that is slower and takes longer than, say, somebody who's played lots of ARPGs or whatever, maybe video games in general, who are maybe going to be more competent or quicker at learning systems because of experience. That's my only concern with power leveling. These guys, though, their concern with power leveling is that people are leveling up too fast. Faster than they want them to be leveling up. And that's everybody, right? That's getting power leveled. But a vast majority of power leveled characters are probably alts of people who have already played through the game. And they don't want to go through the bullshit, garbage leveling experience that's a freaking slog again. And now they're like, we don't like that you're playing the game that way, we're taking that capability away from you.
Dungeon, and the other person is...
Again, this is coming from a point of view of their prerogatives, from their point of view first and foremost, and not what the community, what the game, what the people playing the game actually care about. Right? If the leveling experience wasn't such dog shit in this game, then people wouldn't be so concerned with getting power leveled after their first character, or after so many levels, or whatever, right? Like, but it's a bad experience, generally speaking, so that's why people want to get power leveled, because they want to get over the hurdle that shouldn't be a hurdle, which is the leveling experience, or not so much a hurdle, I should say.
Having all the fun killing monsters.
Yeah.
And so, you know, when we look at the balance of the XP changes in 1.1.0, we think that additional changes need to be made to make the game faster.
Again, they just shouldn't. This is what I suspect they'll do. They'll bring the experience back up a bit to be equal to where it was before, and then they're going to go say, see guys, we improved the game. There's another thing, another strategy in business that companies do, and it's creating a problem that they have the solution for, or that they seemingly have the solution for, right? Like bodybuilding, supplements, and various things like that. That's what those industries revolve around, is using those kinds of shady tactics on people who don't know better. Is that they create a problem that doesn't actually exist, or that's not really a problem. It might be for like a tiny subset of people that like some nutrient deficiency issues arise for, because of maybe it's genetics or something that develops in their life. But then they take that thing that helps them and then they apply it to like a vast majority of people as if everybody has this problem, and that's how they promote it. And then, why is the screen so small? I don't know, that was the BV by Aga. Enhance, please. Are you talking about the dev stream?
That's this one here, the black side.
BV by Aga? Yeah. Let me see here. You know what? Baba Yaga from John Wick. Oh.
Not pop it so you get more experience.
Okay, hold on. You're gonna make me do some fucking around here, buddy. Yeah. See, the problem is I want to use my freaking whatever. I'll turn this off. There. There.
Faster, especially.
Yeah,
Between 50 and 100.
Yeah, we want
Exactly.
level 1 to 100 to feel like an achievement, but not like a job.
Yeah.
Right. So like we want to make some adjustments, make sure.
Except that's exactly how it feels. Yeah, no, I want people to be able to see the chat, dude. If this would essentially include the chat on the side, so that's what I'm being careful of. So that's as big as I'm going to make it there.
Sure that it feels fun, very achievable, obviously within the season timeline. But yeah, so we are going to make some adjustments. Talking about more probably next week in terms of with more.
That's why people take the Path of Exile. There.
Oh yeah, for those.
What's best fit? Yeah.
Very soon.
Okay, to be fair, Diablo 2, 1, 2, etc. Like, those games were good. Diablo 4 had a lot of potential. That's the reason why I purchased it, because it seemed like things were going to be different, but now I've learned, obviously, no. But the franchise as a whole is not shit. I would say that's false right there. I mean, Path of Exile is a fucking clone of Diablo, of the Diablo franchise, first and foremost. So if you're saying Diablo is shit, sorry, you're then saying idiotically that Path of Exile is shit too, because that's what it's based on. Just to clarify. Now, if you want to specify Diablo 3 was shit and Diablo 4 currently is shit, yes, I would agree with you. Diablo 4 had a lot of potential, and they, with these idiotic things they're doing, has just tanked it, in my opinion.
So again, we'll be back on.
Happy Charlie 11. Welcome to the stream. And BV Baba Yaga. Baba Yaga. Yeah, there we go. BV. Oh, I see Baba Yaga. Hungry Devs. Yeah. Hungry Devs. Yeah, well, it's not even the necessarily. I made this analogy earlier, right? I imagine that there's like meetings and shit going on behind the scenes where the actual developers, like the people who have to code these various things into the game, are like, are you sure that's a good idea? Do you really think people are going to have fun with that? Right? Like, I imagine, but these people are the drones, right? These are not the people who make the decisions of what goes into the game or not. Right? It's these guys, like Joe Shelley and this fucking guy, and ultimately even they answer to, like, their managers or whatever, like the people above them, right? Like, and those people primarily are concerned with, and I think wrongly so. This is another thing. I think, generally speaking, and I have some experience in business, right? Selling people things. I'm not going to mention what, because it's kind of, you know, but where I could have sold people worse product for the same price of good product that I previously had. And people would have still bought it because, to some degree, I was kind of the only, like, there wasn't much in terms of competition. At least for them coming through me or whatever, right? Now, the difference here, though, is I thought it immoral to sell a subpar product. So I refused to accept anything that was below my standards of a product to give to people. Because I, as also somebody who purchases goods, generally speaking, I hate bad products. I don't want to purchase them. I'm not going to waste money on them unless I absolutely have to, because it's like something I need, like maybe food or something, right? Which you kind of get. Yeah, exactly. There you go. Truly bring the gameplay back to its peak. They need to bring back Diablo 2 create. Yeah, that's not going to happen, because these are the same people in a lot of cases who were on it, worked on Diablo 3, and they don't like those guys, right? So they're making literally the same mistakes as Diablo 3. Like I said before, when you guys weren't here, I don't know if you were watching or whatever, and just not talking in chat, but, you know, after this patch happened, I went to test some Nightmare dungeons, and the first dungeon I went into, I got wrecked by, like, you know, a shit ton of those fucking insects that shoot the wasps that shoot the little poison wasps out of them, and it literally in a PTSD fashion brought me back to, like, you know, 12 years ago, 13 years ago when Diablo 3 launched, and trying to fight those fucking things on nightmare difficulty in Diablo 3 and getting one shot by it. Literally the exact same goddamn thing. And then but that was also all the other stuff that I was trying to engage with also at T60 plus nightmare dungeons, right? Like, it didn't matter. It was the same thing regardless of what enemies and what dungeon, etc. Yeah. Well, that's because Diablo 3 Baba Yaga was made by different people. The team that worked on World of Warcraft and stuff, they're the ones who developed Diablo 3. That's why it was totally different. Yeah. But yeah, like, here's the thing I learned from selling people things, right? Is that if you can offer a subpar product, and this is me seeing other people sell subpar products to people, you know what happens? Those customers, they go hop, skip, and a jump around to people, to various people, trying to find the best product that gives them the biggest bang for their buck, so to speak, right? And guess who they keep going back to routinely, if they have choice, is the people who offer the best product. So in my case, I recognized that a long time before I got into that, and so I had somebody being like, oh, you need to sell this, and they're trying to give me garbage, and I said, no, I'm not taking that because I know what's going to happen. Somebody will do it once or twice because they have to, but then they're going to find somebody else, and then I lose all my businesses. For a short-term gain, I lose the long-term gain. Instead, I said, bring me something else, or I'll go to somebody else myself to get what I need. And they kind of tried to laugh it off, and I was like, dude, it's competition. This is how it works. And I went and I found somebody else, and I got my stuff, and then I continued selling to my customer base, and they were happy, and I was happy, and I made lots of money. And they got what they want. And they kept coming back. Why? Because what they got, not just in the quality of the goods, but the service I provided as me, the seller, was good. Because I took the perspective of, if I have a good product, and it's a decent price, they will keep coming back, even if it's a bit more expensive than maybe something that's a similar but cheaper and less quality. Because people typically want higher quality goods overall, and they're willing to pay a bit more for that if it's high quality, but they're not willing to pay the same price for lesser quality products. And a lot of times they're not willing to pay less for a lesser quality product if there's a competitor that's a little bit more, but overall has better quality. Now, in the case of, like, if we're comparing Diablo to Path of Exile, it seems it's more like cheaper quality Path of Exile, or cheaper price Path of Exile, higher quality Path of Exile, versus Diablo, massive price increase, because one, it's not free, right? You got to pay up front for it to play the game to begin with, and then there's the seasonal costs with the battle passes and the cosmetic bullshit in the store. And then, like, I don't feel bad about not playing Path of Exile for 3 years. I don't care, because it's a free-to-play game. So whatever value I get of it, I'm essentially happy with it. Why? Because it's free, essentially. It costs me time, and that's effectively it. Right? Diablo, on the other hand, I paid $140 for or so, Canadian. And I put 400 plus hours on one character into it. It's actually more than that because I played multiple characters, etc. And I feel cheated. Right? An inferior quality product for a higher price is bullshit. And it's like they think they're stuck on this mentality of the short-term gain, but what they're lacking, what they're not realizing, is if they actually took a proper long-term focus on things, on player retention, on how much money they would make, etc. Because of course they're a company, they have to make money, and they just offered a high-quality product, people would be more willing to stay, and people would be more willing to pay $10 for the battle pass or buy cosmetics every once in a while from the store or whatever, right? But they're also trying to funnel and force people into these things, etc. Which, you know, that was another thing I always told everybody: if you don't like my product, I hope you go find somebody else to give your business to that has a better service and quality products than me. because I value that as a customer myself of various things in the world, right? So I understand when other people want to do that. So it's but they like lose that perspective altogether. As a buyer, they only have the perspective of the seller. It's a one-sided thing, just like their philosophy of what the priorities are or who the priorities are for in games like this. Blizzard has the priority of them first, everybody else secondary, if at all.
Stream next Friday to talk about all the details of the changes, including the barb and like sorcerer changes that Joe had mentioned, along with other changes that we are preparing right now for the patch itself. That patch itself is
like, honestly, if these guys wanted to keep any sense of what would you call it? Standing in like people's eyes. That they're competent, etc. As both a product and a development team, and as a business, etc. They would what they should have opened up with it in this. That they obviously didn't was because they're not actually really admitting that they made any mistakes, right? They think they're acting as if players are mistaken in thinking that what they've done with the game after that last patch is actually bad. They're only saying that because of player backlash to begin with. But second, they think they've done no wrong there. Really, it's more like they're trying to placate people by saying, that's what it seems like to be. Based on their behavior, okay? Obviously, I don't read minds. This is just the sense I'm getting from hearing what they're saying, right? They don't, because if they did, they would just say right off the bat, guys, we're sorry, we fucked up. We're going to revert to before patch 1.1.0a. And the next patch, we're going to look to incorporate some of the things from this patch, like, or at least revert all the things that were bad, let's say about patch 1.10a, and then look further into the future in the next few updates of rolling things out to try and balance things or whatever, right, in a more meaningful way that doesn't harm players' experiences or whatever, right? Like, okay, yeah, damage needs to be brought down, but literally the only thing they needed to do, I think, was put vulnerability, which they admitted in this live stream, into an additive category. That's all they needed to do with that to fix the problem. They didn't need to nerf crit damage. They didn't need to nerf main stat or anything like that. They certainly didn't need to buff all these stats that are for damage that nobody wants, like damage to close, damage to range, and all that garbage. Like, okay, keep them in the game, but nobody wants to use them. Everybody wants to roll those off. And then the defenses stuff. Right? Like, none of the damage need to be touched except for vulnerability. And then don't touch the defenses, man. Because look at the disaster that's caused, right? Those defenses are absurd where they're at now. That's why sorcerers in part are unplayable. They were already bad before those nerfs in patch 1.10. And now it's basically unplayable. So
supposed to be hitting in the next couple weeks. Obviously, if we're doing the stream on Friday, it means it's coming pretty darn soon for after that stream. So, but we did want to make sure that we got in front of players to actually talk.
Yeah, in front of players, right?
We plan on doing that going forward if we ever have one of these larger patches that actually make some pretty significant changes within the game. We'll either get in front of you guys via stream, or we'll end up posting about them earlier so that you guys get a better idea of what's to come for those. I know that we do want to take some questions, a bunch of questions actually.
A bunch of questions that they've formulated for themselves, most likely. I mean, if they really wanted to take questions, they would have their chat open. Right? And I've seen lots of people on Twitch when they're watching this not have, I would be watching this on Twitch, except I can't really pause over there, because when I unpause, it's going to skip ahead to meet up with where the stream is, etc. And you can't go back and forward or whatever in the timeline for the video, so that's why I watch it on YouTube. But I've seen people over on Twitch before. I've monitored that in various streams for specifically Diablo. And, like, none of those questions got answered, man. Right? They only typically pick things that, like, make them kind of look good, I guess you could say, right? But they don't actually primarily address people's actual feedback or questions, really.
From chat and so forth. I know one big question that has always
Before the Q&A starts here, I'm going to... Well, I'll keep it playing, and then I'm going to go... I need to use the bathroom. Too much freaking caffeine already. Been drinking copious amounts of coffee since I woke up because I had, like, no fucking sleep last night. But I'll press play again here in a sec, and I'm going to roll a smoke, and then I'll pause it when I go to have smoke, and I'll be back in a few.
It's kind of come up has been about leaderboards and so forth within, and the expectation of when those might be coming in. I know that ideally we're...
See, this here's a deflection. That's not real. That's like so far down the goddamn totem pole of what people actually care about right now. Nobody really cares about the fucking leaderboards, okay? That's like a quality of life thing. That's not really important. First of all, does the game feel good to play? Yes or no? If not, then fucking fix that. Address that. Deal with that. Right? Prioritize the things that people actually care about. Now they're trying to deflect. Oh yeah, we know people are asking a lot about this. Like the only people who truly, I think, give a flying fuck about leaderboards are like the top 1 to 10% of players. Why? Because they've already beat the game. They've already gone to 100 on 5 characters, 1 for each class, and like beaten Uber Lilith on at least 3 of them or something. Like, and people who didn't get to be part of the like race to 100 in hardcore because they got preview copies of the game, etc. Like those are people that, despite the time I put into the game, one, I like playing games typically at my own pace. Regardless of whatever leaderboards or whatever might be there, especially if I'm learning systems, trying to figure out exactly how best the game works, or at least for me, right? So I don't give a flying fuck about leaderboards. I don't, like in Diablo 3, dude, I didn't give a flying fuck about the leaderboards for like 5 years. I would come back typically once a year or two to play like a season or two, and I never cared about the leaderboards. Ever. Throughout the entire lifespan of that game.
Pretty sure it's locked down. Yeah, I think we are.
Alright, I'll be right back, guys. All right, I'm back. Sorry about the delay there.
We're aiming for season 3 for the leaderboards in itself. I don't know if you guys have any like additional information or like additional insight onto those from your end.
Yeah, so one thing that's really important to us for leaderboards, and so
Don't exist. So
Really?
a good waste of.
and we're looking for season 3 for that.
Question from you, stupid walrus. Is Uber Uniques? What's the future? They mathematically don't exist, so I don't think it's.
All right, see you later, Charlie. Have a good one. Thanks for joining me for the time that you had.
A good waste of resources of them anymore.
Sorry, I was really distracted by the walrus.
Okay.
Can you read the question again?
Uber Uniques.
Oh, right.
What's the future? They mathematically don't exist.
Yeah.
So I don't think it's good to waste resources on them in the future.
Yeah, that's a good question. So, you know, Uber Uniques are designed in such a way that they are a huge spike of power, and we're receiving feedback, and we understand the feedback on some of them. But they represent a huge spike of power, and as
Some of them, all of them. Nobody cares about the Uber Uniques because they can't get them, except for like the 10 people in the whole fucking world, all across the world, playing Diablo 4 that were playing Diablo 4 that got them. Right? Or the what was that, 142 people when they fucked up with the health time chests, right? Like, oh, what, a whole 150, 160 people in the whole world that millions of people got them? Like, that's, again, that's ridiculous. There's uber rare, and then there's unobtainable. And that's what they basically are right now.
as such, are not expected to be part of builds necessarily. One of our goals underlying is we don't want players to feel that one of these are mandatory that you must find in an effort to bring your build online. From the ground up, we
See, here's the thing. That's not even why people want the Uber Uniques. It's not that they think they're mandatory for builds. It's that they're awesome items that they want to fucking use. And the fact of the matter is unlike, I don't know, like a dagger that's specialized for a rogue, like the Harlequin crest can be used by any class. And if you get it for the, like, where it's like, you know, the lower level version of it, like a sacred version or something. Let's say you got two versions, a sacred and an ancestral, right? Or even if it was an ancestral, like the level, I think the level range could be anywhere from 60 to 80. But like, so say you had two versions of that, one that was 60 and one that was 80. Well, now you have two helms, one that you can guarantee that's good for all classes, all characters you'll ever make in the future. For when you hit 60, you have this awesome power spike. And then same thing for the level 80 version. Now, for me, as an example, I brought this up before as well, is in Diablo 2, the last time I played in Resurrected was a Paladin in Seasonal. And I knew, because I primarily play outside of Seasons in that game when I do play it. And I knew that when my Paladin comes out of Seasonal to be in like the Eternal Realm or whatever, the non-ladder stuff, my Spirit Sword and Shield, which I worked really hard to get during the season, now I can use it for any of the characters that I had or that I will make in the future that will go to the non-ladder or start in the non-ladder gameplay mode. That's awesome. But it's something that I could get on my own without, like, basically chances that are worse than winning, you know, $100 million or whatever in the fucking lottery. Because first and foremost, I crafted those items. I gathered the resources to craft the items. And they should do something similar in this game with the Uber Uniques, or if in the future they bring in runes of some sort or whatever, and fucking set items if they ever bring those in, right? Make them craftable things that you could just gather resources as you're playing, even if it's like a really high amounts, so that it's like, oh, at level 60 I get this nice power spike for my character because I've saved up the resources to craft this specific item for my character or multiple characters. Bang, bing, bang, boom, right? Makes things easier. Makes leveling easier after that point when you have that nice little power spike that's going to last for potentially the rest of your character's life.
kind of made the decision to say it is okay if we want players to find these, but we don't want them to expect to find these.
Yeah, but players want to find them and they can't. So they're a useless item. That's the problem. People want to use them because they're awesome items and they can't. Again, this is a dumb mentality to have.
Now, which is a difficult place to balance in terms of drop rates when you're thinking about these. Now, right now, I believe that they are exceedingly rare, and we do want them to feel very, very rare.
They're not exceedingly rare. They're essentially unobtainable. There's a difference.
But I suspect that as we start moving into future seasons, we do want to find more ways for players, or more opportunities for players to get chances at these. And I imagine we'll be able to talk about that soon. But I would suggest that like the current drop rates are probably not going to be the drop rates forever. We'll probably make those a little bit more common, a little more likely to be found as time goes on.
Like, I don't know, how what's the chances of... Let me Google this right now. What... D2R, what are the chances of finding a Shaco? How rare is Shaco in Diablo 2? Mephisto's chance of dropping Shaco is around 1 out of 2,000. You can also find it in the secret cow level. Although the Cow King drops the Harlequin Crest Shaco only pretty rarely, the chances are decent if you are killing Rakanishu and Griswold on Hell difficulty. So on the highest difficulty, roughly, it's a 1... So, I mean, to be fair, once you have a character that's built for, like, running to bosses and stuff pretty quickly in a Nightmare in Hell, because I think it's Nightmare when you can first start seeing the Shaco drop from Mephisto, 1 out of 2,000 runs? That's like nothing, man. Like, you could, especially considering it takes like almost no time to get to him. Right? So you're fucking, it's like a couple minutes. And the chances are, for the most part, on average, you're probably going to see it sooner than like 2,000 runs or more. You're probably going to see it sooner. Because he has a pretty high chance. And he's not even the highest chance that he's going to drop it, right? There's other things, I think, in the game that are... Right, it said, so you could literally do like Mephisto, then do the cow level, kill the Cow King, go kill Rakanishu, and then go kill Griswold. Like, if you wanted, but it's, what are people going to do? They're typically going to do what's the quickest, which is probably just running to Mephisto, even though he doesn't necessarily have the best chance of dropping that item. That's not 1 in 2,000 chance? Like, that's one, so effectively, say that's 1 out of 2,000 people. Per what? I don't know what the hourly or daily outcome of that is, but like, let's say it's like 1 person per day or per hour or some shit, right? This is probably per hour, I think. And compare that to 1 in 5 million hours to have a chance, potentially, of, that's the estimate, of the Shaco in Diablo 4 dropping.
I haven't been using it.
That's
a big
insane.
I'm seeing just pop up in chat and so forth.
And let me ask a question. Anybody here that's played Diablo 2 or Diablo 2 Resurrect, do you think that the Harlequin Crest Shaco has ruined the game because of how available it is for people to play with? I don't think so, because if that was the case, the game would have ended 20-some years, right? Like, years ago. But items like that have not destroyed the game. People keep playing, people keep having fun. So again, their argument here is, this just shows me that they ignore past experience, and I think, and they don't really know what they're doing. They don't really know what the hell they're talking about.
A lot of comments about crowd control,
Sure,
and if there's any plans or ways that we're looking at addressing crowd control here in the future.
Yeah, as I mentioned earlier in the stream, or well, I think we both talked about it. We think that when you have high density of monsters on screen and you have a lot of elites, the crowd control, the tools that you have for crowd control are not, need to be better, basically. And some of that is going to be...
Or how about this? Remove the CC that most monsters have. Give it solely to elites and give it solely to bosses. Like champions, elites, bosses. That's all that needs to fucking have CC, okay? But like, when you're facing the goddamn whatchamacallit, the fuck are the goatmen called, right? Like, they're constantly throwing out those goddamn frozen orb fucking things that just sit there for like 10-20 seconds after they're all dead, even spitting that fucking bullshit out at you, chilling you, and then freezing you constantly. And if you have multiple groups of, or multiple of the shamans, I think it is, that cast those, like you got 3, 4, 5, whatever, it's even worse, I think, at like lower level in a lot of cases, because it's much harder to avoid because you're less mobile. It's more difficult to, when you do get seed, break out of it. Like in a rogue's case, like you gotta wait till you have Shadow Step, and then you gotta wait till you have concealment, things like that, or even dash, right? Like dash doesn't give you unstoppable though, but it's just fucking weird. It should, just like Shadow Step. It's functionally a worse Shadow Step, essentially. So, and that's on the rogue. You know, the druid has a fairly easy time because they have Grizzly Rage, which again isn't as good as it used to be. They have Earthen Bulwark, which they can keep up very early on pretty much all the time to escape and stay out of CC, or at least not be CC'd, etc. And they can get that legendary aspect that makes it so that it extends the time by like 6 seconds or something. So it's like a 9-second unstoppable, which is paired on. So if you Earth and Bulwark, then Grizzly Rage just before it goes off, right? Like you retain the barrier, but you lose the unstoppable from Earth and Bulwark, and then you shapeshift into the Dire Werewolf or Dire Werebear with at least pre-patch 1.10a. You basically have like unlimited unstoppable. Nobody else has anything like that. The closest, I guess, would be like the freaking rogue with Shadow Step. But even then, that's tricky because you have to target an enemy for that to work. So it's not about the tools necessarily that classes have. Some classes do lack it, like say the Necro. But for the most part, I think the abilities that people have as the characters in the game are more or less fine. It's just the Necro that really needs better tools for unstoppable or whatever. Get rid of the goddamn ridiculous amounts of CC that monsters in general have access to. Plain and simple. And like even in nightmare dungeons, if you have cold enchanted monsters in there, it shouldn't be all the monsters. It should be the elites, bosses, and champions only that you encounter in there, and that's it.
The adjustments to things that feel unfair, and some of that is going to be tool adjustments in terms of your tools. I think that we'll be able to, this is something that we'll be able to speak more to in terms of specifics and how we're going to address that, but we agree it's a problem in the future.
Question.
Oh, of course, in the future, right? Not right now, not in patch 1.1.1, right? Like, no. It's always in the future, guys. It's like this lead, right? Like leading the horse by the carrot on a stick, right? Like it's always there, but it's never obtainable. Gotta wait till season 10 for that, guys.
Recoat. I tried. I'm so bad with names. I'm sorry. When will loadouts be added?
Season 5.
Yeah, it's a feature that the UI team is very excited about, and something we've talked about a bit internally. We don't have a timeline for the idea of loadouts just yet, but it is something that we're continuing to actively talk about. When we have more information to share in terms of like when something like this could potentially be added to Diablo 4, I'm sure that we'll talk about it.
Barag0 says, what is the time frame on 1.1.1? It doesn't seem very clear. Is it before the middle of the season? How long do I need to wait for Sorcerer and Barbs to have their changes and be playable? It is much sooner than mid-season. As I said, it's only like a couple weeks away, and by a couple weeks I mean like very, very soon. Like if we're doing a stream on Friday, I would expect it within a couple days after the stream.
We have to provide some. If we say anything too specific today, production will choke us out. So we have to be very careful about the language we use. But yes, very soon.
Only because with patches themselves, of course, there are. We're on a lot of different platforms and everything, and of course those go through certification. If a certification gets pushed back or whatnot, then we obviously need to readjust schedules, so it's hard for us to actually put a specific time on it until that actually occurs. But very, very soon. BaldBeast79, are there any plans for some changes for experience between, say, level 75 to 100? This is actually something that we just commented on, but the journey feels a bit dull. There are several events, but only nightmare dungeons to provide challenge. World bosses, Helltides, and Whispers are
a joke.
A good idea, but just too easy.
They're a joke.
Yeah, there's so we talked about, so I guess there's two real parts of this, like, you know, so are we making changes to the XP progression for players while they're moving through, like, World Tier 4 in this case? And the answer is yes, we are going to be looking at making changes to that, and we'll talk more about that soon. And then, secondly, do we feel that there are the right number of, like, milestones for players to engage with? Enough goals to kind of, like, consume while you're also just leveling up, and enough content to kind of do as you're leveling up in these world tiers? And I think that the answer is no, that we know that there's more things that we need to add to the game, particularly for World Tier 4. But really, just once you get into World Tier 3 and 4, just find more opportunities and more content and new things for players to do as they're leveling up through those spaces. And we do have plans for those things, and we do have thoughts on stuff we want to add in Season 2 in particular, and some things we're looking to continue to talk about moving forward.
Yeah.
But yeah, we recognize that there's more we would like to add to that journey to kind of create more variety and more moments of challenge as well while you're progressing. And not just at 100, but all along the way.
Podoc24 says, what are your plans to adjust loot drops? This, I'm going to add on to his question after I read it. It feels very frustrating to grind for days without ever seeing anything close to an upgrade or finding the right aspect. Even worse, when you finally do it and it's a terrible roll.
How about you guys bricked my character with your shitty patch, and now I would effectively have to go, essentially, find all new aspects and also all new items with different roles that I'm going to have to spend exorbitant amounts of gold on if I wanted to change over. I wonder how that feels, right? Feels pretty fucking shitty. Tell you that.
I'm also going to modify that and mention target farming, which has also been a topic within the community. I'm not sure if you guys want to have any plans and so forth for that.
So I think there's a couple parts of this as well, right? There's the idea of I grind for a long time to get an item, and the item is done upgrade. And particularly when you're in World Tiers 3 and 4.
Particularly when the vast majority of the stats in the game are garbage.
You start dealing with sacred items and ancestral items where you're kind of dealing with this larger bucket of eye power range. This can certainly tend to be true, unless you're looking for specific kinds of affixes, you're looking for particular kinds of roles, right?
Of course, that's what
so
people are looking
there's a couple things. One, we know we want to try to reduce the difficulty of like kind of comparing and looking at a number of different items all at once and trying to get a better sense of that. These are things the UI team is very passionate about, and conversations are ongoing in terms of how we want to achieve that. Like things like loot filters, things like that. There's the idea of like how does the progression of itemization feel, particularly in World Tier 4, while you're leveling up there. And the systems team has ideas on things they would like to include. It's too early for us to say exactly, to like really like lay them all out just now. But there are ideas and things we want to do to kind of improve the feeling of progression through the ancestral tier, so that you feel like there's more thresholds and there's more opportunities to kind of get upgrades as you go. And then lastly, there's this idea of target farming. So legendary aspects are a place I think that we can afford to do more.
Nobody's talking about legendary aspects in this regard. Legendary aspects are fucking easy to come by. No, what people are talking about is the affixes on the items themselves. Damage to close, damage to distant, damage when injured, blah, 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 all that garbage. Damage while CC'd or whatever, right? Like, while on a Monday, while at night at 3 p.m., 5 a.m., like, nobody cares about those stats. They want them gone. They're bad. And now they've gone with that patch and actually added new stats that couldn't previously roll on gear. So it's actually harder to get the stats on like your pants and helms and shit that you actually care about. As if it wasn't hard enough, they've diluted the pool for items even more so. Right? They didn't add new stats, they just took the same stats and allowed them to roll on these other pieces of gear, so now it's even harder to optimize. Which is part of the point of these games, is fucking optimizing.
We know that players are looking for certain aspects. They're trying to find certain things. They're trying to find particularly unique items. I think is often the case, right? They want their Tempest Roar,
or they're forced. because their build is shit without it, i.e. Druid, right?
Whatever they're looking for that thing. We do have plans in Season 2 right now.
Oh, yeah, Season 2, boys.
More content you can try to target farm in order to find certain unique items. And I think there's a natural extension of that to figure out, like, what's the right way for players to be able to find an easier method of getting into some of the aspects they might be looking for as they're progressing through. So that is something that the
It's simple. Simplest thing. Make it so that when you kill world bosses, when you complete nightmare dungeons after a certain level, like maybe 50 plus or something, right? Like once you're on world tier 3, regular uniques, start getting items that are crafting mats that you can then bring to the blacksmith, or like if it's an amulet or ring, so weapons and armor to the blacksmith, and accessories to the jeweler, right? You use those items to get a unique item or a specific legendary aspect that you're looking for, or something around there, right? Like for your class or whatever, within some kind of specialization. Like, do you want it to be specifically a class one? Then pick like a range of like 3 or 4 or something, and then like get a roll out of them, like a semi-randomized roll for your class. Do you want it to be a general one? Same for class-specific uniques and general uniques, etc. And then just add that. People would probably be okay with that if they could craft these items. It's like, okay, I've spent 400 fucking hours playing the game and I haven't gotten the Tempest Roar helm. But if you save up the crafting mats, again, you can make it kind of expensive. And it's a slot that you're likely going to get a class-specific item for. People wouldn't feel so bad about it. And then do the same thing for Uber uniques, man. Like, make it so that, because if all you're doing is competing between regular uniques and Uber uniques, for instance, when you're crafting a unique so that you get a chance to craft an Uber unique, I mean, especially at lower levels when you first get down to World Tier 3 and stuff, at least regarding regular uniques, at least then you can, like, just, bam, I have the item I need so I can play the game and have fun.
Rewards and systems teams will be thinking
pretty
about
simple.
We'll talk about soon on stream.
Yeah, and I do want to note, like, I know we have an update here coming for 1.1.1, which we just talked about is in the next couple weeks. There are going to be other patches before Season 2 and so forth,
yes,
with additional changes and items that were...
Yeah, 90% nerfs, 10% buffs, boys. That's what it'll be.
We just haven't noted, and I just want to clarify specifically on that. We do have more patches beyond 1.1.1 before Season 2 to address a lot of feedback that we're receiving from players and a lot of opportunities for us to actually do so. Can we get some sort of matchmaking system to help with partying up with random people or group finders? I know we had talked about group finders before. I know this is something that the team has obviously received feedback about, like helping out with like the social systems and so forth within the game. It is being evaluated, I know, and the teams are looking at it. We just don't have an exact timeline of.
I mean, the simplest thing for them to implement that's effectively in the game right now is a chat dedicated to people looking for group. You go into it, and then it prioritizes like maybe new messages or something, right? Where you like maybe type at something or other, looking for a group, and be like, this is what I'm looking for a group for. Specific dungeons, specific content, whatever, or just to run around, do general everything. And post it in there, and then allow people to socialize and respond to each other. Like, even just a chat alone, which is, even that as a social feature is greatly underutilized, I think, in Diablo 4. That would help things a lot. Even just having that chat in the meantime, on the way to having a system that actually allows you to go into a menu to, like, click looking for group or whatever, right? As an automated thing. And then keep both around.
When those are actually coming in specifically from that end. Are there going to be changes with ARM? Oh, sorry, I forgot to. That was Andy for Man was the last question. BeanPot10 says, are there going to be changes with armor regarding survivability? Hardcore is almost unplayable on Sorcerer. with one-shots from corpse bows and low innate, due to low innate armor.
Yeah, it's not just hardcore.
Yeah,
It's effectively like 60 plus nightmare dungeons right now.
I think survivability, especially on Sorcerer, is something that the changes that Joe was talking about for that we'll be talking about in more detail next week. Is one of the things we want to include in that. We recognize that.
Yeah, we also identified there are a few outstanding monster types and abilities that are doing that are killing players a little more frequently than we expect, and like we're looking at creatures that explode when they die, for example, claim an awful lot of lives, right? Creatures that can chill, claim an awful lot of lives.
Chill, they insta-freeze you. What are you talking about?
And charging creatures, yeah.
I've seen a lot of reports about
the
that.
wind wall bullshit.
I know, and you're about
which I think have been nerfed like twice now. Too,
well, there's a bug fix on the Beast Charge in particular, where Beast Charge could deal damage even if you interrupted the charge or the beast died.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. So, well, that's a good bug fix. So, I mean, we're identifying some of these like really difficult affixes. Really.
I don't know. I would ask, when the fuck did that change happen? Because if it was pre 1.1, dude, that's not true. That didn't work. Because I was still fighting those giant fucking boar things that charge and standing next to them, knocking them down and shit, interrupting their charge and still taking damage. So, and I don't recall seeing anything about that in the bug fixes for this current patch.
Really difficult nightmare dungeon affixes, or like really ones that claim lots, like a disproportionate amount of player lives as part of that. And we're looking at those all at once. It's Sorcerer survivability is absolutely an issue, and we're going to be talking about it more in the 1.1.1 conversation next week. But there's also this idea of like there's a lot of things out there that are just doing a lot of like what feels to the player in the moment pretty cheap, like unfair, like just I sort of just died, don't really see what happened.
Yeah, it's a combination of the damage they do, the defenses the monsters have retained, right? Their offensive capabilities have not changed. Their defensive capabilities haven't changed. And their CC capabilities haven't actually changed. But the players have been greatly reduced. So what does that do? Certain combinations of things were already bullshit before, especially on hardcore. And now it's so much more exacerbated. Like, it's at least twice as bad, 2-3 times as bad as it was before.
And so we're looking at more of these situations and trying to figure out the right places to make adjustments. We don't want the game to be easy. We don't want you to be able to walk through every encounter, and we want the game to feel deadly at times.
Yeah, the game isn't easy right now, though. The game is, at least in my experience, it's effectively unplayable. Like, leveling up from what I've seen of people in Season 1, because I have watched some stuff for it, is that effectively, like, leveling is semi-okay, but I bet you anything, as soon as people are really trying to push into, like, T50, T60s, etc., that's when they're going to hit that fucking brick wall. And right now, there's no gear that can ameliorate that. There's no player skill that can ameliorate it when fucking non-elite mobs, corpse bows, etc. are just one-shotting everybody, regardless what class you're playing. It's ridiculous.
Times we want you to feel like you have an opportunity to kind of evade or deal with those situations.
In regards to someone, Zeus DNA says we'll be seeing the hotfix notes before the hotfix comes out today. Yeah, we'll get the notes up. The deployment hasn't started and it's not starting until later this afternoon, but we'll get the notes up so that players can see it, and we'll be mentioning it so that players can actually read through them and so forth.
Right.
This is a pretty large hotfix in terms of like items that we're actually fixing and the Nightmare Dungeon stuff that we had just talked about.
Yep.
Templar Knights asks, question, can we change the codex in such a way that we can upgrade the values with founded legendary items? This could reduce the demand to stash, avoid aspects laying around, easier adopting player to your balance changes, but we still want to find items and increase codex values. Templar Knights asks, question, can we change the codex in such a way that we can upgrade the values with founded legendary items? This could reduce the demand to stash, avoid aspects laying around, easier adopting player to your balance changes, but we still want to find items and increase codex values.
Well, that's another thing too, right? Is you could literally just take like legendary aspects that you have laying around and convert them into a crafting material, which you could then use to actually craft the ones you want. Your stash, because what are people primarily doing? They're holding items that have good rolls on them, but that they're not necessarily going to use right now. Maybe they're too high level, maybe it's for another character. But then also in terms of the legendary aspects, because in my experience, it's rare that you find an item that has affixes that are really good and a legendary aspect that's really good. That's even more rare than getting one or the other, like a good roll on a legendary aspect or good affix rolls on just general affixes, right? So make it so that you can. I don't understand why they don't have a crafting system similar to like Diablo 3, and they don't have to make it explicitly like Diablo 3. They could just make it just craft a rare item of like that's normal, rare, sacred, and ancestral. Okay, maybe you have to do quests for that or something, like to help the blacksmiths. Like, okay, fine, and then same thing with the jeweler or whatever. And then when this way people aren't having as much of a drought of gear because they can craft their own shit and make it so that they can like designate, I want these specific kinds of items. And when I break down yellows, I get these crafting materials that allow me to craft yellows, but I get to choose what affixes I want, or like at least most of them. Because like if I can choose up to like say it's like a normal rare, maybe I can choose 1 affix to guarantee, and then on a sacred 2, and then on a ancestral 3, and then you still have to deal with the range of the affixes based on the item power, and the item power could to some degree be randomized as well. But then you only have 1 affix that you have to freaking roll for, that you have to spend money on, right? Because that's another thing that gets me is like the exorbitant prices of re-rolling stats and whatnot, and the crafting materials that can be, for a lot of people, exorbitant in price for upgrading items like the Forgotten Souls and stuff like that, especially for people who don't play as often, who don't play a lot. A crafting system that allows you to control that to some degree is like, okay, I have to go do 5 dungeons and then I can roll a more or less guaranteed rare and roll like at least 1 semi-guaranteed aspect or something like that with a chance to roll the rare as a unique or something. People would love that because it's like I'm getting item drops during the content I'm doing, and then I can take that and convert it into currency or whatever materials I can use to make my own gear. And you know what? That feels way better when you craft your own stuff and get good rolls on things than even just relying on purely on luck in the game to get it. Both things combined are good, right?
Yeah. So we know that one of the key things that players are carrying in their stash right now are lots and lots of aspects. Yeah. And we're talking about ways to address that. That's an interesting suggestion. That I think it's sort of going toward the same direction here, which is like, how can we address the case where your stash is completely full of aspects? Certainly having an extra stash tab will not hurt that problem, but I think there's more that we'd like to do in terms of the aspects.
Yeah, it's certainly something we've been discussing internally for a while. I think part of this is just how much fun is it to be able to extract an aspect from an item and be able to maintain that role? And then how much is that fun so fun that it's worth like some of the inventory pressure that comes about as a result of that? Yeah. That's a conversation we've had within the dev team. We're going to continue to talk about it, but we know that there's definitely a lot of improvements we can make to the Codex of Power, for example, to kind of like be embracing some of these other like affix extraction systems.
Question from DRJ16. Has the team considered how certain nerfs like weapon cooldown reduction are so much more impactful for certain classes than others?
Yes, the team is definitely aware that some of these changes disproportionately affect, like the vulnerable damage change disproportionately affecting like Cold Sorks. We're definitely aware that some of these changes disproportionately affect some.
See, I'm pretty sure they were aware of this beforehand, but they did it anyway. right? And they're actually deflecting responsibility onto the guys who like put the patches together or whatever, right? Like the coders, the engineers, etc. But they're just fucking doing what these guys tell them to do. So the responsibility ultimately is on these guys right here. They're the directors of the game, not the dude that's writing the code for this shit or whatever, right? Like, that's on these guys, and they're deflecting the responsibility onto them, as if these guys had nothing to do with it. They're like, oh, it's out of our hands, man. You know, those developers, oh my god. Those fucking guys. Jesus Christ.
More than others. And this goes back to my earlier point about when we're going to be making changes like this moving forward, that we know we're going to have this have an overall effect of reducing certain effects down, or rather reducing certain like powers or affixes or whatever it is down to a place where we want people to use the baseline to kind of build from for other parts of the game. That when we do those things, it's going to affect these different players in different ways, and they're not going to enjoy that if we if we've ruined their build in order to try to.
Yeah, well, that's exactly what they did, right? That's certainly what they did with my character. He's an unplayable character right now. So, best class in the game, man. Now my character's just dog shit.
Weed the garden and get things in a better place. Like, ultimately, we're going to be trying to do a lot more situations where if we're going to take a thing away, if we're going to update something, where it's no longer going to be as valuable as part of your build, we want to provide a lot of other options as part of that. Yeah. Make sure we don't leave the build with a gaping, like, giant hole in it as a result of the change that we made. So this is going to, again, it's going to mean that moving forward, when we're making like larger scale balance and tuning adjustments, we're going to do those a little bit more slowly as a result, in order to make sure that we're embracing all of these other like components.
How about free respecs, boys? Give me that fucking scroll, or just wipe my Paragon and skill tree for free. I'd accept that. It's not that difficult to put that shit back together. With changes like this, I'd have to reformulate my Paragon and stuff anyways. So,
to give a lot of options all at once when we make a change.
Yeah, it goes back to the change we had on the screen before, right? We're going to provide compelling alternatives when we make those.
Really? Where are they?
That's a punchy way to say it.
Where are they?
Kennywa says,
they're
question,
going
why did you guys
to
increase the cast time on stuff like leaving dungeons?
Yeah,
Feels
why?
Like you're trying to slow down the game.
That is slowing
by
down.
Making us waste time for something that might feel useless.
We can look at that. We'll continue to evaluate that.
What is there to evaluate? It's a simple question. They're not really answering the question, or they're acting like it was out of their hands. Like, why was this done? Like, holy fuck, are you kidding me? It's a simple question. Answer the fucking question, guys. Right? I hate this kind of bullshit. It's always, even if it's a dumb answer, like the actual reasoning why they decided to do this, just own it. Own up to it. People will respect you more and appreciate the answer, even if it's a dog shit answer, far more if it's truthful, right? Nobody's gonna appreciate this. They're acting as if it was somebody else, or it's we don't know how that happened, guys. What the fuck? We're looking into it because, oh my god, really? This is the kind of shit about this that pisses me off, because then they pull this kind of shit after. And this is exactly, by the way, what Rare can in that video I posted earlier. I will repost it so that people can, anybody that's in here that maybe wasn't in here previously, can check out. Where the fuck is it? This is exactly what they're talking about. Is this video. Or this is exactly what he was talking about in his video regarding the dev stuff, right? And what was it? There was somebody here, so not history. Where was it? Campfire recap. I'm impressed. Oh boy, I'm gonna have to check that out afterwards. Let me see what. This is funny. Diablo 4 Season 1, Blizzard scam me, I'm done. Now, I have a good deal of respect for Ginger Gaming Mentor, but I hope this whole I'm impressed title, like, I hope that's hyperbolic. I hope that's a joke. Because I am not impressed with a goddamn thing they've said here.
That change, it's a...
Oh, what the fuck, dude?
As we start moving into future...
Joe was talking about for... that we'll be talking about in more detail next week. Is one of the things we want to include in that. We recognize that.
Yeah, we also identified there are a few outstanding monster types.
Deal damage.
Oh, I see.
Question: can we change the codex in such a way that we can upgrade the values with found?
And we're talking about ways to address that. That's an interesting suggestion, which is like how and not hurt that.
There's definitely a lot of
certain classes than nerfs like weapon cooldown reduction are so much more impactful for certain classes than others.
Yes, the team is definitely aware that some of these changes disproportionately affect, like, the vulnerable damage change disproportionately affecting, like Cold Sorks. We're definitely aware that some of these changes disproportionately affect some classes and builds more than others. And this goes back to my earlier point about when we're going to be making changes like this moving forward, that we know we're going to have this have an overall effect of reducing certain effects down, or rather reducing certain like powers or affixes or whatever it is down to a place where we want people to use the baseline to kind of build from for other parts of the game. That when we do those things, it's going to affect these different players in different ways, and they're not going to enjoy that if we've ruined their build in order to try to weed the garden and get things into a better place. Like ultimately, we're going to be trying to do a lot more situations where if we're going to take a thing away, if we're going to update something where it's no longer going to be as valuable as part of your build, we want to provide a lot of other options as part of that. Yeah. Make sure we don't leave the build with a gaping like giant hole in it as a result of the change that we made. So this is going to, again, it's going to mean that moving forward when we're making like larger scale balance and tuning adjustments, we're going to do those a little bit more slowly as a result, in order to make sure that we're embracing all of these other like components to give a lot of options all at once.
See, here's the issue I have with what they're saying is they're not saying that they're not saying that they will not be doing nerfs like this in the future. It's just that the scope of what's coming in one shot will be reduced. So they're not changing their mentality about nerfing compared to like bringing things down compared to bringing things up, because they haven't brought anything up to be even close to appetizing to what was previously available. Instead, they just brought everything down. Now what they're talking about is they're just going to do that slower in the hope of, I can only assume, that people won't notice because it'll be more gradual. It's more like, with this patch, it was like the sword stabbing you instead of death by 1,000 cuts from a bunch of tiny needles. What they're talking about is now death by 1,000 cuts. It's the same thing in the end. It's just one takes longer to occur.
When we make a change.
Yeah, it goes back to the change we had on the screen before, right? We're going to provide compelling alternatives when we make those kinds of changes.
That's a punchy way to say it.
Punchy way. Kennywa says, question, why did you guys increase the cast time on stuff like leaving dungeons? Feels like you're trying to slow down the game by making us waste time for something that might feel useless.
We can look at that. We'll continue to evaluate that.
Oh my god, man, it's pathetic.
That change, it's a fairly small difference. I know that in an ARPG, small amounts of time can be meaningful. We did.
That's not the question being asked. The question being asked is why at all? What the fuck, man? Why? Like, why put that in there at all? People are baffled by that. Why the fuck do this at all? Jesus, like, it's a simple question, man. And all they do is skirt the edge of shit, right?
We did add the reset dungeon button back in. It does require that you're outside the dungeon, and so there's kind of a loop there.
Loki5123 asks, are you going to add more than 6 or 7 items a season? Are there plans to add more? The feeling is they feel like they would want more items per season that are actually added in.
Yeah, we've always said that we wanted to take in the feedback from the players as we kind of got these seasons out the door. So season 1, we add the 32 Malignant Hearts, which I think have been pretty cool. Some we're going to be looking at the balance, some of them to make, kind of like lift them up, make them a little more exciting in some places.
Yeah, from what I've seen in a lot of cases, it's not like it's kind of fucked. The launch of season 1 is more broken in many respects than the actual launch of the game, which is like, holy crap, man! Like how? How can it be this freaking bad, man? But hey, there it is. The rubber banding and all that, broken items, broken skills, and broken powers on the Malignant Hearts and stuff, right? Like, it seems like they didn't test anything. They spent so much time focusing on making this stuff that they never actually tested it. I mean, which is not surprising. I mean, you look at what happened post or pre-launch, even it's like this during the beta and stuff. It's like this stuff doesn't seem like it was like, how is this not getting tested or being addressed pre, like, even open beta for the most part? Like, it's pretty obvious things, right? Like quality of life things, like stash tabs. Like, that's a fucking blatantly obvious thing after 20 some years of ARPGs, or I guess, yeah, 20 some years. Okay, like, and it's not there. What the fuck?
But broadly, we're pretty happy. They generally are.
Wait, what did he say?
Hearts, which I think are going to be kind of got these seasons out the door. So season 1, we add the 32 Malignant Hearts, which I think have been pretty cool. Some we're going to be looking at the balance, some of them to make, kind of like lift them up, make them a little more exciting in some places. But broadly, we're pretty happy. They generally are.
What did he say?
Which I think have been pretty cool. Some we're going to be looking at the balance, some of them to make, kind of like lift them up, make them a little more exciting in some places.
Let me see.
But broadly, we're pretty happy.
So again, right? Look at what he's saying. Broadly, we're pretty happy. So again, this isn't based on like necessarily the feedback. It's first and foremost that they're happy with them, regardless. And this is partly why changes are either so fucking slow from Blizzard teams or don't happen at all. Because basically, in a lot of cases, it comes to the point where people are like, en masse, maybe like not playing the game, not spending money, not whatever, engaging with their shit, their content anymore. Then suddenly, you know, things change to try and get people to come back in. And a lot of those people probably still, at least at this point in the cycle of Blizzard, say no. They're done, right? Like, because they're so tired of it.
They generally are. And then we have our uniques and our legendary items that we added with the season as well. I think if there is, if we see that there's like a lot of interest in trying to get more of these, we can start trying to think about how we can inject a few more legendaries into the game with each season, or a couple more uniques potentially into the game with each season. But we want to continue to see like kind of what the feedback looks like. The
feedback is obvious, guys. People like uniques. They're more powerful typically than legendaries. That's why they like them. Okay, especially if the powers are actually cool. If the stats... See, here's one of the problems one of the things they need to actually address with uniques, generally speaking, is that aside from uber uniques, regular uniques, their affixes are typically garbage. The only thing that holds them up at all is the fucking powers, right? The aspect, essentially, the unique aspect that's on the item. That's typically it. There's very few that aren't actually good. Like, I would love to have Fists of Fate that have my stat on. That have main stat on. Or all stats or something like that, right? That, like, on top... And why can't uniques have more than 4 affixes like a legendary or a rare? Like, these things are mind-baffling. And the stats that they... the daggers, the Ashira's Kanjar, and fucking... my 2 favorite weapons in the game so far on my rogue are the Ashira's Kanjar and the Condemnation Dagger. But the only thing that I like about them is that they're daggers, so they're fast, and the powers that they have. These affixes on the items are absolute fucking trash. If I had a rare that I was looking to turn into, if I was looking for a rare to turn into a rare dagger to turn into a legendary, I would not use a dagger with those stats because they're fucking trash. Fix that shit.
People asking for more. So yeah, good to know.
You know, separately from that, like, are you guys looking at potentially like reworking or redoing
thank you,
some things?
So that means patch 1.1.1 is kind of in that vein of trying to like get these things into a slightly better place. And we do want to go back over our existing legendary power library and identify the ones where they can afford to be lifted up with redesigns and changing the way that some parts of them work, so they better fulfill the stated purpose in terms of where they're supposed to sit in builds. So there's gonna be a lot of opportunities for that along the way as well. It's not gonna be the only way we inject like new fun in the game isn't gonna just be through the season mechanic, isn't just gonna be through the addition of brand new legendaries uniques, but also.
Well, that's funny because from what a lot of people are telling me, they're not having fun. They had fun with the season mechanics for a few hours essentially, like a day or two or whatever, and already they're like, I'm fucking bored. And these are people who aren't necessarily people that are saying, there's some people who are saying this who aren't like hardcore like me, that were playing 6 to 12 or more hours a day, depending on how they felt, like even just a few hours, and they're already like, man, this is boring. Because the seasonal mechanic isn't enough. The malignant hearts aren't enough. The fucking malignant tunnels, right? The cancerous assholes of Sanctuary are not enough.
So going back over the existing legendary powers after we see players use them a little bit more, making adjustments accordingly.
Question from Panda Mousy and Mormra. Same question, actually. What's your plan for resistances? Right now, they feel like a wasted stat.
They are a wasted
stat. Do we have any changes to resistances that might be changing maybe sooner or later, or how's that going to work?
Resistances fall in one of those categories where if we need to make a change to the way that resistance damage is, or rather, the way that players use resistance to mitigate damage from certain sources. And it's going to be a far-reaching change when we actually go through and make this, which means that we want to be able to take the time with it and do it properly. It's going to be, right now we plan to put that into Season 2 as part of a larger rework. So you can look forward to more information as we get a little bit closer to Season 2.
Shadow Mun, sorry. Can campaign bosses be added to the pool of dungeon bosses that we encounter? I feel like campaign bosses are underutilized.
I think there could be more opportunities to fight some of those campaign bosses in the future. I can't comment further on exactly how that will look, but I agree with that sentiment.
Sounds good. Okay.
Joe has often said this, so like we definitely want to make sure we find the right ways to bring act bosses in. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is actually a question. Party Cannon 30. Hi there, guys. Can you? Thanks for the information. My question is about crashes on PlayStation 5. Is that a known issue? We are aware of some issues on consoles, specifically Xbox, PlayStation, like that may be having crash issues and whatnot from their side. I do want to note, like, I know with 1.10 there was a bug fix towards a specific memory leak that the team was trying to identify and find.
Which didn't work.
They actually did find it, and it was addressed there.
Was it? Because it was still happening to me. My brother's still having his game fucking crash on him. On the Xbox. Not even PlayStation, but on Xbox. Like, it doesn't seem like it's been resolved. My game still, when I was playing the other day, I only had the game open for a short period of time, but I had to restart, I think, once. So it's like every hour or so, I'm still having to, like, the game is just gobbling up fucking resources like crazy, to the point where, like, I have to worry while I'm streaming, or recording, if it's gonna crash my OBS and shit. And then I have to close the game, which doesn't typically close down properly on PC. I have to fuck around, use, like, the control panel and stuff or whatever to, like, close the game down, and then restart it. I have to also restart the Blizzard app, right? Like, let's see. Patch notes. Malignant. They did 2 things. Only 2 things here. What? Malignant hearts will now always grant armor that directly maps with their item power, and remove the level requirement for World Tiers 3 and 4. That's all they... Fuck, dude. Jesus Christ. Nice update, guys. Nice hotfix.
There's actually an additional fix in 1.1.1 because I've seen a lot of questions, whether on Reddit.
What? Do you have armor on there, Paul? Let me see.
Yeah.
How much armor is it?
This one has 89 and this one has 60.
So it's basically worthless.
Well,
Well, I guess it's based on item power, but I wonder what that's going to be, right?
later on.
But even so, like armor is has been fucking
Well,
gutted, so even that little bit of extra armor is not
Well,
going to
these
make
are
up.
only
For
like 5 deviant.
Yeah, but it's based on the item power of the item, I think, of the ring and shit.
Yeah,
Right. Okay, hold on. Let me see. I'll reopen this. It's in the patch notes here. So it says, Malignant Hearts will now always grant armor that directly maps with their item power. So yeah, it's based on the Malignant Heart. The Malignant Heart directly gives armor also.
yeah.
Right. Thank fuck they didn't at least kind of fuck that up by, making it, maybe it gives you resistance, maybe it gives you armor. And it's just flat armor.
Reddit and so forth about PC performance and so forth, and even on like just performance in general, that will be addressed there. And I know that the engineers here are still actively, troubleshooting and figuring out like specific situations that players might be running into. Of course, if you
How about just playing the game? Like, I was lucky in that I very rarely ran into actual, like, bugs in game, but the biggest problem for me was specifically the fucking memory leak. And, my computer's not a sissy computer. Okay, so there's no reason why my fucking RAM is just, my memory is just getting destroyed by this fucking game after an hour of playing. It's ridiculous.
If you have like more information on those, please post in console bugs on our forums, and give as much information as possible, because a lot of those repro steps on our side are sometimes really difficult, and it helps our teams out, helps our QA teams out to be able to see if they can actually repro the same type of issues that players are having. Do you guys plan on introducing more ways? Oh, sorry, this is Mr. I don't want to butcher that.
Okay.
Do you guys plan on introducing more craft / modify gear? Currently, only gold has value, and only one stack can be rolled.
More ways to craft and modify gear.
Yeah.
Yes, yes, we do want to add more options for players to kind of modify the items they're getting.
So again, my question is, why wasn't this already in the game? Why was this not in the game, right? Jesus Christ, my brother walking around like that. Fucking Jesus Christ, man. Yeah. Walks right past me with the fucking wearing fucking just his goddamn boxers. Yeah.
What we have really in the preseason.
I guess
now
I'll
the
just
season
keep
one
my
stage,
goddamn
still,
headphone
like,
off so I can hear him
baseline
coming.
experience and
So
some item
so
modification.
you're gonna fucking listen to
we
shit
are
they
looking
say.
at more opportunities in the future to allow
course.
players to do more with their items. So yeah, that is a plan for the future.
The Almighty Striker says,
Yeah, nobody
why
wants
does
to
the
see that shit.
Necrominions take? Why do they take ability slots? It could be easily a different button. How many of Necrominion builds have beat Uber Lilith? Lots of questions about, is there... we already answered the
I think the answer for Uber Lilith is
techniques and so forth.
big
That's the
fat
second
zero.
question, but I guess the question mostly is about Necromancer minions and ability slots. Also, I saw other questions related to companions, whether they're Druid companions with wolves or Necromancer minions, if there's any changes or plans for those to actually potentially get a little bit more tweaked up.
Yeah,
little bit more?
This is something we do care about. One of the things that that sounded dismissive.
Yeah, we care about a lot of things, but go on.
Yeah, that's, I mean, to me, that's what a lot of what they were saying is kind of dismissive, right? And that they're not really addressing really the issues here, fundamentally.
What I was just
They're
trying to get
skirting
to
the
another
edge at
point,
the at the most.
There's some really cool stuff in some of the Malignant Hearts
Sure.
that affects this in terms of.
Nobody cares about the Malignant Hearts in terms of the long-term scope of the game because they're going to be gone at the end of the freaking season.
Like, kind of getting credit for additional abilities.
Yeah.
and we do care a lot about the number of the sort of like ratio of ability to number of slots that it takes up, and making that as optimal as possible.
Yeah, that's right. We want to make sure that if you're going to play a necromancer and you're going to summon skeletons, that you are going to be. I mean, that takes up that's the weight of an ability. You know, like it's. The same as having an active. You know, you need to like playing with it. It's gonna take a little bit of space in your bar. You don't get that in addition to a bunch of other things. If you don't want to have skeletons on your bar right now, the idea that you'd be sacrifice a lot of those skills in order to give you that extra space.
Here's an idea. Where's the pet bar, guys? It's not like this is a revolutionary, brand new idea, right? Like, where's the pet bar? Specifically for druids and necros, right? Like, why don't they have a pet bar? That would have made a whole lot more sense to give them, like, even if they're like leery about giving extra skills, like make it so that you can only put pet skills on there. And it's like the skill for the skeletons, the skill for the golem, and like that's it, right? Skeletons and golem, I think. Is there a third one, Paul, for pets for necro? I don't think there is.
Yeah, there's.
What's the third one?
Mages.
Oh, the mages are a separate one? What?
They're all. Oh, the golem and.
No, like what
pets.
goes on your bar.
Yeah,
It's the golem. It's the golem and your
it's
skeletons,
the
right?
skeletons.
Because the skellies raises both, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So, like, shit, 2 extra buttons to press. Oh my god, that's gonna break everybody's mind, right? With how many buttons they have to press. And then the same thing with the druid. The druid has 3, right? The freaking creeper. The the difference is, you know, their skills are, you know, they're that are tied to those minions are also cooldowns, but whoop-de-fucking do. You still have to invest points into them to make them better. The necro doesn't, right? They get their shit for the minions baseline free. The druid is not the same at all. They have to invest skill points just to get them at all, which is like fucking bizarre. Whatever, just put them on a separate bar. Right, so that they're not cluttering your fucking skill bar. Especially since they're not really, honestly, that powerful.
And in terms of the viability of like minion builds at various parts of the game, there are some builds that are able to like get pretty deep into content, obviously, but I think there's still room for improvement in terms of like minion survivability and other conversations along those lines. That is something that's still happening. And then there was the other conversation, the question about druid companions, right?
Yeah, kind of similar to
same thing.
Necromancer minions, and people were asking like, can that ever be a viable thing?
Yeah, I think possibly. We see players. Actually, there are a few players that run like literally all 3 companion skills and use that as part of the build that they'll go after for their druid. And I think that there's likely room here to do more with companion skills. Whether it rises to the full level of like a complete like spec, I think is going to be interesting. But I think I know that there's people on the team that are very excited about trying to explore more of this side of the druid over time. But we don't have there aren't as many interconnecting points for the way that you interact with your companions right now, and the way that the skeleton army does for the necromancer, in terms of ways that you modify them and do more with them. So I think there's some groundwork we need to do to like provide a lot more options there, but something that the team's interested in. Yeah.
I'm gonna do one last question here, which is, will there be better loot tables for like treasure goblins? Any alternate goblin types specifically for those?
Yeah, I think we loved how many, D3 has like all kinds of goblins. There's like 10 different kinds of goblins, or 14 maybe. It's been a little while since I looked at that data in the editor. But we think that there's lots of room for there to be more fun goblin types in the future.
And in terms of the treasure goblins have a tendency to provide, we actually I had a conversation with the lead system designer last week talking about this. We are going to be making we are going to be buffing like legendary drop chance, for example, from items that will appear from treasure goblins. We do want them to be to feel a little bit more exciting when the moment they drop.
Awesome. Yeah. Cool. Well, I know we talked about a lot today. I just want to recap some stuff that we had mentioned today. Obviously, we've been hearing a lot of feedback regarding the patch, and we're telling you guys now that we completely hear you loud and clear. We don't plan on doing patches like this ever again, where we're not going to be essentially removing the fun and the player power from players drastically like this.
Yeah.
And if we ever do that for any type of class, like a build or whatnot, we'll make sure that there's always some really good alternatives for players to actually be able to try out a different build that will also be boosted way back up to kind of help out and give other options for players to actually kind of jump into. And we will ourselves do a better job of course, communicating back to the community. Again, what we're saying now is that we will be getting patch notes in front of the community way earlier in advance, whether through a campfire chat or through like a blog of some sort or any type of communication, so that you guys can get a better chance at looking at patch notes beforehand, seeing any type of changes that might be coming down beforehand, because I think communication was key here. I think you guys not seeing what we were planning on doing and us kind of giving that vision really affected a lot of the response from you guys. And I think if we just provided that over to everyone and gave a little bit more of a heads up, I think it would have helped a whole lot there from that specific situation.
Well, also keeping in mind, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I think that's absolutely one part of it, and you were talking about it in a more full way, but I want to really make sure I hit on, like, one of the really great points of feedback that we've been seeing is like, why can you nerf things today and then buff things far in the future, right? And so what we're saying is, not only is there a change to communication, but we're also going to pair changes like that together so that we don't have exactly the situation that players have called out as unfair.
Yep, most definitely. And of course, with 111 coming really soon, we are committing to another campfire chat next week, next Friday. Probably the same time, we'll confirm. More than likely it'll be 11 a.m. next Friday. We'll end up posting about the details over the next week, so that just as a reminder to the community. And there we'll actually go through all the changes that we just talked about here into greater detail. Joe, I know, will end up providing greater detail changes on like the barbarian and sorcerer adjustments that we're going to be making based off of community feedback. And then of course we'll also be talking about just essentially everything in the patch notes for that. Patch 111 will be coming out in a couple weeks, with us having a stream next Friday. I anticipate it being very soon or shortly after the stream specifically. So, and again, we do have a hotfix today that we will be rolling out.
Yeah, let's check out some of the comments here. Oh, it's getting cut off. God damn it. I want to see the developers play a sorceress to level 100. Right? Maybe if they actually played their game, they'd understand. Let's see. But not on it. I can show you mine. I play hardcore only though, but not on this season. Played too much of Sork. Season 1 is Rogue for me. 3 characters to go means I have enough fun for at least another 3 seasons. Pretty good for 70. Yeah. Don't worry, they are listening and will nerf Sork and Barbarian. This is sad because it is true. I like your way of thinking. I too have a Sork and now a Rogue for Season 1. Sork to 100 easy leveling. Guess you haven't played Barb. That's not the problem. It's doing Nightmare Dungeons over 10 levels. Isn't the easiest, especially after destroying armor and survivability along with vulnerable lol. Now it's near impossible to do tier 100 sigils. They'll get wrecked once they hit Nightmare 40 to 50. Lol, developers don't play games anymore to develop ways to push microtransactions so their executives can buy another yacht. Sorcerers have been glass cannons since launch. Barbs became equivalent just from the last patch. There's nothing more fun than going through all the powers and trying to make a viable build that can carry you to endgame. That's just not the case right now. There's so few really good builds that you literally have to use what theory crafters have already made because of how the endgame is. Yeah, because that's what's viable. That's actually what's viable. Right? Yeah, instead of them all being the same and knowing you don't have to experiment with other builds or abilities besides just for looks, basically. Most likely players will always find the builds that work a little bit better, so it's okay to have some builds better than others at different points in the game. Like they said, some meta shifts going into seasons. It's not very but they didn't do a meta shift for seasons. They did a meta shift for the base game. That's the problem. It's not very complicated, but when the whole basis of damage multipliers and affixes are screwed from the start, I guess it would be. There will always be a meta in Diablo, no matter how varied Blizzard try and make it otherwise. With fixed variables, it's unavoidable. Sure, but that doesn't mean all other builds should be useless. There will always be a best build for class, but other builds and playstyles should be strong and viable. Yeah, good luck. People are always going to find what's at the moment best. About aspects, just make the codex a grindable aspect bank, so every time we extract an aspect and put it in the codex, it increases the base value of the codex aspect of that kind. That way the codex won't be useless. Let's say 10 levels for each aspect. Yeah, that's kind of... Joe Shelley, we are not trying to slow down the game. Devs, knowingly nerf XP gain, nerf class damage, make viable builds unviable. Yeah. Don't forget, made unviable builds viable. What? Boosted monster density and overall experience gain, and made the game more difficult in endgame, which I think is a plus. Feels like people just don't... No, that's not what happened. Okay, so they didn't make unviable builds viable because the changes they did to defense and damage hurts all class variables, right? All class builds or whatever. So those builds that they're trying to make more viable are just as unviable as they were pre-patch 1.108. Except, and it's still, because what are people still running for all the classes? They're running effectively the same builds, but now with the Malignant Hearts, like, nothing's changed. None of the videos I've seen about people's builds and stuff like that has changed. They've just been augmented with the Malignant Hearts. They're worse than they were pre-season, but they're still more or less the same builds, okay? Like I said before, the builds that were good were nerfed into the dirt, and those that weren't pre-patch 1.108 are now nerfed 6 feet underground. Yeah, Endgame went through 3 mob density nerfs before it was buffed, right? That's what they're doing with the damage and all that, and the defenses too, right? They nerf it into the ground, then before it was buffed, the buff amount did nothing. It took 3 elites per pack to 4 per pack. So the elites per pack went from 10 to 6 to 3 to 4. That does nothing for difficulty. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, seriously, if I have to hear you just don't like challenges or you just don't play Diablo ARPGs one more time. This isn't a challenge game. It never was. It's a grindy slaughterfest like most of the Diablo franchise. Nothing about these mob or boss mechanics are difficult and are not considered hard by any other ARPG standard other than Diablo fanboys who think they are geniuses for being able to spam a few buttons on the keyboard. They did not make viable builds unviable. Yes, they did. They nerfed them into the fucking ground. The only reason why they're viable at all, the same builds, is because of the Malignant Hearts, which in a lot of cases give you powers that you had previously that have been taken away or being given to other classes. Biggest problem for me was and still is the cooldown reduction nerf. It's not fun to stand around waiting for my cooldowns to come back after spending hours grinding for CDR gear fixes. Yes. Yeah, this game has so much potential, and these guys are afraid to take it out of first gear. And then this last update put the foot on the brake. I'll see you guys in Season 3. Hopefully the game feels fresh by then. Right, so here's an example of somebody that's drank the Kool-Aid, essentially, that can't recognize, like, the bullshit, right? Like I talked about before, like the negotiation tactic where you get screwed, but you don't know it yet. And then they bring this negotiation bullshit in here to make you think you're getting something good, even though they've already screwed you once. This was surprisingly honest and is a step in the right direction. Like, the step in the right direction would have been to not implement patch 1.10a at all. Or at least all the fucking disgusting nerfs. Yeah, so I'm confused on reducing player power. I'm pretty sure it's the most elite players that had insane power. But the reason why they have this supposedly insane power is because they're knowledgeable. And they know how to maneuver their way around the systems in the game because they fundamentally understand them on a like basic fundamental level. So, right, and the guy says, I'm like, any player that played for long enough could get to the same point. It would just take longer to, like, the elite players, right? The top 10 to 10% of people or whatever, right? And then this guy said, exactly, so the average player is 40% or more worse at all times, while the power player will never... So here's the thing, is this is wrong. It's true right now, yeah. The average player will feel worse, but it's not because of the pro players, the elite players, or whatever, right? Like, they are working inside the same systems that everybody else are. They feel it just as much as everybody else. And in fact, I would say that the elite players, right, who are pushing all the end game content and everything, making builds and all this stuff, are the most knowledgeable from the player base of understanding what's hurting the game, what's hurting the players. They feel it more and quicker than anybody else because they get there before everybody else. See, here's another example of somebody that's kind of drank the Kool-Aid, right? The game may be in a horrible state, but at least there is some acknowledgement by Blizzard, and it looks like they really do want to please their audience. Really? Because they've acknowledged that they knew beforehand that, like, that patch was going to cause, like, outrage or whatever, right? Like, they knew that ahead of time. They expected it. They knew it was going to happen, and they're trying to get in front of it or whatever, right? Like, but again, they shot themselves in the foot. I hope they can eventually get it right because the world they built with D4 is beautiful. It just feels empty. Yeah. Anyways, we'll leave it there for now for that. And no, we'll go over here, I guess. What's this guy say? Here we go. Let's see what this...
So you thought the nerfs in the Season 1 patch for Diablo 4 were going to be the worst part about that particular update to the game? Boy, do you have another thing coming. So yesterday, I went into the game, I did a live stream, I had planned on live streaming the Season 1 patch. As I've mentioned on my previous 2 videos, I was like, I'm going to stream it so that I can go and I can check it out and I can accurately report on what the experience is. A lot of people constantly ask me, Rurikhan, if you know that you're not going to like it, why do you play it? And the reason is so that I can speak with a certain degree of authority on the topic, so that I can provide you with the reasons as to why I don't like it, so that my argument isn't simply, I don't like it because it's bad. And people are like, well, what's bad about it? It's bad. And it's like, no, this way I can actually tell you exactly what are the things that are bad. And an interesting thing that I would like to address before we begin the main topic of this video is that I had a comment on my previous video where somebody said that you're just complaining about nerfs because you don't like challenge in your games. And no, That's not why. I just don't consider these nerfs to make the game more challenging. They make the game more tedious. It takes you longer to kill things. It doesn't necessarily make them harder at all. It makes the game less fun because they nerfed cooldown reduction. Therefore, your abilities you can't really reduce their cooldown as much as you could before, so it takes longer in between you using your abilities. Think about playing Dark Souls, except you can only swing your sword every 10 seconds. That'd be pretty dumb, wouldn't it? Yeah, that's pretty much what the nerfs kind of do. Not just that, they do other things, but it's not because of the challenge. I don't consider this stuff to be that challenging. I'm level 24 for crying out loud. I'm sure it'll be a whole lot harder once you get to Torment 4 or whatever, but I don't plan on making it that far myself, so, feel free to do whatever you do. I just wanted to address that real quick. Now, let's start talking about a couple of the problems that I have with this seasonal content. So problem number 1, you know how you'll do a dungeon? And then after you do a certain number of things in the dungeon, you come upon something that looks like this, which is usually where the final boss of the dungeon is hiding. Except in the Season of the Malignant, you're going to be coming up on this, and then you're going to hit the door, and it's going to tell you, you must progress the seasonal quest line in order to interact with this object. And I was just thinking to myself, it's like, so I'm doing the dungeon, but I don't even get to fight the final boss of this dungeon. These, by the way, are the brand new dungeons. As you can see, they have all of these growths and stuff on them. And Malignant Dungeons, for those of you who aren't following the, like what the seasonal content is going to be, are these special dungeons which they have a special mark on them. Let me see if I can find another one. Here you go. This right here is a Malignant Dungeon, Din Dai Hollow. It's called a Malignant Tunnel, whatever. You jump in there and you do the dungeon, and they all look kind of like this. They don't look that different from this. Maybe there's a couple of different tile sets that I haven't seen yet because I'm still fairly early into the new season. But basically, that's the whole thing. You come into these dungeons in order to farm these specific new items that you're going to be getting for the season, and then you come up to the end of the dungeon, you get here, and the dungeon basically tells you to piss off. Which, to me, this doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. I can't wait to see the Diablo 4 fanboys fold themselves into a pretzel in order to justify this and to tell me just how good it gets, 10 hours into the season or something like that. And some of you are going to point out, but Rurikon, the seasonal quest line is right there. Why don't you just go do the seasonal quest line? Why don't I just go do the seasonal quest line? Well, let's take a look. What level am I? I'm level 24. Okay, what are the next steps for the seasonal quest? Oh, I have to go take over the stronghold. Oh, it's level 35. Oh, okay. So I guess I need to
that makes sense.
To level 35 so that I can continue the quest line, and in between that time, every single Malignant dungeon that I do, I'm going to be looking at this goddamn door that I can't interact with because I can't progress through it. Look, maybe this doesn't bother a lot of you, but to me, this is like having sex without the orgasm. It's like, I did the dungeon, let me fight the final boss. Like, what are we doing here? What exactly are we doing here? And look, sex without the orgasm is still very pleasurable, but I like having that satisfaction at the end. It feels nice. But anyway, that's just one of the things. Another thing that happened to me, by the way, was that for some strange reason, I decided to play with a friend this time around. I did most of the game the first time solo, and this time around I was like, oh, I want to play with my friend Wada. We started playing the game, the season together. We were having a good time, all of that jazz. For some strange reason, there were a whole lot of times where I couldn't teleport to him. Like, I don't know if you guys know, but when you teleport to a city or something like that, if you happen to be in a party with someone, a town portal is always going to be active to where you can just teleport to them. It's usually placed around 45 degrees from your own town portal. I guess it depends on how many people you have in your party, but usually it'll be around here where my character is right now, and you go in there and you click the portal and teleport to the character. And I know that a lot of you guys are going to say, well, Rurikon, clearly your friend was probably in some kind of weird instanced quest that you couldn't participate in. No! We were optimizing our time, and he was running to a Malignant dungeon. I would run to another Malignant dungeon or whatever, and then we would teleport to each other to complete objectives a little bit faster. We even teleported back to town and then back to the dungeon to make sure that, maybe there was a glitch in there or something. No, straight up didn't work. This might have been something that was already in the game. I just experienced it for the first time, so I figured that I would report on it. It is whatever. So now let's talk about something else. So you guys remember how people were complaining over the fact that gems took up too much stash space? Blizzard fixed that problem. Okay?
By adding more
and I know
gems.
that they said they were only going to fix that problem by Season 2, but they went ahead and they did it a little bit earlier. You want to know how they fixed that problem? I can guarantee you that almost nobody's going to be complaining about bag space because of gems. Because your bags are going to be filled with fucking malignant hearts. Holy crap. And you know why people are not going to complain about gems anymore? Because malignant hearts don't even stack. Because they all have different they all have different values, so it makes sense that they don't stack. But look at this shit. This is like 3 dungeons. I'm not exaggerating. This is 3 malignant dungeons worth of items. Are you kidding me? Look at my stash. I don't... Okay, whatever. I guess we're supposed to spend even more time fucking around with our stashes. I feel like there should have been a more elegant solution to this, but I know that the Diablo fanboys are just going to be like, oh, Rurikon just complaining for the sake of complaining. Also, let me tell you something. When it comes to the Druid powers, I've heard that the Necro powers are real fun. When it comes to the Druid powers, they are boring as fuck, at least the first ones that you get. So this one causes your critical strikes to charge enemies, and eventually there's a little bit of...
Yeah, here's another thing, right? Like, this is something that the one... legendary aspect for Werewolf Druid already did, but that did too much. So they took it away from the aspect for the aspect to be good, and they instead put it on to the Malignant Heart, which isn't as powerful as that.
Lightning that comes out and hits enemies for a little bit of lightning damage. Boring. My base skill already does lightning. There's barely even a difference in terms of like the effect that you get. Whatever. Then I have the same thing. I also have on this ring. This one's going to be funny because you guys will want to watch this one. So I have this Vicious Heart thing where anytime I kill a monster, there's a 6% chance to summon a wolf companion to my side for 21 seconds. And it also gives +3 to wolves. This is an interesting one. I'll get back to this one in just a little bit.
Yeah, the issue with that one is that, one, it doesn't describe properly like how this functions. One, it has a super low chance of summoning an additional wolf. It doesn't explain if there's a cap on that, but it's also supposed to add +3 to the wolf companion skill, and in a lot of cases, apparently that's not working. It's not giving you the +3.
Then we have also the blue ones, which I remember those being pretty boring too. Let me just see what they are, because I don't even remember. Oops. So...
when 10... close enemies, automatically cast Cyclone Armor. This cannot occur more than once every 14. Like, who cares, man? Boo.
Oh yeah, when there's 10 enemies close to you, you automatically cast Cyclone Armor. It apparently can't occur more than once every 14 seconds. Yeah, I mean, you wouldn't want that thing to cast too often. That'd just be overpowered. And then there's another one that increases your barrier generation.
Garbage.
And you heal a little bit while you have an active barrier, I guess. This is to make up for the fact that, they nerfed armor into oblivion, so your character has about the thickness of a thin sheet of wet paper. And then we have this one that yanks distant enemies towards me when I have an ultimate skill active, which
only
is
distant
about once every 1 minute, give or take. Then we have resource draining effects are less effective, and in addition, you gain 8% increased resource generation. These are the only ones that I've found so far. Not particularly interesting things. However, I will give props to this thing, which I don't know if this is a new... if this is a brand new legendary affix.
No, it's not
like
new.
I said, I didn't really play Druid, but I think that they said in the menu, like there's a menu here on collections. If you go to Codex of Power, let me find that one that I was talking about. Is it this one? Ancestral Charge? No. It is Shockwave Aspect. Yeah, see how it says it expires at the end of season? So I'm assuming that this one is specific to the season. This one's pretty fun. I'll give him props for that one. This one's a pretty fun legendary aspect that makes you pulverize, do a shockwave thing. I like that one a lot. It's a lot of fun.
Wait, I thought that was a legendary aspect that was already freaking in the game. Isn't that one that was already in the game? I thought that was. So So it expires at the end of the season. Like, is it expiring from automatically having it in the codex? Is it... What the fuck? Okay, I gotta... This is fucked up. So I've got practically every single codex power in, non-seasonal here. I'm gonna just check this real quick.
Oh no. Don't you dare make
But yeah, these are my options for Caged Hearts, which are filling up my inventory. And let me just tell you what you really should be doing with most of these after you pick up the one or two that you actually care about. You just come over here and you just shard all of them. You guys like, oh, Rurikon, some of these might have had like good stats on them, or I just don't care. I just don't care anymore. And you guys will see why, because like I'm not even joking. Wait until the end of the video. You will get to see exactly why I don't care about any of this anymore. Now, besides that, I'd like to bring up something for all of the druids out there. I don't know if maybe somebody will see this, maybe someone will report this. Like I said, I just don't care enough to really pay too much attention to it. But like I told you guys, there's this neat one that summons wolves for you, right? This vicious heart. Now, the cool thing that I was thinking about this one is, like, you know, early on in the game, you don't have a lot of skill points, so you're trying to see the things that you can do to increase in power gains as fast as possible. Now it's like, oh, I can get +3 to wolves for free, so I don't need to put a point in wolves because this piece of gear will give me +3 to wolves, and I can just equip wolves. Like, that's good. So I went ahead and okay, here are my wolves. Let me go ahead and assign my skill over here. As you can see, assigning skills in console probably takes a little bit longer than assigning them on PC, but it's whatever, right? I have my wolves here, and I was like, oh, this is great, dude. So now I have 3 wolves for free, and every now and then an extra one gets spawned for free. This is great. I love this. This is fantastic. Great job. And then I decided, okay, I need to go up to Cryovision because I need to clear my inventory. And, you know, things are good. You just go in, you clear your inventory, do your things, don't even worry about it. And the problem is, what happened to the wolves that were on my bar? They're gone. Huh. Must be a bug. Okay. Let me go ahead and, you know, equip them again. You know, bugs happen, right? Oh, wait. It's it's just not working. Oh, what? Okay. Let's go back to the dungeon. Maybe it'll work there. Let's see. Oh, look, it's back. Oh, thank you. And now you might be wondering, oh, come on, Rurikon, it's whatever. No, this thing will straight up unequip in the middle of battle. Yeah,
what
it also
the
happens
fuck,
like
dude?
randomly. I don't know why. I don't know if it's when it procs the additional wolf effect or what the deal is. It just straight up unequips. Now, I'm not gonna say that you didn't test this properly, but I mean, I played the
That's
game
what it seems
as a
like.
druid for like 4 hours yesterday, and I got so frustrated with this thing because like I don't want to constantly have to go to my abilities and re-equip the friggin' wolves. It's like, whatever, bro. It's like, look, you guys get the point, right? There's glitches, there's bugs. Obviously, this thing was not really properly tested. It's
Yep.
Hello, guys and gals, and welcome. So the campfire chat just finished after probably what is one of the worst patches that has been received by the public in like.
This is a beautiful comment, I think, to summarize a lot of this bullshit from Blizzard. Can't say I'm impressed. It's more of the same. We hear you, in quotes, we hear you, and we're working on it. More smoke blown up my malignant tunnel. Yeah, that's effectively it.
Forever. And let's talk about the most serious point of the campfire chat. Like, the most serious one for me, anyway. Where the hell was Rod? Like, this was the most boring campfire chat, full of, like, just... I mean, they gave us good information. Like, I'm not gonna lie, like, we got good information, but it was so boring without Rod there. Like, Like, I mean, come on. Like, number one, like, where was Rod?
Who cares,
Like,
man?
we needed a little bit of humor in this. Just big here. Rod actually is a bug. So Charger. So I'm sure everybody has died to these stupid little punks. Everybody has died to these stupid little punks charging us. And I always thought that it was my fault. Like, I just didn't dodge out of the way in time. That like it was my issue. Like, apparently it is a bug. It is not actually like. That is not actually a thing. Like, we are dying to this, and it's a bug, and apparently even if you avoid it properly, apparently you're still dying. Like, so basically this right here is a bug, and it makes me laugh so hard inside because I can't count how many times I've died to these stupid chargers. Literally, we are dying from a bug over and over and over again. The hardcore characters that die to this thing deserve a refund.
Effectively, like...
What's up, Spartan? Thanks for the $10, man. Resistances, again, they doubled down on being addressed in Season 2. Like, nothing really changed there. They recognized the crowd control issues, so they basically went over the process of recognizing that there isn't indeed a crowd control issue, and that the spam of the crowd control is absolutely insane, especially when you're in higher nightmare dungeons and you have like 4 or 5 frozen monsters all spamming frozen on you at the same time. Hopefully they do something about that. They said they recognized it and they're looking at ways to mitigate it, but like, I don't know what exactly they're going to do. They kind of talked about like more ways for the player to overcome the thing, so maybe they're going to increase Unstoppable or make Unstoppable easier to obtain, or I don't really know. Yeah. All right. They also said they're going to be increasing the density of Hell Tides and Nightmare Dungeons, which kind of like goes in direct opposition of this point up here that recognizing CC is an issue. Like, if you increase the density of the Nightmare Dungeons, you're also increasing the elite of the Nightmare Dungeons, which
and the amount of CC and the amount of one-shots in general because of reduced defensive capabilities, your output of damage, etc.
Which means increasing the number of those modifiers, which means kind of like doubling back on this very problem. Like, how are you going to like help us avoid the CC spam to the point where...
Okay, this is just more of the, I guess, general whatever. So, I'm going to actually call it there for now. I got a headache now after wasting time on watching that. I mean, I guess it's good. I could say, you know, I watched it, I heard what they said, and I think it's all rubbish, what they're saying, but at least I could say I fucking sat through that shit. That's a trial in and of itself. And thank you, everybody that sat here with me for roughly 7 hours or so in total for this. So it was a long one. I'm gonna go get something to eat and relax and chill out. So I hope you all have a good night. Whether you're playing Diablo 4 or not, I hope you have a good time, and I'll see you all later.